will get you very
Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we are rolling. Thank you so much for making us part of your day. Busy show on tap. As we discussed yesterday, Helmsy off and should be back a week from tomorrow, next Wednesday, and we'll see if he makes it back in time. I think he will, but he's got the Lady Gamecocks for their conference tournament, and I think he's then going to see Braden play or something. I can't remember, but I do know that he should be back next Wednesday. And so good luck to him. Over my left, though, is Mr. Greg Burgess. How you doing, sir? You doing okay?
Until I hit my head on that microphone.
Oh, no. You did?
Yeah, stabbed me right in the top of the head.
Oh, no. I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
I saw Adler.
That felt good.
Adler did that the other day,
Dang.
and it was right there on top of his forehead.
Yeah.
Did it cut you?
No, I'm good.
All right.
Hurt, though. Tell you that.
There's a couple of things
Didn't like
that I wanna hit here, just some business here, and then I want to tell you what I did today and see if you've ever done what I did on the way to work. I felt like an idiot.
Like an idiot. Yeah, well, I've done that.
We've talked about our friendship with Riley Green. It goes way back. Country music star. He has done extremely well, and he is going to be Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix Grand Marshal coming up at Barber Motorsports. And it is a pretty cool deal. I know Rick and Bubba have been Grand Marshals before, but we have got a contest at rickandbubba.com. Just click on contest, and then you'll see it pop up. You can register, and one lucky winner is going to be chosen to meet Riley Green on Sunday, April 28th. At the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix.
Awesome.
You're going to meet him, so a little meet and greet.
Little meet and greet.
One winner is going to be chosen to meet him and going to receive 2 Sunday general admission tickets and garage tickets and a parking pass, which parking is that's big.
That's a big one.
And so we're going to have that up this week. Registration ends at the end of Friday, April 19th, and then we'll announce the winner next Monday, April 22nd. So that's there for you if you know somebody that loves, racing, or you want to. It's just, I know a lot of folks that go that maybe they don't follow it, but they just know it's a great social event, and they go and they have a great family day and enjoy the Indy Grand Prix. But it's going to be coming back to Barber Motorsports on Sunday, April 28th for the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. That contest is in contest. It's there now. Register to meet the Grand Marshal, Riley Green, have some garage tickets, parking pass, general admission, and all that kind of stuff. So that's there for you. That's the first one.
Fun.
And then the annual promotion we have with Dr. Dudney, Fix Mama's Mouth. That is there now. Some mama out there is going to get a 10 upper veneer, lower bleaching, cleaning, and x-ray makeover, a value worth over $17,000.
Hey now.
All you have to do is email a close-up picture of Mama's smile, including teeth, and a separate headshot, 500 words or less of why your mom deserves a new smile. The contestant must have teeth to be eligible for the contest. I know that's just how we have to say it.
You have something to hook on to.
Follow the registration instructions and email those entries to support@rickandbubba.com. And that's easy. So those two things, if you click on contest at rickandbubba.com, you're going to see those two promotions going on right now. I know the one about Mama might take a little bit more, but kind of gather yourself and figure out, okay, I got to get this done. We've got a few weeks for all those to come in, and then we'll announce the winner on Monday, May the 6th. That's the day after Mother's Day. This year, Mother's Day is on May the 5th. And we'll have Dr. Dudney with us. And what we always do is that last week leading up to Mother's Day, we'll break it down to the top 3. Y'all all vote on them, and then we get us a winner. So there you go. Those two contests are at rickandbubba.com by clicking on contest. Now, here's what I did today, and I don't know if you've ever done this. I'm on the way to work, and I'm on an interstate that is called 459.
459.
And for those of you around the country, it's the interstate that kind of loops around town. It kind of swings you around from having to go through the heart of Birmingham and kind of bypasses downtown Birmingham. But you got all these splinters that can kind of come off of it, and you got roads. And anyway, I jump on that, and that's what I get to the highway that's close by the studio, Highway 280. That's how I get to work every day. Well, the big junction where 459 meets 65 north and south, that takes you through, north to Huntsville or Tennessee or south down to the Gulf Coast.
It don't take you here.
No, it doesn't. I tell you what, it will if you want to go around your elbow to get to your butt.
You can find a route on it.
Yeah.
It eventually will tie into something.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I had to do today because for some strange reason, I decided to get off on 65.
So you were driving and just
for no apparent reason.
Muscle memory or whatever, you got off on the 65 exit, which you should have just stayed on 459.
You talking about like I do every day?
Yeah.
And never even think about getting off on 65?
How many years?
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
All of a sudden, you look, you're on 65 south, and you don't even know what you're doing.
Well, here's what happened. I'm sitting here, and I'm kind of daydreaming a little bit, thinking about the day and everything, and I'm thinking about my dad, who has an appointment next Monday, the 22nd, and I've got to get up there and get him to the appointment. And then I was thinking about JC. He had sent me a text after I went to bed, so I was thinking, okay, and I guess I had Huntsville on my mind. I just got off on 65. I guess that's the only thing I can think. So I get off on 65, and when you get off on the interstate, you know how sometimes you get off on that exit, and then you go just a little bit, and then you have a decision: do I go north or south?
Yeah.
Well, so I got off on that exit, and it hit me.
You realize,
what am I doing?
You panic.
And so then I'm like, all right, well, I've got to make a decision.
You don't want to go north.
I don't. So and it took me just to the last. I was like, do I go north, go one exit, loop around, and get back on 459, or do I just go south and just try to take another road or exit and get here the back way?
But you're not quite where you need to be. You didn't go far enough down.
And so
I thought you'd slept in.
Yeah,
I was looking at the clock. The speed's usually here by now.
Yeah,
I know you was out joyriding.
I know. So anyway, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, what in the world do I do? So I go south, and then I go a couple of exits down, and I have to come in to work the south way, and it takes forever. And I got here so late, you were concerned.
Yeah.
You almost, and we don't normally text or call each other.
I was about to reach for the phone.
Yeah.
He's asleep at home, and his alarm didn't go off or something, which, happens.
Right.
But for some reason, you just turned the wheel and went right down off the exit.
Yeah. I don't know what in the world I was thinking. I really don't. But have you ever done that? Have you
I have done that. Get off. I'll be on the exit. Go, good. What am I doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. I can't make fun of you too much because I have done it.
Right. Just felt like a good one.
Obviously, you was locked in paying attention to driving.
So then you start talking to yourself. What are you doing, man? And you start getting concerned a little bit. But it was not that I didn't know where I was going.
Then
it was
you
the fact
I
was just it's just the fact I was daydreaming, and all of a sudden I'm thinking, what do I do? Why am I doing this? So then I start trying to tell myself, well, it's okay, man. This isn't that much longer. And you start realizing, well, yeah, it is. Actually, it's a lot longer.
Off on 119, it's pretty good haul.
Yeah, it's a lot longer. And you keep thinking, so this is why I don't go this way. Yeah. Because there's a lot of different ways. Whenever we moved to this studio, there was a couple of different ways for me to get to work, and I experimented with them a little bit. And I remember trying to go that way, and why I didn't choose it. This morning, it all came back to me. Hey, buddy, this is a long way to get there.
I got two ways to get here, and they're at the same time.
Yeah.
One's a little longer, but you can go faster because it's interstate the whole way, or you cut through. But as far as time of horizon, it's the exact same.
Yeah. All right, so we are rolling, but that's been my morning so far.
Well, look, if you get up and go to the bathroom here in a minute and you turn down the hall, don't walk out in the parking lot and start walking down the road.
Good gracious. Also, just a quick update. It's Mother's Day is May 12th this year, not the 5th. I don't know why I said that, but anyway, that's just a back to the contest thing. May 12th, if I didn't want to freak any of y'all out, if you had plans for Mom. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba.
Most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now before an emergency strikes. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply are experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, and these kits last up to 25 years. Go to preparewithbubba.com, save $50 $25 a kit. Are you somebody who likes the deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I appreciate the staff one-liners about me trying to get to work today.
Yeah.
In fact, I took a completely wrong route.
I hope it was relaxing though. You had a good drive.
Got off the wrong exit, everything. And I am
where
getting.
am I going?
I am getting email from people going. Now look, I've daydreamed and done that before.
I can't say nothing. 'cause
Now,
I have done it.
if this is reoccurring, then I need y'all to go check me in somewhere.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
but this one time, and I think Huntsville. I have.
You've been getting off on that exit so much lately.
Yeah, my parents live in Huntsville, and 2 of my 3 sons are in Huntsville right now.
So
And so Huntsville's on my mind a lot, and I go to
go there
Huntsville
a
a lot.
you take that little area. Of course,
I
now
do.
you can come here more.
I do.
you would think
And
it
how
may
about
be-
this? I wasn't going to Huntsville. I was
Well,
going to work.
You've never gone to Huntsville this time of day, probably.
No, I don't know what. I was just thinking about it and thinking about some things.
You had a
and-
little Huntsville on your mind.
Yeah, and listening to the news and doing show prep and all that kind of stuff, and I don't know why. I just took the wrong exit. But hey, I'm here a little late, but the one-liners coming from the staff are pretty good. So you said you had an update. Now, do we even discuss this? Because let me ask you this, and this is
I'm not gonna go off and-
legitimate question. Are we mature enough to discuss this?
Probably not, but we're going to try.
We are.
If I say the name John Wayne Bobbitt, what horrifying thought comes to your mind?
Now, for those that are maybe younger in the audience, they go,
we can't go into
well,
detail.
Uncle Greg, I don't know.
We can't go into
So-
detail. Let's just assume most people know.
And maybe just have them research it if they don't.
Yeah.
Is
His
that
wife
okay?
my wife got mad at him and pulled the ultimate revenge on him, the biggest fear anybody could imagine, and it was just took the world by storm.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think there was even a TV movie about it.
You're right.
But anyway, John
it's
Wayne.
one of your stories of your life that you, anytime it's brought up, you want to discuss it.
Well, 30 years later.
It's been 30 years.
It's been 30 years.
Wow.
And he had that incident where he lost something. Well, he's losing something again. He's lost all 10 of his toes. They had to amputate all 10 toes off Bobbitt. And you know why?
Why?
When he was in the Marines, he was at Camp Lejeune, and from drinking that water.
Are you serious?
That's what it's saying. It due to toxic peripheral polyneuropathy.
Good.
I don't know if I said that right.
He's losing his toes?
Yeah, he said it's caused by a stint in the military at Camp Lejeune, and because he was a Marine.
He's
At
lost
the time, the camp's water supply was severely You see the lawsuits on TV all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, 30 years later, he's losing other things.
He's
not
lost
just-
11 things now.
He has. That's a good one, by the way.
Well,
And
no,
there's
I'm
so
just
many
saying if
things
we're-
about that
I'm just saying
story.
if we're counting.
There's so many things about that.
Wait a minute. So we talking about the full toe, half toe? I mean, like we
all of it,
have
'cause
no
he's having
toes.
He's having to have assistance to walk. His
So
balance
he just
is gone.
good gracious.
And
Foot with no toes.
but it's just kind of ironic. You go,
It is.
things are falling off of him.
Well, Greg.
Of course, the other didn't fall off. It was taken off.
Right.
And,
and this
don't
is where
forget,
we go
she
down.
left
Here we
the
go.
scene with it
Here we go.
and threw it out the window. I'm never mind. Anyway, so that we can't relive that. But
Can I
and then
ask
he
you-
came back and let's just say it, became an adult film star.
Greg.
Which, if you're the surgeon, you go, I'm pretty good. Look at my work. Think about it. If you're the neurosurgeon that pulled, I mean,
I got it. I got it.
He
I'm
was
just
probably
trying to
like, I don't-
back
I-
to this thing of are we mature enough to discuss this? I think this is where we.
but the fact he was an adult film star is ridiculous. But anyway, his toes are amputated. But I thought, because we see the Camp Lejeune stuff all the time, I thought that was kind of interesting. A lot of things interesting about that story and horrifying. But he said you can't have.
I'm just looking
he
at
said
you right
you
now.
can't have nothing.
You can't have anything.
I've finally overcome all that.
He
and
better
my
start
dang
watching-
toes. They come got my toes
Good
now.
night. Watch out for fingers now.
Yeah.
Anything that extends out.
That's what I'm telling you. But anyway, so Bobbitt's, when you're something so famous that if that event happens again, they refer to it as you've been Bobbitted. It becomes a term.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, they pulled a Bobbitt on that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going viral, son. Anyway, let's let that go.
Are you
Imagine if
Are you
we'd had
grinning
social
the whole time?
media
you're
then that
talking?
we have now.
Oh, are you kidding?
Anyway, so old Bobbitt, he's limping around.
So Camp Lejeune, really?
Yeah.
That's what they think it's coming from.
That's what he said.
You hear those commercials all the time.
Peripheral polyneuropathy, toxic peripheral.
How many times have you heard that commercial on Camp Lejeune?
I'm telling you. I've been to Camp Lejeune, by the way.
You have?
Yep. Worked hurricane up in that area one time.
Oh, look at you. Take a sip.
Sure did. That's around Jacksonville, North Carolina. I think. Something like that. But I didn't drink any water there. And I wasn't there but a couple days.
Yeah.
So then we moved on.
Wow. I see here in the story they had to call the tow truck to get him to the hospital.
Come on.
What?
Funny, the tow truck. Better than that other truck come got him.
I knew you'd go back to that. Greg, we're talking about his toes.
Yeah.
All right. 10 of them. Lost all 10. That's not fun.
You talk about a famous person for a terrible reason.
You talking about can't have nothing. Good night.
You can't.
That's the ultimate.
Anyway.
Yeah. The surgeon on the other, though, that's unbelievable.
He can go, look, I'm not telling anybody to go watch adult films, but
Hey, Greg,
y'all got to be amazed at the work I did.
you don't have to say that a bunch.
I'm just saying.
And they found it?
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I was looking for a foul ball this past weekend. I told the baseball team I'd find, and it was tough finding that, at a baseball game. I'm like, oh, here it is. I'll throw it back in. I was over there.
Imagine?
I was over there, and it came over. I get it, guys.
And
Imagine looking for that.
There's so many questions, and I'm sure they were covered at the time. But how long can you
They just
be
did
away
it.
from the body and still be viable?
Yep.
You know.
All right, let's move on, buddy.
Anyway, he got no toes, but he does have. Thanks to. I wonder if too bad that surgeon that did that reattachment couldn't find some toes to put on him. Anyway, thought you'd enjoy that one.
I'm sorry. The email's coming in.
I know.
I'll tell you what we're not going to do is we're not going to do unscreened phone calls right now. We wouldn't be able to make it. Somebody asked you to take the batteries out of your shirt. It's hurting their eyes this morning.
I know. Every time I wear that, I got to go flag traffic after work.
Look at, I mean,
Man, that's awesome.
you could work church parking today.
I know it.
Just flag
How
them
you
on
like
in.
that? Look at here.
Oh, high vis shirt. You could go work with Reese today.
That's it. Wouldn't even have to put the vest on.
No. All right, so we're going to move off Bobbitt.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to move to something else. I saw where Caitlin Clark, she was taken first in the WNBA.
Boy, I tell you what.
So
I was sitting by waiting on to hear that news.
What, Greg? Stop.
First of all, you knew she would get taken first. Second of all, let me ask you this: does the hype follow her into the WNBA, or does it fade? Like the rest of the WNBA?
Boy, you know, I don't know.
I think it fades a little. It's just something. You know, college is just something.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
just
100% understand what you're
different
saying.
Atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Is the fact that she's staying in that? I mean, I know she was played with Iowa, but she's with the Indiana Fever. It's kind of still in that region, I guess.
Yeah,
Fever. The Indiana Fever.
Fever.
I tell you what, I got is fever.
Got a fever, and it's in Indiana.
Yeah. So congratulations to Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. Did you hear me yesterday? She looks like Blazing Silverman, our intern.
That's a guy.
I know, but they look like she could be his sister or something. They favor. You don't think so?
I haven't really thought
Look
about
at her
that.
face. I
see it
that's
now.
not a dig.
I see it.
It just looks
but that's what came to your mind?
Like it could be his kinfolk or something.
That's interesting. That's the first thing that came to your mind.
It looks like him with a wig on, but that's,
right.
You know.
All right, we'll take a break.
You're telling me she doesn't favor him.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise performance, better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Folks, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now in advance before an emergency strikes. And all kinds of emergency supplies should be ready to grab and go right away. Secure those supplies at this website, preparewithbubba.com. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply, they're experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, protected by heavy-duty 4-layer packaging. These kits last up to 25 years. They're sealed inside rugged handled buckets, and they're made to grab quickly. Go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 per kit. They ship fast and free in unmarked boxes. Once again, you can save $50 per kit at preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. We always ask, how Greg slept last night because he has a Helix
That's
mattress.
right.
They
Slept well, buddy.
Helix owns their own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made right here in the USA by a team of
old
skilled
USA.
manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. And they've got a great lineup of about 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. And talk about this sleep quiz, Greg, that we've discussed so many times, but somebody might be hearing it for the
Few
first time.
questions about how you like to sleep, what type of mattress, firm or
Yeah.
soft or medium.
Mm-hmm.
You sleep on your back, sleep on your side, sleep on your stomach. You give them all that info,
Right.
and they say, this is the mattress for you.
Okay.
It fits that.
And then it's shipped straight to your door free of charge.
Oh, yeah.
And so we love this company. They have great mattresses, but also they have this 100-night risk-free trial as well. There's nothing to lose. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, and when you do, for a limited time, you're going to save 30%. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll save 30% at helixsleep.com/Bubba. And get a truly amazing night's sleep like Greg and Lisa, and you can thank us later. All right, so as we roll on, we're going to move on from that last segment.
Let's go.
I can tell you that.
Bobbitt's losing toes. Let's just leave it at that.
Right. I knew you had to bring it up again.
Yeah. Again, not in. They may reattach some cadaver toes on him. I don't know. Since he seems to be, accepting stuff. His body's really good at that.
Right. Go ahead.
The other day, I think it was Rick that asked, and we had talked about, Jelly Roll's come out,
Yeah?
said that he is pushing toward the finish line of his 5K preparation.
Okay.
70-pound weight loss.
Whoa.
That's what he claims. I saw him the other day on a live event. But he's doing good. Said
Is he going to be one of these people when he gets thinner, he's going to look weird?
Yeah. You always run that chance when you become famous at your highest weight, and everybody expects you to look like that.
Right. Hey,
But
Speedy,
how about this?
Speedy,
He said
needs to be healthy and lose weight, buddy. It's okay.
He said he's doing 2 or 3 miles a day, 4 to
Okay.
6 days a week,
All right.
20 to 30 minutes in the sauna, 6 minutes in the cold plunge. Boy, I bet they had a big old.
Woo!
You got to get a big old tub for that.
Greg.
And he's eating healthy.
Okay.
How about that? Say he feels really good. He wants to keep the momentum. He may try to drop another 100. So,
Really?
Yeah.
So and he did come out and say, "Look, I'm not going to try to. I'm just going to briskly walk it. That's it."
I think a combination of stuff, which is fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's what I do.
Yeah, and it's more than he's done. So
Yeah. No,
good for him.
I mean, and he's getting some success. He's probably got enough money that he's got personal trainers, personal chefs, and you can that helps.
Yep, it does.
But what if he gets real skinny? You're right. He's going. I don't know. It might lose his appeal. Everybody loves big old Jelly Roll.
I know. Now
You
let me
can't
ask
be
you.
tall, skinny, and be called Jelly Roll.
No, let me ask you a question when it comes to running and all this kind of stuff. Yesterday when we left each other, you said your back was feeling a little better.
Yeah,
and you were going to attempt to maybe run.
Yeah, but I
again.
didn't.
You didn't. Okay.
But I'm getting ready for that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk one.
Okay.
I may go back to what was I ran 30-10.
Yeah. A little something maybe.
Run 30 steps, walk 10.
Yeah, instead of just taking off running, maybe just ease into it. You
Yeah.
think?
Yep. That ice bath. Everybody brags about it. But I just
yeah.
I
You
can't get
kidding?
in that thing. You know?
Yeah, I know it's tough. If you can get into it, then you're good.
Yeah, once you're in there and get numb, but boy, dropping down into that water.
This past weekend had a very proud granddad moment. Pops is what River
Pops
calls
and
me. And you're
Papa.
You're Papa and I'm Pops. That's funny.
Pretty close.
So Sunday maybe it's probably 1:30. And Tyler and Mabry and River come over. River's now 3, and he's full of life. And if it's a ball of any kind, a baseball, basketball, golf ball, I mean, he's all in. And so he wanted to come over and play, and I quote, Pop's golf course, which is just a really small backyard.
Yeah.
But we've got those little golf wiffle ball kind of things that has the holes in them, so you can knock the fire out of them, but they only go, from here to the other side of the room. And so we lay all those out. And I've talked to you about the little hill that's elevated behind the house, and that's the elevated green. He likes to go up there and knock them down towards the house. So we got that going on. We got the Masters on in the backyard. And Terry had decided, hey, let's do burgers and hot dogs. And so we're like, okay, we're all in. Let's do that. Proud moment is that, and we helped him, of course, but he helped us make spiral dogs.
Oh.
And his big thing was he wanted to paint the hot dog weenies with the barbecue sauce.
That's
and
good.
so she had like her little, he called it the paintbrush, which
Yeah, the
is
little-
what you dip
yeah.
into
yeah.
the sauce, and then you rake it across the hot dog weenies. But we used a fryer to make the hot dog weenies. It was really good. But what a great proud moment it was when he was when he was making those and just loving life. I have actually some video that I that I made of he was getting after it.
Making spiral dogs,
I'm looking at him.
He was all about it. He was all about it. As he's getting them out now. Look at those spiral dogs opening up, buddy. Look at that. That's pretty good right
Is that
there.
air fryer?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I bet that
Yeah, and they were delicious.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
Look at that plate full of spiral dogs
Wish
right
I
there.
had one right
He
now.
made them. And his new thing now is, and I don't know how he got it because I've never talked to him about Rick and Bubba or anything. Like, we haven't broke that down. But there was a little cup that had Rick and Bubba on it, and he wanted to tell me who was who, which is kind of.
This one is Rick.
That one's Rick.
And this one is Rick and Bubba.
And that one's Rick and Bubba. So whenever he would point at Rick, he would say, "This one's Rick," and then when he got to Bubba, he'd go, "And this is Rick and Bubba."
Rick and Bubba.
So he got the Bubba part right. He
He
just
did,
couldn't.
but he
He's
kept
got to.
adding the
He's
Rick.
got to learn how to separate.
Well, he
but
can work on it.
man, what a great day! Is there anything better than just good old hamburger and hot dogs?
No, you can't beat it.
We had that going on, and it was a beautiful day where we live on Saturday. Just so much happening, and inside, outside, door open, just running all over the place. It was a great day. But I wanted to bring that
Good
up
food,
because
good
he
times.
actually helped me make spiral dogs.
Well, you train them early.
Yeah, his
One day he'll
little.
be
Now he
feeding his
wanted to
family.
paint everything.
yeah.
With the barbecue sauce,
Even
and
stuff
I'm
you
like,
weren't
now
eating.
let's stick to the hot dog weenies for
food.
that. Let's not do the arm,
Yeah.
and I don't need it on me really.
And the countertop
Right.
probably is good
and,
like
and,
it is.
and the dogs don't need it on their
no,
nose.
they like it, but yeah.
And trying to tell him that the little paintbrush tips for the we don't want to touch that. That's what's touching our food. So we don't just touch anything with it. We're not going to
Yeah.
paint the counter. I mean, who wants that? You know.
scratch the dog's back with it.
Yeah, but he did really good. He enjoys that, and so these little step ladders. They're not full extension ladders, but a little step ladder that you can pop open and
Oh, yeah.
change something real quick. So we have one of those, and so he climbs up on it whenever he's helping Nan, who's Terry, cook, and he loves to do that, make popcorn, whatever. But he'll get up on his little ladder, and here we go. It's on.
So he's all off in it.
Yes, he is all off in it. But I thought we did pretty good with
It's
those
never too
spiral
early
dogs.
to get him exposed to the good spiral.
Yeah,
dog.
yeah, exactly.
Those
I know.
did look good. God, I
Hey,
wish
they were
would-
delicious.
I'd tear one up. Right
Oh, they were so good. They were so good. So we had hamburgers, we had hot dogs, had some fries, and he was out playing Pops' golf course while listening to the Masters.
there
It
you
was a
go.
good day.
now. Good day.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. We got a lot to discuss today. Your phone calls are always welcome. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, management has told us after the Bobbitt story not to take unscreened phone calls today, Greg, because I just don't know where that
We
will
may have
lead
to
us.
Consider it.
Coming from the email and the text, I don't think it's a good idea. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
And Doug. To celebrate everyone who's customized and saved hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, we got a savings siren that goes off every time someone saves. There it is! It's a really... more savings, which really... Okay, a lot of savings. Little annoying now. Will you stop saving for 5 seconds?
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start enough.
All right, it is coming up on 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us. Helmsy off till next Wednesday, and we are going to hold the fort down. Good Time Gang is myself, Speedy, and Greg. And Adler will join us here shortly for the main show. Rick and Bubba here already, and we're off and running. Don't forget, a new contest has hit rickandbubba.com. Just click on contest. We have a Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix registration going on right now for a meet and greet with Riley Green, who is the Grand Marshal. You got some garage tickets, general admission, parking. It's a really cool little package that you can win. So just go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest for the Medical Properties Trust presentation of Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. The contest will end at the end of Friday, and then we'll announce a winner on Monday, April 22nd. Also, don't forget Fix Mama's Mouth is there as well, so register Mama. We'll announce that the day after Mother's Day, which is May the 12th. Always the second Sunday in May. I don't know why I confused
Well, you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah. So yesterday, Greg, I'm coming through, and I'm tackling the backyard. We have talked about this. Mr. Buddy, I know for most male dogs, they kill all your little shrubs and plants because they hike their leg up and pee.
They love that.
Some of the female dogs that pee more out in the front middle of the yard, you get all these little brown pee spots. And if you own a dog or whatever and you have a backyard or an area where you some dogs, it's tough, man, because they make your backyard look pretty bad. These brown spots everywhere. And that's a battle a lot of people try to beat. And I've got a little concoction from online that I've went and bought.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is you got to rake out all the dead spots, and you got to get down to the soil, and then you got to do this, that, and the other. So I'm in that process. So that was some of my yesterday afternoon. I was trying to get it all prepared and stuff. But the TV was on inside. And so I walk inside and I see breaking news. And I see Golden Gate Bridge shut down in both directions. And I'm thinking, what? And they're like, traffic backed up for miles. And I'm thinking, what is going on? When I heard bridge, I thought, oh no, is there something else that's happened?
So
you know.
boat done something.
But then I look a
look
little closer, and I see that no, it's just pro-Palestinian protesters that have gone about, I guess, halfway down the Golden Gate Bridge or something, and just stopped, gotten out of their vehicles,
blocking traffic,
and done this thing where they put their arms in pipes. And chain them together or something like this to where
Are you serious?
No, and then they lay down in the middle of the road and stuff. And at one point, I think, and I don't want to exaggerate, it was like 5 hours or something, 5.5 of people stuck in traffic. And I'm thinking to all the people that it's inconvenience. You got people possibly with medical conditions, people that are, trying to get to a loved one that needs help, or a parent that's got to get to a doctor's appointment. Trying to get home, trying to get to work, trying to get home from work, and these idiots, are blocking traffic. Can you imagine that, Greg?
Here's what I think. You got the PETAs, you got all these groups that try this stuff. All you do is make people less sympathetic to your cause.
Oh yeah,
you make them mad. People who might have thought, well, let me hear what you got to say, but they don't want to hear nothing because you're holding them up and you're punishing them who've done nothing. So they're not sympathetic to your cause.
No,
they're going to be against it. I mean, I don't know what your goal is.
Yeah,
this Death to America stuff.
Oh yeah.
Again, no wall keeping everybody here.
Yeah. Both directions of the Golden Gate Bridge were shut down due to a pro-Palestinian protest. Demonstrators blocked the southbound direction of Highway 101 as well. This is the second protest causing major backups on the Bay Area roads. They also blocked northbound 880 there in Oakland. But it's almost like it was a nationwide orchestrated effort, because in New York they were protesting, they were burning American flags, chanting "Death to America."
They ought to load them up and ship them off.
Yeah, I mean they really should. If you're here,
if you're screaming "Death to America,"
and then in Chicago, O'Hare Airport, they blocked the roads into the airport. And so people you could see with their carry-on luggage and everything else were having to get out of their Uber cars or whoever was taking them and literally run down the road and climb over a guardrail and try to get into the airport that way so they don't miss their flight. And but you don't understand the frustration, and I know you do. You can imagine it from the people that were walking past these protests, going, "What, you idiots?
Yeah.
What are you doing?" And to what you were saying. If you want people to be sympathetic, you definitely don't want to do this, because all you're doing is making everybody mad.
Become a burden to them.
And
they forget. They don't care why you're there. They want you to move. You're holding everybody up.
And these signs, everybody stops for Gaza until the bombing stops. It was just these silly things. I guess everybody's just forgot what happened on October 7th in Israel. Yeah. We forget that because I know we all have selective memory. Yeah, we just think Israel just decided to attack Gaza. That's not what happened.
Go over there and protest. Get in the middle of it.
But
try to do some good. Don't be stopping traffic here in America. Go over and try to do you some good.
Now,
you can get after it.
I will say kudos to Florida. They tried it down there, and I don't know who gave this authority, but the police officers grabbed him by the arm and drug him to the side of the road and said, "And we'll continue to move on. We're not going to shut this down." We have some of that stuff for the main show today that will show some video on how different parts of the country handle things differently. But I don't understand why. First, the Highway Patrol was in a standoff on the Golden Gate Bridge yesterday, and then it looked like police-geared SWAT team folks came in. They were all geared. They were all dressed up with riot gear on, ready to go. They just stood there and looked at each other for hours. And I'm thinking, why not do something? Why not open up the roadways? And one of the folks said, well, because these people are all lawyered up. They're wanting you to do something so they can bog the city down in lawsuits and stuff about. But it's illegal to block a highway. I know unsafe. In the state of California,
it's considered unsafe.
Yeah, it's not illegal to protest. It's not illegal. but these are disruptors. These really aren't protesters. These were disruptors.
You can peacefully have a protest, but you can't block traffic.
No, and that's what was taking place. But I was just thinking about how we would handle things down here if something like that happened, and I think the citizens would probably take things into their own hands. I'm not talking about being violent or whatever, but I think they would probably clear the roadway themselves.
Upset sitting there, I can tell you that.
Yeah, they were sitting on the bridge for the whole day, a whole afternoon.
I'm like you. Can you not physically remove them? I mean,
I don't know what the holdup was and why they couldn't go. Okay, and we're done. Now what they did is the front cars in this deal. I guess it was their cars because then they get the car and then they put their arms in these pipes through the windows of both sides of the car to where you got to saw the pipe off or whatever, and the whole goal is to make it very difficult to move them. And then you got people gluing their hands to the car and stuff.
These people that were gluing themselves to roads and stuff, just leave them. Just walk off and go, hey, good luck.
Good luck.
Hope traffic. Hope everybody's paying attention.
We're about to open up traffic again.
I hope everybody's watching and they'll swerve to miss you. If not, they'll be begging you to come get them up then.
Well, anyway, so there's your kind of an update. We'll talk about all the pro-Palestinian protesters across the country yesterday that had some type of orchestrated nationwide protest in some of the major markets, and it was just a shame that what they put the citizens through. That were stuck in all that. 18-wheelers, big buses that were just sitting there.
Places to be. You got goods to deliver.
Golly, what a mess. Think of all the people that had to use the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, don't even think about that.
I'm out there, and Have
you ever been hung in an interstate situation when at a standstill and having to go to the bathroom?
Awful. It's awful.
I've heard some stories, too. That are
just the
funny.
List of things. It should never happen.
Yeah.
It should never happen. The list of things that they put folks through yesterday is really something else.
Yeah.
And then mad because you tell them to move. There's this one elderly man that got out and said, okay, and this is over. And they all get in his face.
Oh,
and then he's like, no, get out of the way. And they're like, he assaulted me.
Well, I said, well, if you're going to do that, then I really will assault you because let's make it count. If I'm going to go, if you're going to claim it, then let's make it count.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. The kickoff hour wraps up. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To finish what we were saying, and the break got us, so when you look at those things that took place, and we still have the footage out, and people are going to get arrested and all that, the other thing that led to this issue that we talked about, because we must have a comprehensive look at all these things, and on this show we're going to continue to do that, whether that bothers you or not. And the other thing that is the people that got upset because they thought it was robbed from them, and they went to the Capitol to show force, and then some people got out of hand. Some of those people, are certainly probably were troublemakers in general, but some of them have been watching for the last 2 years Black Lives Matter, Antifa, CHOP, and they watched for 2 years, and it would be easy to deduce that they may have gotten in their mind, well, I guess in the country now, whenever you want to protest or if you don't like something, you just commit violence.
We burn in police stations. Don't forget that.
We talked about that last week. That's the danger when you don't have rule of law.
Right.
Everybody takes it another step. They go, well, they got away with it. I can get away with it.
Right.
We're even comparing now how we treat protesters. Well, if it had been this, they'd have done that. By the way, Joe Biden, if he really wants to heal the country, he missed a wonderful opportunity to do so.
He did.
And all he did was throw fire on it.
Can I tell you?
And you're going to see more of that today. Nancy Pelosi don't get it. Look, Nancy's not right. We all know that. They're going to. They've been threatening. Hey, if you don't invoke the 25th Amendment, which is removing the president, we're going to start impeachment. Look, the guy's got a week left. What's the big deal? That you're not helping anything but galvanizing people, and a lot of them crazies, on the other side. So I don't understand why do that. Well, you got other problems you need to be working on right now. You need to focus on that, and that's how you bring people together. You turn down the fire, and you meet people in the middle on some issues, and that's not happening right now. It's only they always do this. I don't know what their deal is. It's in their DNA. Yeah. They always overplay their hand. If they would once learn how to go, we won, shake hands, leave the field, they would do a lot better long term.
Well, the left stopped doing that a long time ago.
Right,
as you said, their mode now is we always overplay our hand. And,
they will.
And people have said, even though I think it's not going to happen, but that their strategy is, since they've done an impeachment on him once before, they're trying to do another one so that they can get the other step, which, as you said earlier, Bubba, and that's not going to happen. But I think their motivation is delusional, but I think their motivation is they're trying to do whatever they can do to be sure that he can't run again in 2024.
Yeah, and that's the story y'all have in your show, Prep. Eliminating Trump from being elected again, one motivator in impeachment, Pelosi says.
Is Trump even a threat to run again? You have to look at his age. You're going to have to look. He lost this election, okay, right or not, with what we know right now. I don't think that – I think he could be in a good position, but, it's getting away from him a little bit right now. So I think look, they can't impeach him. They can pass that in the House. Mm-hmm. The Senate's not going to hear it. Mitch has already said they won't hear it until the 19th, which would be Inauguration Day. I mean, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. And my understanding is it doesn't matter. You can be impeached 6 times, but you have to be removed from office, which requires the Senate to do. And then after that, they take another vote on barring you from lifetime serving. I just don't see that happening. And here's the thing. You're not going to get it to happen. And I know Nancy's fired up to do it. She was on 60 Minutes crying last night and all that. You're better to let it go. Yeah. You're only going to galvanize the opposition more. Let it go. Let it go.
I actually say keep it going because this helps us when they overplay this stuff.
No, you're right. And so, but I just want to say I agree with everything you said, Bubba, but I do think, and they've said it, that that's their motivation. Mm-hmm. And that just might be them, putting up signs to kind of cheer their crowd to go, look, we're going to do everything we can to remove this person from our life ever in the landscape of America. And it's not going to happen. But it sounds good for you to tell your crowd, we're going to run him in the ground. He'll never come back. We're going to rid America of this man. And they're like, yeah.
They've done everything but tie him to a stake and start a fire.
Right.
I mean, they've taken away, and really, and we're going to talk about it today. And I want to get in the fun zone. We got a lot of sports to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
But we've got some serious things we need to really, really be worrying about. Some of this going on in D.C. is it's the play Hamilton. It's just they're just up there putting on a show.
Yeah.
What we really need to be worried about is censorship and how much Google, Apple, Amazon, and a couple of these companies own us right now in everything we do and how they can control us and how they can cancel us and a couple of things people are not even talking about. That is the scary part. That is the real scary part.
Yeah, we are going to talk about that because you remember when the pandemic hit, we realized how dependent on China we were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, now that censorship has come to the table, we realize how dependent on these people we are, and we're all doing. So to close out this thing on the election, I honestly think the focus, if you want to try to get the Republican Party back into power again, because I understand your concern. Your concern is, yes, our country has swung to the left and the right many times, and we do believe because they'll overplay. I mean, come on. A brand new hour. How are you? Glad you're here. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess have given you a kickoff hour. Helmsy's away coaching conference tournament, right, in Miami. So he'll be out the whole week. But we're thankful that you are here. Eddie Van Adler settling in there. Hello, Tubers. We start this hour with the national anthem. And Bubba family from the Big Boy Studio. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba show up and running and ready to go. Let's go. We'll break down the stories of the day. We'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The contest button at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, has an opportunity or two for you. We'll talk about that today. And there is much to move through. I told you Speedy, Greg, and Adler are here, but we're missing one. The silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, so I was thinking about this when I heard Speedy saying that we're giving listeners at the contest button an opportunity to go to the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix they're in Sweet Home, Alabama. Riley Green is going to be the Grand Marshal, and of course we're giving them an opportunity to go there and enjoy that. And as we look back over our 30 years and celebrate, where do you put the Grand Marshal experience and what you and I've got to do?
There?
Either one.
You know,
we got to do it twice.
Both of those were very extreme.
Yeah.
I mean, just really, really cool. You know, the whole Barber Motorsports Park, so many people, I think, still don't understand what we got there.
Right, yes.
And what a cool venue
really,
that is.
Really, really cool.
I will say this. I think just from, again, both very exciting. But I will always remember, and I would have to put it right up there in the top handful of things we ever did.
Yeah.
When we're riding around in the pace car at Talladega.
Oh, my.
And I guess I had never paid attention to the pit crews that they all line up and salute when you come by. And they're all in their different color uniforms.
Sure.
And, you know, I remember looking back behind us and Jeff Gordon and, gosh, who was and it was, who was the other leader on the lead lap behind that was Junior. And thinking, you know, what legends they were. And it was kind of surreal. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, it's just those moments, and then you know we got to do that, and I'm with you. When you look at all the stuff over the years, and we've got to do, thanks to this audience, so many cool things. That one has got to be top 5.
Easy top 5.
And the Indy experience, what got me there, because I was so accustomed to NASCAR, because I grew up, you know, in the infields of Talladega. But I didn't have any real I didn't have any experience as a child with Indy, so that was my first experience with us as adults, and the sheer speed and the skill of these drivers and the technology of these vehicles when they were flying by us, I was kind of like, oh wow, that was a so there I don't think you understand the horsepower of either NASCAR or Indy quite like you feel it when you get to do that.
When you're on the starter, when you're on the starter, because we've done the starts too.
Yeah, we have,
and you feel those cars go under you, and all the rubber pellets are pounding you from their tires, and you think, "Wow, how are those rubber pellets getting way up here?"
Yeah, the horsepower is crazy. So we'll give you a VIP package there, and like Speedy said, and this is our personality. There's a lot of cool things you're going to get in this package. But I got to tell you, the parking may be the most valuable.
Yeah,
you know, when I've got a parking pass, when I'm toting a parking pass, good gracious. So anyway, that's in contest button today.
I'll tell you one of my other barber experiences, and you were not along for this one. It was the Beamer Fest that was out there.
Oh, I remember you telling me about
that. And they hold these all over the country. It's the first time it had been in you know anywhere close we could go to, and they put you in one of my favorites is they had 2 cars set up exactly like with different tires on it. And they wanted you, and they said, here, hop in here, drive as fast as you can through these cones, spin the car around and come back. And I'm like, seriously? You want me to do that with 2 cars? Okay. And the difference in handling the tires made, and that was kind of the point of the demonstration. I think maybe also I'll put in that when I was on the spin plate there where they put water on the surface and you go and you put the car into a spin to try to control it. And I've got Hunter and Bob Carey riding in the back seat. I think that may have been a pretty fun moment too.
And then of course, you know, back to NASCAR when we got to do the driving experiences.
Oh yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah, the first time we did it, you know, you just didn't know much about it, so you were kind of trying to figure it out. But to be able to go back and go, I kind of understand it a little better now, and
feel more comfortable with it,
and turn a lap at 180. And I know that's
nobody's in the car with you.
I know that's nothing compared to what the pros do. And I didn't have traffic around me and all that.
Well, we did on a couple of laps. One time I was 3 wide, thinking, should I be in this?
Right. Well, that was with the Dale Jarrett where we got to have a driver in there with us. But just back to this again. I don't think there's been very few times in my life, and some that you certainly can't mention, but where I uncontrollably just let out a noise. And I will tell you that that the horsepower of those vehicles, I see now why Bo and Duke used to holler a lot when they were flying in that car. It's like it just uncontrollable. You're like, yo! You know? I mean, boy, the horsepower is just incredible.
I remember thinking because we took I don't remember which one it was. I know one time we had a driver with us. One time we didn't have a driver.
That was Richard Petty.
You had to follow the car.
You had to follow the car, yeah.
And I think that one was. I think that one was a little more scary to me because I'm in there solo.
Yeah.
But I remember we took the van around the track, and where it says, like Alabama International Speedway, and those letters going by in the van versus how quick they went by when I was in the car. And it went whoop, like that, and I thought, "Oh wow, we're moving on."
Yeah, the thing I remember was the old fella in the pit area to help us, and he said, "Don't do 10 and 2, do 6 and 12." And I said, "Okay." And he said, "Look, hit that turn wide open and just turn." He said, "The car's made to stick there. You'll be fine." Yeah. And I remember thinking, "Okay."
Yeah.
Hope he's right.
Having to slide in and out of that window. Oh my God.
So anyway,
but that was fun.
Yeah, if you
everybody ought to do it once.
Yep, no doubt about it. So we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Much to cover on the program today. The world's gone bonkers, and we'll continue to work that out. Stories from within the show and your phone calls too. All still to come.
Rick and Bubba.
And that there will be a desire to turn back more to the right the next time we get a shot in the House and the next
midterm,
time, not in the midterm elections. But
historically,
but Rick, our votes, we don't know that they count anymore. I hear you loud and clear. So I believe if you want to say what to do, the pandemic was used to allow things that should never be allowed again. I don't care how deadly it is. I don't care how much they tell you you're going to kill people, which is ridiculous. I saw this teacher. Good gracious, this is how the left works. And I forget where it was. It was in one of the northeastern states, I think, or it might have been California. I don't remember. One of those kind of states. She's literally looking into her Zoom or whatever it is, saying, teachers having to go back and teach in the classroom. What we've been told by parents is basically educate our children or die. You know how many teachers have caught COVID from a student and died? 0. None. Hey. 0. So this drama, so that they'll always play that card. You're going to put us all to death for making us do certain things to vote. You're killing people all for some vote. We need to say we noticed that there were things allowed that we've never allowed, and they won't be allowed again. That's one way to do it. Now, some of y'all chasing some of these conspiracies, and there's some simple things just to go back. And I'm going to tell you, until we come up with something,
we got to clean it up.
Listen, until we come up with something better. And these things are more reliable and they're more secure. Right now, the most secure way to vote we have, and that's been messed with before, in person with an ID.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to demand that because and they're going to see but you do that, you're going to kill people, pandemic. Mm-hmm. And so we just have to say no. As Americans, we have to have elections that we can trust.
Right.
If the people decide they want to flip the House. And they want to, at the midterm elections, they'd like to go back toward moderate to right again, and they go out and vote that, then that's what they ought to get if they have the majority. And anything that's out there that makes that sketchy, we're not going to allow. That's what we got to do. Yeah. Because and that's where your energy needs to be focused.
You got to fight to clean up what we know we can clean up.
Mm-hmm.
We also need to investigate to be sure there isn't anything shady on a higher level out there.
And I think that's part of the frustration is all the investigations lead to nothing. Well, when's the last time somebody on the left was like thrown in jail for getting busted doing something?
But remember,
and that's half the frustration.
But remember, we allowed things under the guise of pandemic that we never allowed.
Right. Yeah.
And we got to say we won't allow those things.
Yeah.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show. We are thankful that you are here, and we have much to do as we're moving forward. We will talk about the national championship game tonight. I know both of the fan bases terrified that Bubba is going to pull for their team. We'll talk about his Bubba jinx coming up.
I denounce the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not responsible for their downfall.
It's too late.
After 2 weeks, I did away with it.
I saw your office.
Yeah. But you got a flag in there.
Somebody sent me stuff. I appreciate them sending it, but I wasn't cheering. I didn't even watch the game. I walked through and I asked the score a couple of times.
When Cam Newton went to the Patriots, did you go with him?
I thought he'd have a better year than that. I'll be honest with you.
Okay. It doesn't look good, Bubba. It does not look good.
Look, I understand, but I'm not pulling for anybody.
I've had people beg me for you not to say Roll Tide.
Yeah. Hey, on the all-in, when y'all did the Tom Brady, Cam Newton thing, who did each one of you have?
I had Tom Brady. Bubba had Cam Newton.
Okay.
Now, Rick remembers Tom Brady. I don't remember you being Tom Brady, but I do remember me being Cam Newton.
Whoa. Are you? You're not being serious, right?
No, I don't remember what you said. I really don't.
That was the only two choices.
I know. I don't remember what you said. I don't remember what you picked. I remember what I picked, and obviously mine was not right.
Well, I'll refresh you. I picked Tom Brady.
Okay. Well, he's had a much better year. So
Right.
he had more to do with the Patriots' success than what I thought he did.
Yes.
I thought it was system, but system has collapsed.
Right.
Now, they've had a lot of other issues.
In all fairness to Cam Newton, which was part of the reason why, I just didn't think Cam Newton could play consistent as Tom Brady, even an older Tom Brady.
I just didn't think the Bucs had enough people around Tom Brady to make him successful, even though they've added a bunch of people.
I think he's got more weapons there than he ever had.
He's got more than Cam.
But I mean, when he went, I didn't see their offensive line. I didn't know they were awesome. You know, nobody been blowing me away with, hey, check out the Bucs line.
In all fairness, I don't follow the NFL enough to have known that.
I don't either.
But I did know that they had weapons over there, and that's why they thought that was a good match for him. And one of the reasons why I think he picked that.
And a decent defense too.
And they've added several too. So
Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown. Yeah, he's going to him now.
It's about 81.
He's back. Yeah. But anyway, so let's get into the. Here we go, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Well, big Trump news today. Bubba, the question is, will we get the opportunity to vote Trump?
You know, I'm not up on this trial as much as some of the others, just because I don't have that many hours in the day.
Yeah, if you're going to keep up with every Trump trial, you're pretty much not going to be able to do anything else.
I do know that this trial has to do with the non-disclosure agreement, or as the media is calling it, the hush money.
Right.
But isn't that what every non-disclosure agreement is? You pay someone to keep a secret. I mean, that's what they are,
and
we
allow
them.
Right?
We allow them in the legal circles. You take the money, and I'm not saying should he have done it or not done it, or
obviously not.
What did he do or didn't do? I mean, that's a whole nother topic. But just on the legal side of this, those are legal, right? I mean, some of you legal eagles can let us know. I don't know, but
I think Speedy said, "Don't we have a video today that we'll get?" And Adler, you can tell us when that's ready. Some guy tries to lay out all this you're talking about.
Yeah, because it's complicated.
Yeah, I mean, and so I'm with you.
Now I know he's charged. Now get this too. He is charged in this case with 34 felonies. 34?
Wow. When you said that, we were getting ready to... What? 34? See, I keep getting confused.
You couldn't bring Putin to trial on that many felonies.
No, listen, I keep being confused because there's so many attempts to keep Trump from being a candidate by the left through the legal system. Honestly, when Stormy Daniels comes up, I'm like, are we still on Stormy Daniels? I thought this was...
Yeah,
I thought we've already...
This was long ago.
Yeah, right? and it keeps coming back, and I get confused on which trial's which, so...
This is Jonathan Turley here.
Yeah, here's Jonathan Turley, courtesy of Fox News.
Hey, Jonathan.
Well, there's a novel question, John. I'm not sure. I mean, this is a Frankenstein case. They took a dead misdemeanor, they attached it to a dead alleged federal felony and zapped it back into life. So many of us are just amazed to watch this actually walk into court, because it's not a recognizable crime that any of us have seen. It does not appear to be a federal crime, but that's the theory that Bragg is using. So to go into the Wayback Machine, this state misdemeanor died because of the statute of limitations. Then what Bragg said was, well, I'm going to allege that you did false filings on business records to hide a crime, but he was very ambiguous what that crime might be. He still is ambiguous, but it is assumed to be a federal election crime. The problem is the federal government doesn't view it as a crime. They decided not to prosecute, and most election experts say that this is the type of thing that's failed in the past. So this bizarre indictment is now going to be an equally bizarre trial. And to this day, there's some confusion as to Bragg's actual theory as to what was the exact crime that Trump was hiding from all this.
All right. Well, that's what we just said. What is the crime?
They're calling this the trial of the century, and they're saying this one is going to be more interesting than the others because of where it is, the characters involved, and of course NDAs and hush money and sexual affairs are alleged and all that stuff.
Sure.
So this is going to be the one the media has the most fun with. Now, I did see yesterday that the judge had basically laid out some dates that the trial was going to happen, and one of them already conflicts with Trump at another trial. And they said, well, look, we're already under court order to be at another trial. And he said, you missed my trial, I'll put you in jail. So how do you solve that? I mean, how do you work that out?
Look, all the gory details and the who, what. Well, you can hear this legal analyst said nobody can even really figure out what the charges are. I would think that would be important to clarify.
34 of them that nobody can really figure out.
Hiding money for what now and tied to what? And somehow this is going to go back to election fraud, so he can't run, and then you have a judge saying when there's a legitimate conflict, all right, we have so many cases now since, the judicial system is being weaponized by the left. We have, y'all got to figure out who wants us where, and then one says, well, you don't come to my court, I'm going to put you in jail, and then, hey, my son's graduating, well, you won't be there. It's obvious that these judges are acting like children who don't like a bully, and they're finally in a position to get the bully back. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like you ever have those people that shouldn't be in law enforcement, and they got picked on when they were younger, and
now they're trying to
and now they want to be a policeman so they can go rough everybody up. I mean, it feels that way, and I'm not saying that's very few people in law enforcement. So don't hear me. That's not an indictment of law enforcement. But let's all not be naive and not think those people are there. I've encountered them before.
It's just strange because most trials are that you see, the judges are very courteous, even to some very heinous criminals.
Yeah,
and it doesn't appear that Trump is going to get that treatment. So. I mean, he's told him he can't go to his son's graduation. He's told him he can't be at another court that he's under an order to be at. So, I mean, the judges are going to have to get together on that. You can't be at two places at once. And again, it shows almost the craziness of this, that they're just out. I mean, they've just hell-bent on hanging something on him.
And there's just stacking the charges like they did with the Mar-a-Lago overvaluing case that we talked about. They're just stacking the same charges over and over and over again. So it's when they say 30 felonies or whatever, it's the same thing, but they're just stacking them.
Well, I'm glad this legal analyst said that what we were thinking, because he's much more informed than I am, that he said this has been something that we thought was dead. And they've tried to just jump, go put the pads on it and bring it back to life. He's like, this has already been ruled once that what y'all are trying to charge him with, you can't. And
a dead misdemeanor to a dead felony is what they're trying to tie together.
Yeah, I mean, it's just bizarre.
And this one will have a jury. I'm sorry, but I keep stepping all over you, man.
No, you're good.
And this one will have a jury, so they're going through jury selections right now, and it's happening in a very liberal area. So
it's a deep blue jury.
Well, didn't you say? What was the percent?
They're having a problem. It looks like getting the jury pool. They had 96 to begin with. They want 12 jurors and 6 alternates. And the judge, right out of the gate, said, if you have a problem, you can't be impartial in this, raise your hand. 50 people out of 96 raised their hand and left.
Said I can't be impartial.
Right. and I get you would think that would go either way, but more likely it's the other way.
Well, analysts have said if they ever get him in New York, he's done.
Yep.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Friday it was an all-out panic. My wife is texting me, are you watching all this? And and all I'm hearing is that there's an all-out assault that as the Democrats are taking over, that all these platforms, that they're going to cancel Fox News, they're going to cancel any voice from the right side of politics, and if you're on the right side of politics and they can cancel you and kick you off and deny you access, they taking Parler out of the Google store, out of Apple, so you can't go to Parler. Twitter's removing anybody. I mean, all this was happening on Friday. I mean, like I say, I'm at Lambert's catching rolls. I mean, I don't.
Well, here's the thing that I think is concerning. We have a lot of technology we all depend on every day from just a handful of companies. You know, the Googles, the Apples, the Amazons. Who owns Twitter now? Who are they under? I mean, there's
Facebook now.
There's Facebook.
Facebook owns Instagram and Snapchat.
Yeah,
too, right?
I mean,
Twitter's its own entity.
You're talking less than 4 or 5 companies that are basically running all of it, and it's so entrenched in our life. I mean, everybody has a smartphone. Okay, everybody. We all deal with computers every day. We know our smartphones are listening to us. I mean, how many times have we all? And they admit that, but they're guarding your privacy. You can mention something, you start getting ads for it. Y'all know that. Everybody's done that.
Oh, yeah.
We've got these personal assistants in our office and our home that are listening to us.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're all in the digital world, and it's made it more. We're so dependent on it, and it's also you're more traceable with a digital fingerprint than you've ever been.
Oh, yeah.
But it's all tied together. And what is really scary about this, these companies have gone from being trying to help you with your convenience and your productivity to now they're telling you how to think. Mm-hmm. Now, that's a big jump. And that is something we all do need to be worried about.
100%.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you've had this like with Trump where they're trying to just completely take his voice away on anything. Like it or not, our democracy is dependent on people having a voice.
Yeah.
And it's true, you can't yell fire in a theater, but we got to be very, very careful where we draw that line. We've always said that because we've had people in the past want to shut down opposing voices, and we said, look, you got to be careful. Once you start that, it can double back on you like a boomerang.
No doubt.
But the Parler thing is interesting because you had companies say, we don't want them on our site because we think they incite violence, okay? So, and we're anti that, so we're going to pull their app. Well, you go, okay, well, you get the app somewhere else. But here's where the rubber meets the road. Amazon has pulled them down off of their servers. And you go, well, what in the world are they doing with Amazon? Amazon is mammoth when it comes to the internet. Amazon and the internet, you can't hardly divide it. Amazon owns 40 to 50% of every server in the world, Rick, in the world.
Good gracious.
It is estimated currently 1.4 million servers located at 54 different places around the world, United States, Europe, Asia, Australia, and South America. I mean, everything on the internet goes through them. And they host. We even know that part of Apple is hosted on Amazon servers. They have a service. You know, they have these huge server farms underground, and
when you start
lease
seeing
that out.
AWS, that's their server farms and their server hosting. So when you see that in a headline, that's what they're talking about.
And what else am I talking
about? I think they did some encapsulation under my house. I'm sorry, that was AFS.
Right.
Rick.
But like Netflix is hosted by Amazon. So many things that you do every day is hosted by Amazon, the hardware part of it. And why do they have it? Because they need it too for their service. I mean, they're a huge amount of money they're making. I think what's scary about it, and I'm still a capitalist and believe in free enterprise, but we've got a monopoly in Silicon Valley now that has been there, but now they're putting force out, and now they're dictating who you can like and how you like them, and that's the part that gets scary. And look, you can say, well, I'm done with them. I'm done with them. How are you going to survive?
Where are you going?
Where are you going to land? You know, people say, well, I'll go to Parler. Well, they're hosted. They don't have their own servers. But let me tell you what, they get their own servers. There's another part of this people don't understand. The switching network on the internet can filter just like the servers can. the Ciscos, all these companies that build these big switches, these industrial switches, all they have to do is delist you on the
35 minutes past the hour. We're back. Thanks for being with us today. Rick and Bubba train. It's rolling down the track, baby. Preparation. The 5 P's. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Preparewithbubba.com. We're going to have the folks with My Patriot Supply on the program here shortly. We had them scheduled this week, but we had to reschedule it. But anyway, because I want to talk about some of the things that they do. Because when you think about, hey, I've got 2,000 calories per meal, and I've got just 200 different options to enjoy, and oh, by the way, I can eat it for the next 25 years. I mean, right, and it's not a Twinkie. I mean, it's or a Pop-Tart. And you need to be ready. Now, I know none of us like to think about this, but then you sit down and you make the mistake of watching the news or reading the headlines, and you're like, well, okay, maybe. Look, preparewithbubba.com is set up with My Patriot Supply. Just go ahead and be prepared. But look, here's some other things. Maybe you're saying, well, look, I'm not, some end-of-timer and follow the economy, and blah, blah, blah. That's fine, and hopefully we're not there. But I bet you've seen tornadoes, haven't you? Here we are in tornado season right now. You've seen hurricanes, haven't you? You've seen earthquakes and all kinds of phenomena like flooding with weather and all that. And a lot of times you see people going, hey, we need supplies brought to us because we can't get to them or we have no home. Well, if you have these meals ready to go, one thing you and your family will not do without is nutritious food. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer 2,000 calories a day, as I mentioned, and they're designed to last, as we mentioned, up to 25 years. So as a listener of the show, you can get each kit at $50 off. They ship fast and for free. Bubba and I have ours, and unmarked boxes. They're easy to grab and go. So be ready for the unexpected. You know what else they're good for? Fun things like camping, backpacking, hunting, boating. So go right now. Do not get in a situation where you go, you know what? If I'd listened to Rick and Bubba talking about those food kits, we'd be in business right now. Be ready. Preparewithbubba.com. Save $50 off a 4-week food kit and get free shipping. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. So
you better be ready with an election coming up. We're going to have some disaster hit.
Right.
Civil unrest, virus, something.
Sure.
It's coming.
Look, now, if you're paying attention,
read the playbook, folks.
If you pay attention, they miscalculated how beat down we are from COVID and the worldwide pandemic, because they've tried to scare us again with some new diseases and stuff, and really the American people kind of like,
not worried about it.
Right. And so anyway, we played Charles Barkley. Hey, you listen to Rick and Bubba. And we played that coming out of the break.
Rick, this has to be under the category of who saw this coming.
Bubba, I may be more shocked by this than I was that the old fart bachelor and his wife broke up.
Right.
I don't know.
Who could have thought it?
King Charles,
the CNN show.
CNN with Gayle King and, of course, Charles Barkley has been canceled. The primetime program has been taken off the air less than 5 months after its debut.
They canceled my show.
I can't believe it.
I couldn't get Gayle. I couldn't get Gayle to pull. She wasn't bringing nothing to the table.
People like to hear me with Shaq, but I'm laughing. I can't.
If they call it Shaq, Charles, we'd have had something.
We already have that. It's called
live from the Shack.
We're getting canceled, Gayle.
That a way to go.
That was really on.
They're coming here and cancel the show. It's terrible.
Where Bubba at? What's he doing?
Man of 1,000 voices.
I don't know why I couldn't get Gayle. I think Greg is onto something, because Charles is.
We'll have to console Charles at the golf
tournament.
Right.
He's probably so glad.
I'm actually happy.
Just to be honest with you guys, seriously, I'm glad I ain't got to go over and talk to Gayle King no more.
I guarantee he's glad it's over.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's a handle.
I thought he was in the room with Speedy.
I know. I looked around. I thought,
Where's
where did Charles come?
So anyway, Charles, it said that King Charles struggled to attract viewers.
Really?
As you said, in the primetime slot, they got a good slot. Gayle King claimed on the final episode of King Charles, she and Barkley will likely team up elsewhere. Gayle, that's a sweet thing. Gayle, that's a sweet thing to say, but look,
What's that even mean?
Look, in the industry, if two people together, the show doesn't work, they other people don't go, let us try it.
Yeah, bring it over here. Let's try
I really think this is more an indictment on CNN. I mean, it was a losing cause from the get go.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, let's think about this.
So that's where you're putting me.
Where is
expect
Charles?
me to succeed?
Where's Charles at his best? When he's saying outrageous things that are funny.
Yes.
Like talking about the women of San Antonio, about talking about making
idiots
fun of
out for
Shaq
their clips.
driving,
A bunch of idiots out looking at dark.
making fun of Shaq in a Buick, stuff like that. And you just, this was not a good platform for that because he couldn't be mean to Gayle.
Well, nobody
and make
watches that
jokes
channel either.
Well,
that hurt too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you're on a channel that nobody watches anyway.
Yeah.
He's got to be on a show where he can, throw barbs at somebody and it'd be
Yeah.
funny,
Yeah.
and he can do that with Kenny and Shaq and Ernie and
They put me on the network. I mean, people yell out their backyard, and more people hear it. But here's the thing. The thing that gets me is, like we're sitting here with 30 years. We got all this behind us. How weird is it that Gayle King tried to do one of those things? She thanked everybody for the support for 6 months. I mean,
the Wall Street Journal says 5 months.
Yeah, well, some reason she said 6.
Yeah, I think
I think she had to. Don't you think she said I got to add a month? It couldn't have been 5.
Let's say 6.
Yeah.
Now they
Thank y'all for supporting us in the times. Hey, we've been through a lot in the last 5-6 months.
Were they on every night?
Do a best stuff show.
Was it every night, or what was the?
I don't know. Was it once a week? I don't know. Well, Bubba, you know why we don't know? Nobody watched it. We didn't watch it
I'm
either.
sorry, Charles.
How come you?
Sorry,
Hey,
let him down.
Bubba, how come you and Rick didn't
Where
watch
are
my
you?
show? How come you don't watch my show? I forgot
here.
about it, Charles.
I
I'm
did
sorry.
too. I kind of would have liked to have seen
What
it.
do you think? What do you
one
think he said, Speedy, when it was all over?
Yeah, Speedy, what do you think he said on the last episode?
I said, I'm glad it's over.
Was he swimming? It sounds like Aquaman or SpongeBob.
I think it gets down to this. Hey, somebody, where can I find Charles Barkley talking with a bunch of other basketball players and cutting up? Or where can I find Charles Barkley? Now, what's he doing? Oh, he's talking to Gayle King.
Yeah.
It looks like it was once a week.
I want none of that.
Yeah.
It was once a week. Adler knows. You ever watch that show?
I wonder if.
Did you ever see the show, Adler?
The only part I ever saw was when he was in Charles was in trouble for saying he would punch people for
but
voting
you
for
only saw a
Trump.
highlight on that. You didn't watch the show.
Never, no.
And Greg said he did that because he knew ratings were tanking.
Yeah, I agree. Look, they have overnight ratings on these things.
Yeah.
They know day to day how it's going, and Charles knew it was about over, so he was throwing little haymakers.
Yes.
at
Just
that
a
time.
little spotlight on that.
Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny you said that because I was flipping around TV last night.
Oh gosh.
And, just kind of winding down. And I didn't realize this. I guess it was right before I went to bed. That it was the last something on American Idol. I didn't even know there's a season going on.
Oh,
and,
yeah, I'm locked in.
and I looked, and some guy did something that they all got fired up about, and they're jumping up and down. And apparently, some bizarre apparatus that Katy Perry was wearing broke.
Yeah.
And so they. But what did Lionel Richie and
Luke
Bryan start saying? Ratings.
Yeah.
They just started how they said, well, the ratings are going to be huge tonight. You know what I mean?
Another wardrobe malfunction.
Right. And
I'm not sure what she was trying to wear.
So Charles knew that to the point that they were in trouble. So he said something, he thought might bring. I'm going to punch somebody for Trump. And but if you talk to, and Greg, you're the first one that gave him the nickname Mr. Inconsistency. He's a walking, talking contradiction.
Sure.
Charles Barkley will contradict himself inside the same conversation.
Yeah, just give him a minute.
And
It's still funny.
some of the things he said over the years. Remember that time he was just pontificating on how he didn't like Republicans because rich people won't help people, and then he just told us how much of his money he'd squandered gambling.
Yeah.
And we were
Millions.
like, what about that money you gambled? How many people could you have helped with that?
Right.
Well, no, I didn't even talk about that.
He is a sight.
Yeah, and by the way,
I will say this, far as a entertainer, and meeting the public. I've seen him
Oh,
change
yeah.
over the years,
Yeah, yeah.
and boy, he is a crowd favorite.
No
and
question.
he plays the crowd.
Yeah,
well.
sure.
And he wasn't always that way.
Well, he also, like you said, doesn't put on a lot of pomp and circumstance like we've all were mentioning in the break before we did this story. I mean, you can just be somewhere where we live because this is where his family is, and he'll just walk in, and start talking to you like standing in line ordering barbecue.
Yeah.
Or at the gym. You'll look.
Yeah.
Of course, now Greg said he's never documented him actually working out.
Yeah, we used to go to the gym. We saw him walk around there a lot.
I've seen him run on that incline treadmill.
Of course,
for a
he's
long
in
time.
shape now.
Yeah, he's lost a lot.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back.
Big man.
So there you go, 15 minutes to the top. So it looks like Trump's got 34 counts of some kind in some weird trial. And King Charles has been canceled on CNN. We're off to a blazing start. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
DNS server, and you are dead in the water. So we're all dependent on this monster called the internet and high tech, and it was fine when it was convenient and all the little cool things it does. But now they're going to tell you how to think and what's okay and what's not. That's scary, and that's a real problem we need to address and be paying attention to.
When we went to the break, we're talking about this big banning. This is our new thing now, which is about as un-American as you can be, and that is to ban someone's ability to give their own point of view. And of course, here's what they use: like they use the pandemic, to get to do things that you normally wouldn't be allowed to do in a vote. They love fear. So what they're saying is, oh no, we're not banning an opposing point of view. This point of view incites violence. Now they want us to ignore the violence they've incited with their points of view for years.
Yeah,
I mean,
we haven't raised a finger for that. Look, anytime that you ban the president of the United States, no matter how bad you think he is, and you allow the Ayatollah to have an account,
unbelievable.
I can't. That's where my argument. I can't go past that. You're gonna have to justify that first.
Right. The next thing you'll do is you'll denounce the violence at the Capitol while embracing the violence. Oh, wait a minute, that did happen.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Right.
yeah, it's so they're terribly inconsistent because it's just Homer is all it is. What the left will do, every bit of power you give them, they will grab power for them, and they will block you and try to cancel you. Now, here's where we got to have a problem with the cancel thing. I do want to address this today to some of our friends out there. Listen to me now. I love you, and we a lot of us that have more of a right-wing look at politics, we probably agree on 9 out of 10 things, okay? However, what the right cannot become, and some of y'all are doing it, okay? If Speedy, Helmsy, Bubba, Rick, Adler, Greg, if we say something that doesn't line up, in every little block for you, say we agree on 9 out of 10 things, and I say, well, now on that 10th one, I just really don't go with you on there. I don't necessarily agree with that. And then all of a sudden, instead of you going, well, you know what, I just think you're wrong. Now you're saying you're lib, you're a sellout, you're a blank, blank, blank. So you know what you're doing? You're now becoming a right-wing version of the left. So you cancel people now. So if somebody has the audacity to disagree on one point, or to say, well, I don't know if that's the best line of, hey, I'm not that, I don't really like the way that went, I don't think that should have happened. And it's okay to say, well, you know what, I disagree with you. I think now some of y'all still have got to decide on the foundation of that whether you think this was Antifa, the CIA, or true Trump supporters. Decide that first, because when some of y'all are not deciding that first, then your point doesn't. You're getting terribly inconsistent. At some point, you're claiming Antifa was faking to be Trump supporters, and you support what they did. You got to get that right. Some of that gets inconsistent. But if you disagree with us on one point, but in the overall scheme of worldview, we're pretty much on the same page. And if I don't line up and do exactly what you tell me to do the way you want me to do it, you're going to get me? Are you going to cancel me? Or now I no longer exist, or I'm out of here. That's what the left does. Yeah. You've turned into a version of the thing you claim to hate. And that's what's disappointing with some of you, frankly. You can disagree with us, my goodness. How about sometimes you disagree with us, you make a point, I might look and go, you know what, you're right.
I was going to say, I had some very productive back and forth email over the weekend that really helped me. And I think I learned something. I feel like they learned something, and I feel like that's what it's all about.
We're losing that. We got to get that back. So I'm glad some of it still exists. And you know what? Maybe all this stuff needs to be taken away from us so we can get back to actually talking to each other. It wouldn't bother me. I don't know about y'all. I lived my life pretty well when Instagram and Twitter didn't exist, and Facebook.
Yeah,
I was okay. Were you okay?
Yeah, I mean, we went a long time. Rick, I remember a time we didn't have cell phones, you know?
Right.
And we got by. I mean, it's easier now. We do more stuff, I think. But I don't know. Maybe we do too much stuff. Maybe it gives us time to get in trouble.
Well, I said it. I said it on the air. I said it on the air, and I do. Look, these things can be beneficial. I like the fact that it gathered a lot of people together. And if you needed to get some information to them, you could pretty easily. I like when Facebook started, and it used to be a way for families to share pictures with each other who couldn't be together. It's kind of gotten away from that a little bit.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, some of these things I think can do good things. Yeah. But I'll be honest with you, if now there's no audience or it's all disputed, and I don't need it as a businessman, and I don't need it as a person who's trying to get a message to people, if it gets to where it doesn't serve that purpose, I certainly don't need it to communicate with people.
Yeah.
At all. All I need it for is a marketing or say, hey, here's a word, or hey, think about this. Don't forget we got this coming up. But if that doesn't serve its purpose, well then I don't need it. Do you need it?
No.
Huh?
No.
To the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba, we're back. Thanks for being with us. I was scared of all the things I'd done. Yeah, I know I'm not the only one. It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right now. All right, so coming back, we got other things to talk about. By the way, go to the contest button today at rickandbubba.com. 2 new contests there, and you can find those. One is a VIP trip to the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix at Barber Motorsports Park. All right, so Bubba, I had an opportunity to, a lot of times on the Wednesday Bible study, you have the guys that are here every week, but a lot of times they'll bring guests or somebody will come from another state and say, hey, I'm going to be in town. I'm a big fan of the show. I'm going to, come by. Is there any way I can come by the Bible study? Sure, if you want to be live, whatever. Well, anyway, I got to meet a guy and talk to him and all that. So he left and went back and had a great time meeting him. Well, he sent me an email. And I won't read the whole email, but there was an email about his family's history with the show. This is the time where people are going back and say, hey, I was here for that, or I did this. I thought this was interesting. He said a few things that I did not share with you that after I got home I wanted to share with you, mainly because of the sake of my in-laws that'll be upset if I don't let you know this. I learned about the show from my father-in-law. He's also my pastor, and he listens every day. Now, listen to this. It was actually he and his wife who gave you the Charles Spurgeon bobblehead a few years back, which I have in my office. You and Bubba did my wife and I our first baby prediction in late May. My wife was the one who was graduating from med school and being induced in labor at the same time y'all were doing the prediction. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was. I thought, wow, what a week.
And just when you think, well, his title of the show can't get any greater,
Yeah.
Are you ready for this?
Yep.
I also would like to add my aunt in 2005 was the turkey toss champion.
There you go. There you go.
How about that?
I thought turkeys could fly.
She said she made sure that I did.
Who was that, by the way? Man of 1,000 voices. Who was that?
Is that Charles again?
Is that Charles doing it? But Bubba, how about that family's pedigree? It was Rick and Bubba right there. That's incredible.
I salute you.
And my aunt was the 2005 turkey toss
great,
champion.
man.
I salute you.
So anyway, hey, good to meet you, and thank you and your family for all the years of supporting what we do. So, Bubba, now the transition from that email to this today. I can't call this an update, right? I mean, I don't know what.
Well, it's a figure from the past. It is in the news again.
Oh boy.
Now we attempted to cover this on the kickoff hour, but we determined we weren't mature enough to get through the entire segment.
And when did we decide to go back and revisit? What was the marker? Oh, good, Rick and Bubba are here now. Let's do it.
I don't know. Oh, High Viz over there. You might want to cut his mic off.
Oh boy. Would you say
high vis?
Well,
high vis,
high
his
visibility.
Shirt. Yeah, his shirt.
Yeah, sure. I saw Greg coming.
How many batteries that thing?
Double D's.
Matter of fact,
that's immediately what came to his mind. Double D.
He can't help it.
He couldn't say triple A to say
By the way,
he said it, dude.
Earlier I came in and I got a buddy that's coming later, and I told Greg, I said, if you don't mind when people started riding about 7:45, would you go stand in the parking spot and hold it for him?
It is traffic safe. There's no doubt.
All right,
well, they're putting a guardrail up out there. They may need to slow the traffic.
You don't never know.
Hey, tap the brakes, road construction.
Yeah.
Back in the news, John Wayne Bobbitt.
Oh, I don't even like hearing his name.
More than 30 years after he first made headlines.
Years.
And we won't go into that.
Boy, did
but
he.
under darn the luck, John Wayne Bobbitt had to have his toes amputated.
Every one of them.
Due to
he said, "Why is people cutting stuff off?"
No, I tell you what he says. I tell you what he says. I tell you what he
Say-
says to everybody who tries to give him console him. He goes, "Oh, it could be worse."
Oh yeah. Look, hey, toes are bad, but I'm okay.
This
That's a
ain't
good
nothing.
point.
This ain't nothing.
Oh,
Apparently, this
And
was
we're
tied
off.
into his time at Camp Lejeune, and you've all seen the lawyer commercials where the water supply was contaminated.
Did you visit Camp Lejeune?
And apparently, this was a spinoff of that he had to have his toes amputated.
yeah.
Greg, for some reason, is our Camp Lejeune expert.
I've been
I
there.
don't know why, but he is.
Ooh, look, y'all.
Oh,
Well,
Nub
look,
City.
he's had that rapping before.
Boy, he has.
Yeah.
Rick.
Hey, Rick.
He has.
Burgess.
He has.
You're right, though. He's telling me, don't feel sorry for me. This is nothing.
Hey, man, I hate you got your toes cut off. Nah, I'm fine.
I'm great. Doing
What
good.
is the foot that doesn't have something cut off? What's going
What's
on?
that coming off to the
I
left?
think
They
they
update.
must partial there because I think he ended
Yeah.
up losing all 10.
Yeah, he's got him a pointer. That pinky toes.
Hey,
gone.
There's no doubt they went
That
after
big
that right
toe's
one,
gone?
too. In some way, shape, or form, that right foot's got an issue, too.
yeah, I think he lost a bunch of toes.
Yeah.
Calls that his bird foot, I think.
Oh, boy.
It looks like it. Okay. All right.
So you sure it was all 10? Because it does look like
I thought it said
2
that in
is
the
still
article.
there.
I may have made that up, but I thought in the article.
I know
it said
Big
all
Toe's gone.
So this Camp Lejeune thing, it's bad.
I
isn't
tell
it?
you, if you drink the water at Lejeune, you're in trouble.
Gosh.
I'm stupid. What is Camp Lejeune?
And
It's
Greg.
Marine.
It's a Marine camp.
And Q Greg.
In Jacksonville, North Carolina. Been there, by the way.
And go, Greg.
Did you drink the water?
I
Greg?
did not. I
Okay,
don't. We
good.
just drove through it because we was working a hurricane and we were on our way somewhere.
And then why is he famous initially? Originally?
Don't do this. I do want to ask you something because you're so much. You're so
he
much.
was a famous survivor.
There's a big gap between our age and yours. Do you recall this at all?
Yes, he knows.
My mom had to explain O.J. Simpson and Bobbitt.
Oh no!
Both of these situations,
really?
yeah, because it was everywhere.
I like to heard that.
It was everywhere.
Do you remember?
Yes.
Do you remember what Mom told you?
Yes, I do. I was like, wow.
Well, that was a horrifying thought, wasn't it?
We've seen John Wayne Bobbitt in the news several times throughout the years, but what about his ex-wife? Whatever happened to her?
I don't know, but boy, I bet nobody wanted to date her.
Well, you know,
gracious.
crazy America, they will. But,
wow.
You know how they have Greg that list.
that is a true test. Can you get over that?
Sir,
you know?
don't get mad. Are you mad? Don't be mad.
Greg,
Don't be mad with me.
Greg,
Please.
do you know how?
Don't get to cutting.
You know how in your neighborhood they'll send out the list, and if you move in, they'll let you know how many sexual predators are there.
Yeah.
Now, when men move in the neighborhood, they go, "No, she didn't live here. You're good."
Yeah, she's fine. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. I mean, I'm looking for a foul ball is one thing, but
Oh boy.
When
Don't
she,
be mad with me.
when she assaulted him, let's put it that way.
Boy, did she.
And then took off driving after that. You know.
Oh yeah, and
also
got rid of the
window.
evidence.
A little bit of a litter bug.
Rick, with the goods. Was driving one-handed up to a certain point.
Little bit of a litter bug.
I'm glad this car has cup holders.
All right.
Hey-o. She is a is she going by Lorena Gallo now?
Well, you changed your name quickly.
You know, Rick Speedy had a great point. He said it for me. It's going. It went over everybody's head, but he said in the kickoff hour, we were talking about it's amazing. You know, the recovery. He said, "My goodness, I was trying to find the foul ball the other day and I couldn't find it."
No. You know, when he
imagine
when he
I mean, there was a ball that was hit over towards me, and I was just standing there. I was like, "I'll get it." And it was tough finding it.
I don't know where it's at.
Well, what he gets to say,
It's
though,
white.
sitting around with his guy friends, he gets to say, of course, they were able to find it.
Oh, Rick, yes.
Yeah.
That in itself.
And everybody at the table just says, okay.
Yeah. Hey, and it was dark.
Yeah.
It was nighttime.
Found it. I'm amazed that they
Got
could
it over
do
here.
anything with that. I mean, you know.
Hey, bring your flashlight over here. Oh,
wow.
And then, hey, look,
What's
talk about the
dog got?
doctor. What about the doctor that pulled it off? Put it back on. That's wrong word.
Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big. To the phone calls we go. Speaking to America while you're allowed to speak freely. We don't know how much longer that will be. Jason is out of the home of Disney, Orlando. Disney
Jason,
World.
what's
Jason,
up?
welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, I really like the show. I appreciate it. Mainly, I just wanted to, kind of actually dispute what Bubba was talking about how these big tech companies kind of control and censor and control what we think. I just don't agree with that at all.
Like, what do you disagree with? I mean, because obviously you did see.
We've got an example right now.
You did see Friday, didn't you? I mean,
play it out
Yeah,
for
they
us. I'd like to hear it.
Parler. They dropped Parler, but these are private companies. They have the right to do that.
No. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, you're right about that. And we said that, is there a point that just like we had to do with AT&T, and there's a whole thing about common carrier and all this. Look, you're right that right now, as private companies, they can do whatever they want. The question before the country is, like we've done in the past, is it now a monopoly, and we need to take away the protection of the 203 so that this kind of thing can't happen. But anyway.
Jason,
that might be true, but a lot of people – go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I think when you take the president down and you leave the Ayatollah up, that's just ridiculous. That's where
there
it
might
starts.
Be some, I could totally see that inconsistent. I totally can see that at all. But it's like, also think about it when these people are posting these things about different things on these websites, and then they're getting taken off or banned, and then they're griping about it. It's just like me calling up to your radio show and spouting some very, weird stuff, and you hanging up on me because it's just BS. It's kind of that same logic, and I think it's a little inconsistent to be mad about it.
I see
now.
what he's saying. I see what you're saying.
Well, no, I think there's different platforms too.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing a radio show. We are in control of the content, but just like with you, you had an issue with something we said. We moved you right to the top of the list because we wanted to hear what you said. And the thing is,
I get what you're saying, and I sure appreciate it.
The tech companies now they own us so much, so wide, you have no option. That's the thing. I don't think someone should be canceled in this country to the point they can't do anything. That's what they're doing to Trump right now. The banks are even canceling the credit
why did
cards.
Parler allow themselves to be put in that situation?
Well, Parler had the audacity to say we're going to be a First Amendment platform that allows people to come on and say whatever they want to say, and if it gets to they're shouting fire, then we'll take that into committee, and then we'll think they're violating their First Amendment right. But really, you go back to Bubba's most obvious point. If you're a platform and you claim you're doing that, I don't want anybody on here that incites problems, and you leave the Ayatollah up, and then you go back to what they're really doing, and you know this, Jason.
They're picking winners and losers, and they're trying to silence political opponents, which is not American.
But has the Ayatollah posted anything about that we should?
Yes, yes. At one time,
has he been inciting violence? Has he been posting anything?
Yes.
All right, well, let's take Trump off of it, and let's look at this organization, Jason.
Farrakhan?
Jason.
No. I know who the Ayatollah is. I'm just saying.
He's gone on there.
Twitter account to kill Jews or kill.
Yes, he has. He has. He's done death to Israel.
He has claimed on Twitter that the Holocaust never happened.
Yes,
and
that he won't.
There's a lot of people that claim that.
Jason, to answer your question, yes, the Ayatollah has posted violent.
Jason, answer me this. Answer me this, Jason, because I really want to know what we do. There's an organization out there called Walk Away. You can look it up. They are basically helping. Their organization is helping Democrats who are unhappy with their party leave and go to the Republican Party. On Friday night, every bit of their organization was shut down, and there's no insightful violence, nothing of that negative other than helping people move from one party to the next. How do you explain that?
Well, if they took it, I can't sit there and explain or talk about why a company did one thing. I'm sure there's details in there that we all probably don't know. But to be honest with you, it's a private company. It'd be like me coming in there telling you that you guys can't put something up on the air.
Yeah, we agree on that.
We agree on that. What I'm saying is, in the past we've done this. Is this something that we need to address? Because I want to tell you this, because I want to kind of bring you into the real world a little bit. And I don't mean that dishonestly, and maybe you have a different political view than us. I don't know that, but I would guess you probably did. But what I'm going to say is this: what you're saying just isn't what's happening.
Right.
6 minutes past the hour from the old studio here in Big Boy Land out to the rest of the world where you got us live or archived. We're thankful that you are here today. And you have all sorts of options these days, and you can find them all at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, to listen to the show live as it's happening. Go back and pick up parts you missed, or like a lot of you listen to the entire show on your own time. Those options are available: YouTube archives, podcast archives. Also, you can hear us live on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Our TuneIn app, which streams live, and the YouTube channel also has a live option. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here, Helmsy out. Bubba is back.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us now for over 30 years, or 3 decades for some of you.
Bubba, you have mentioned this many times on the show. We've discussed this topic. This attempt to turn our society completely secular. And many times we've asked the question, and you've asked it even recently, what is it about the Christian faith, other than the exclusivity of redemption found in Christ, that aggravates you about the way Christian people live morally?
Right.
Yeah. Why would you not want that society, whether you believe what we believe or not, and you want to eradicate the Judeo-Christian principles out of our society because you deem them as negative? So people started sending me this, and then I heard Dennis Prager talking about this, who, by the way, is a practicing Jew. He himself is not a Christian, but he says, I love the New Testament. I studied the 4 Gospels, and he even had just come back from some sort of conference where he and other evangelicals, there were people there who were Christians who were teaching on the New Testament. He wanted to know more about it. Said he was one of 2 Jewish people there, but the only practicing Jew that was there. And they discussed this too while they were there. Do you know who agrees with us on this, Bubba?
Who's that?
Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins, who became one of,
he's atheist number 1.
Yeah, they called him, part of the 4 horsemen of the atheist apocalypse.
Right.
Him and Hitchens, and I forget the other 2. But they really hit the scene, almost being evangelical atheists. And so, but he himself,
who we've actually had on the show.
But he himself has agreed. Now, let me be clear: Richard Dawkins has not become a Christian as far as redemption and deity of Christ. What he's saying is, and he kind of takes, whether he meant it or not, kind of a shot, and I know I used to be one of these, so it was a shot at the former me. He said, a lot of people are cultural Christians.
Oh, yeah.
He said, I would consider, he considers himself a cultural Christian. And he says, the reason why I like the society that Christianity gives me, versus the alternatives. He said, I've looked at the alternatives, and they are not good. And, of course, he's talking about the UK and America. He says, if the West goes down this road to be completely secular, which at one time he was a proponent of, or we turn to Islam, he goes, this is going to be disastrous. He goes, the Judeo-Christian principles of life I prefer. Now, this is Richard Dawkins. So, and one of the things I thought was really, really insightful, because I have a lot of respect, even though, Dennis Prager and what we believe, he isn't quite to the point that he recognizes Christ as Messiah, but I can tell he's looking into it.
Yeah.
And he is a moral man who is a practicing and knows the Torah forward and backward, and has written many commentaries on it. He talked about, I thought he said something, and I heard in one of his fireside chats just over the weekend, and it was really profound. And this is where Richard Dawkins is coming in. It's weird that we have Dennis Prager, who is a Jewish man. We have Richard Dawkins, who's an atheist, agreeing with what we say as Christians. And what he said that you get these people that are all into the let's all become secular, let's go to a secular society. And he says this is the thing that they have completely wrong. The secular proponents would say that in secularism, which is hard to say, that is that we finally have reached the utopia of we don't believe anything, and we believe in nothing. He said that's not true. He says where secularism takes you is you begin to believe anything. This is where we come up with all this gender confusion and all that. He goes, you begin to think that the most obvious absurd thing you will believe, because now you've left the tenets of any this is right, this is wrong, this is black, this is white. He goes, so this thing that you get to believing in nothing, that's not where you're headed. You'll believe in anything. Yeah. And you just start becoming part of an absurd society. And so I can't believe I'm saying this, Richard Dawkins agrees. And he's saying, I don't believe in the deity of all this, but if we go down the road to the alternatives to Judeo-Christian morality, the product we'll get, none of us will want to live that way.
Well, let's look at that. Let's break that down a little bit. So if you just stick with the 10 Commandments.
Right. And that's what Prager said. Yeah.
And let's just stick with the 5 that has to do with dealing with each other.
Right.
Okay? Don't covet your neighbor's house or anything he has. Don't give false witness. Don't lie. Don't cheat. Don't steal. Don't murder. Honor your father and mother. That's and I mean we can even bump up one more. Keep the Sabbath holy.
Yeah.
Take a day a week off.
Yep.
And rest and honor God for what He's done. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good society.
And don't elevate anything to where God should be.
Yeah. I mean,
so anyway, here's another thing to add to this. This is from a book that
if you go against those, show me how that will make society better. I don't think.
Right.
It will.
Well, here we go again. Now, I just got this today from an emailer. Obvious with you hear us talking about men's ministry a lot. So there's a book out there I haven't read, full disclosure, but this is from the book. Nancy R. Percy has written the book, The Toxic War on Masculinity, How Christianity Reconciles the Sexes. Boy, she's in trouble. But listen to this. This is information that you cannot refute. The research has been done. And this is from pages 14 and 15 of the book. Compared to secular men, devout Christian family men who attend church regularly are more loving husbands, more engaged fathers. They have the lowest rate of divorce, and astonishingly, they have the lowest rate of domestic violence of any group in America. What happens when Christian men absorb the secular script for masculinity, even men who claim to be men of faith, most of these men are only nominal Christians, which means they are not particularly devout and attend church rarely at all. They are prone to pick up terms like headship and submission, but interpret them incorrectly through the secular lens of power and control. Surprisingly, research has found that nominal Christian men actually have the highest rate of divorce and domestic violence, even higher than secular men. The numbers are staggering, but they tell us men who claim the Christian label often exhibit the worst behavior than men who are outright secular. Nominal men skew the stats, creating a false impression that evangelical men who are devout in their faith reflect this as well, which is not true. She says the devout Christian man actually is the desired type of masculinity that women everywhere claim they want. Now, you got problems with secular men, you got problems with nominal Christians, but that goes back to this again. Some of this stuff where people use against Christianity, the problem in that, and we've said this before, but it needs to be said again, is we allow people to take the label of Christian that should never have that label. They really don't practice it. So when you look at them, you don't see the power of it because they are not devout to it. It's just a cultural experience to them. But even Richard Dawkins is saying, I'll take at least a cultural version of it over secularism. But
you're going to have something.
Yeah, right.
And the odds, if you have that, are just much better.
So that was interesting hearing that Dawkins says that. He's been on the show, and we remember that.
You know, we lamented quite a bit about having him on, and sought wiser counsel, and ended up having him on. And while I feared his education and his skills in debating a little bit, when it was all said and done, I felt sorry for him.
I did too. He was pitiful.
And you just go, man, you're just making life more difficult on yourself than it needs to be. And I really, what I thought I would feel like when it was over was totally different than what I did. I just felt sorry for him.
Yeah, two things we take away today. I did too, Bubba. I agree with you 100%. Two things we take away today. Richard Dawkins does not want a true secular society anymore. And number two, if all you are is a cultural Christian, you're kind of like Richard Dawkins, because he is too. So we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And from that book that we read from, if you're looking for a husband, look for a devout follower of Christ. He'll still be flawed, but the power of Christ will serve him and you and your family well. Phone calls next, 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What you're saying is these private companies decide whether this something is going to incite violence or is dangerous, and they remove things that are dangerous, and President Trump, by golly, is dangerous. And I would just tell you, if you really look, you'll find a lot of examples like the one Helmsy just gave you, that really isn't true. What they're doing is they want to get to the point where they decide what you get to hear, and if they don't agree with you politically or morally, then they don't want you on their platform, which they can do.
But you, as a user, also have the choice not to use those devices.
Correct.
No, I just said that. Well, but I don't have anywhere to go if I try to go to Parler, and then they don't allow Parler to even exist because they control the servers and all that. And Parler can make an adjustment on that. I'm just saying they do have the right to do that, but you do know there has been an ongoing political discussion on whether they should have the right to do that because they act like a common carrier, which they would not have the right to do that when really they operate as a private company. And that's something that Congress has been talking about. Should we allow that to go on? Because we have busted up monopolies in the past because they have too much power, and they're saying, does now these places meet that same criteria?
Just like we did with AT&T.
Just like we did with AT&T, and that is going on. But you are correct. Right now, there's nothing you can do about it.
And Jason, I don't know what your perception of social media is, and again, it's a fairly new thing on the American frontier, but it's giant. I mean, it is giant right now. Money, everything. Do you think that they are a publisher or a platform? That's kind of the terms they're using with them nowadays. Do you think they ought to operate as a publisher or a platform?
They operate mostly as a platform.
Okay, well, see, if they're a platform, they should not be filtering out people who they disagree with.
Can't have editorial control in a platform.
The thing is
and they're immune
They
from
own the
lawsuits. That would be the platform side.
Yeah, right.
Now, if you want them to edit content and be a publisher, then they also should be open to lawsuits.
Correct.
Dealing with that.
Yes.
They can't have it both ways.
And right now, because of the Section 230, and this is one of the things Trump talked about.
203, is it?
Yeah, 203, 230, whatever it is.
230.
230.
Okay.
They are protected from lawsuits.
Correct.
But they're acting like a publisher.
Yeah.
And
or a platform.
Yeah.
No,
they're taking the stance that they do not want to be a platform for people to incite violence, and they're willing to take the risk of the blowback.
Well, that's
so
all.
They're actually not.
Well, then they can't be protected by the 230.
Yeah, they got to be. They got to be open
to
to lawsuits, and then if you have a complaint, you can carry it to court, and a
I'm not
judge
saying they
will
should be
decide.
immune to anything like that.
All right, so you're saying you would be for removing the 230 protection
Right,
from them,
which we are too.
Which we are too. So we agree.
I mean, I believe that any private entity has the right to control what goes on in their realm of influence.
But they don't have the
Just like me
protection.
calling you-
But they no, Jason,
You're
you've
not
made those
listening.
points.
Jason,
You're not
you're not
listening. That's not the
listening.
point I'm making. I understand that point. The question before us, and I think you agree with this, is should they be allowed to have it both ways? You said no.
And we agree
We
with you.
also say no. You got to be a publisher or a
I
platform.
believe that if you feel that they took you down incorrectly, you should be able to pursue whatever. means
Right, and you
available.
can't do that right now.
And you
should be
can't.
able to take away your legal rights.
But you can't do that right now, so they're able to censor you with no repercussion.
And see, Jason, like we used to use the term
and
common.
look, hey,
What?
That I got no problem with a company being sued if they did something incorrectly.
Yeah. So
at all.
see, Jason, we agree.
We agree.
We're on the
Excellent.
same side. And Jason, here's the
It's a
example.
weird
Let
times
me
we
go.
live
in.
Let me
It
go
is.
back. Let me go back to AT&T, Bell South, all that stuff. They were a common carrier. So if two guys were talking about robbing a bank on the phone, and they went and robbed the bank, AT&T could not take their phone lines down. AT&T couldn't monitor them to see what they were doing, and AT&T was not responsible for them planning a bank robbery over a telephone line. You see what I'm saying?
No, they're not.
Right, because they were a common carrier.
They're not responsible for it, but they don't have to allow it. I mean, first they'd have to.
No,
know
they
what
do because they're a common carrier.
Yeah,
they're
that's
common
what we're
carrier.
saying.
You
They're
can't
not
take
allowed-
people's phone lines
They're
down.
not allowed under the law to intervene in it, is what I'm saying. And that's the same thing as a platform would be under the new terminology.
But when you post that post, it is there for the public to see.
Right.
It is not the same thing as a private phone conversation.
No, but you can't take away my ability to make a phone call though. You don't. I don't think you understand what you're talking about.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go. 21 minutes now past the hour. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. He's taking them. If you want to join us, lines are available now. Upcoming events, going to Park Place Baptist in Pearl, Mississippi Friday night. Blake Prime time. Kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. I think we just made a good case for this strategy because in that article I read too, notice that if you just tell a man he's supposed to be the spiritual leader or head of his home, but you do not train him on what that means, he'll interpret it incorrectly and actually be more damaging than a secular guy. So anyway, that's Friday night in Pearl, Mississippi. Go to themanchurch.com under events if you want to be part of that kickoff with Blake Prime. Then also Speedy will be at Protective Life Stadium Saturday as the Birmingham Stallions will be playing. So if you're coming in for that game, Speedy will be working. Everybody up coming up in Birmingham coming up this Saturday. Let's go to Landon. Landon, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
What's going on, big guys?
We're good.
So I heard that this past weekend Greg come out of retirement. Apparently he was at a conference, tore his shirt off, and proceeded to climb a pole.
By the way, I got so many emails about that yesterday. I didn't realize that was such a big story. We did cover it, the whole Mark Driscoll and John Lindell, I think was the guy's name, and some men's conference. I've seen it called 3 or 4 different things. I don't know what the real name of it was. That was a bizarre story, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
I just can't believe. Take the Driscoll thing out of it.
Yeah.
On whether you think he did the right thing or the wrong thing. I just can't believe that men walking around today, especially men of the church, would just sit there and let whoever was promoting it put that display out in front of you and not stand up. Driscoll should have never had to say anything.
That's right.
I don't know how in the world that was allowed to go on. How anybody thought that was the way to go. Sometimes you try to be so relatable that all you're doing is just be in the world.
Mm-hmm.
What good does that do? They can get that somewhere else.
Yeah.
Let's go to Robert in Alabama. Robert, go ahead. Robert. Okay.
Yeah, Robert.
All right, Robert. Stephen in Kentucky. Stephen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. If you want to join us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you guys were talking about Lorena Bobbitt's name changing. That's because she got remarried. Who in the world would marry her?
You know, I tried to look in the break, and the story I saw said she was going by her maiden name now, Gallo.
Not married anymore?
I don't know. It really didn't go into it, but they said that was her maiden name, so I don't know.
Yeah, that one, when you start going, so, all right, we all have a past, and, I don't want to make much of it, but tell me a little something about your past relationships. I don't know how she doesn't come clean in that interview or that conversation, or I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's a eunuch out there looking for a wife. I don't know.
Hey.
Well, you wouldn't be that would work. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. All 10 lines are available. To Pell City we go. 1047 WZZK. Tom standing by. Tom, welcome.
Keeping Danbury all nice and clean for your mama up here, Rick.
Oh,
anyway, I got a
thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got a serious question. My sister says she, quote, believes into a higher God. Well, she's a pagan believer, and she thinks the church is going to crumble on her if she comes into my church. I love my sister to death, but I just want to say there is no higher God except God itself. And I believe she's living in a secular world right now, but I'm like, how's that going for you? How can I minister to her, man?
Well, first of all, I think you have to. If this part about the church crumbling on her, I don't know if you mean that just kind of figuratively. But does she really believe that?
She thinks it will.
Well, you need to explain.
She thinks it will.
Well, Bubba and I have talked about this many times. If you just talk to her about the gospel, here's what the gospel says: every single human being, no matter how lofty we may see ourselves, are all in equal need of redemption at the foot of the cross. The church should crumble on every one of us that walks in.
Right.
And the only reason it doesn't is because we do have a just and a God that is holy, that will not allow sin to come into his presence. However, he lowered himself, took on human flesh, and then paid the price that had to be paid, the gory cross, so that all would have the chance to be deemed fully righteous by his son, and then come into his presence without buildings falling on top of you or his holiness killing you. You should tell her that you're no different than she is as far as need of redemption, and all she has to do is to turn from her sin and turn to our gracious God, and he will hear the sincerity of her heart, and will make her fully righteous. And that's the same process. The thing that's most misunderstood, and some of that's because the way some of the church acts, which I hear that all the time, Bubba. I know your mom had a comment about that. Yep. People try to use the inconsistencies of church people to stay out of the church.
Look, there's some people that want an excuse not to go.
Right.
And in their mind,
she was hurt by the church too.
Well, I've heard that 1,000 times too.
And look,
what's that got to do with God?
Yeah, we all can say we've had this or that, but I think some people just want an excuse not to go, and they're feeling that tug in their heart.
Mm-hmm.
They know something's not right, but they try to justify not going, not listening, not talking about it because somebody was mean, somebody did this, somebody said I had to give a tithe or I couldn't come, or the church is going to fall.
Of course, a lot of times those things didn't happen.
Yeah, well, of course they're not going to happen. We've all been to a lot of churches, and it's not going to happen.
I want her to come and hear our praise band, and she says she wishes she believed again. And I said, well, sister, it's never too late.
No, it's not.
It's never too late.
And I think some of the best advice sometimes, if you're having these conversations like Bubba talked about, sometimes people, all they want to do is volley back something so they don't have to deal with it. It is some excuse. But there's a supernatural power out there that I've been guilty sometimes of not depending on. It's something that God's changing in me even now, is a more powerful prayer life. And that is, Adrian Rogers said it. He says, sometimes you just got to go tell Jesus on them. You need to just go pray down your sister. I mean, just bring her to the foot of the one and only living God and lay her down and say, Lord, change her. May your Holy Spirit, as you said, Bubba, tug at that heart, draw her to you. Because sometimes we don't have the ability to go, if I just said the right thing, then they do it.
Yeah.
It's got to be some kind of supernatural intervention. Not that we don't try, but there comes a time where sometimes.
Well, and Rick, we know people that this has happened
Yes.
to that wanted nothing to do with it, and a praying parent kept this up for many, many years, and things were changed. One that comes to mind, and it's part of his testimony, is Kevin Derryberry.
There you go. Exactly. So I would just start praying for her intensely and just keep living it out in front of her and keep inviting her. Bubba, I know we're done with phones, but I see Justin's topic. We almost have to take his call.
Yep, stand by.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Football playoff, the national championship. Controversial this year with all the COVID and all this stuff. Alabama, Ohio State, 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. Bubba, I know that neither fan base wants you to say anything about their team. So if you want to just not say anything.
Look, I just hope it's a good game. And from the eye test of the two semifinal games, we got the two best teams out there.
Yeah, and I know that you.
What a weird year.
I know what you're thinking about the Tide, and I understand it. But the Tide fans are letting me know quite clearly that you think they're more powerful than any jinx you may be, but they don't want to chance it.
No,
Look,
jinx is mean. We've talked about it.
I'm not pulling for anybody. I'm just going to watch the game.
That's
Try
right.
to
Just
enjoy
step-
a
just
good
step
football
out- just
game.
step out of it.
I mean, I probably won't even sit and just stare at it. I walk in and out.
Do you mind?
I got other things I got to do.
Because if your emotions begin to sway to one, it could be detrimental.
Yeah, well, I don't want to cause either team detriment. you know.
Well, it's really a tough.
I'd rather the players and coaches settle this one.
Yeah, well, instead, because look what you did to the Steelers. What you did to the Steelers is unbelievable.
I told you, I took my love of the Steelers back.
Bubba, you can't do it.
It was only like after 2 games.
But what I'm saying is, jinx is so mean you can't take it back.
Rick, they went from
When
being
it happens,
undefeated. Not early in the year, late in the year undefeated.
10-0.
I mean, people were like, "Hey, these guys."
Their defense
to
fell
a
apart or something.
complete.
Well, yeah,
just-
well, thanks to you.
More than that.
My
And then they get beat by the doggone Browns.
Hey,
Look at your little Browns. They've had a good year.
hey, it was 28-0 before. I mean,
They
Look
got
at the Browns 12-5.
Yeah, same record as the Steelers
first
now.
round.
Now that you got to hold the Steelers.
Their first playoff win since 1995.
How about that?
And I've got a dilemma this weekend. They play the Chiefs. Woo! I mean, you talking about just watching the game.
I believe that'll be it for the Browns.
Well,
yeah, they have a start like they did last night.
I
You never
really
know.
think the Chiefs may be at another level. You know.
I'm not. I know.
That's
They
not,
did
you
it.
just did
There
it.
they
That's
go.
not
Did it.
cheering. That's analysis.
I hear you talk about Mahomes a lot. I think he likes him.
He does. He likes his haircut.
I think
too.
I saw he had a hat in there.
Of course, all
You know,
y'all,
I have trouble
all y'all watching NFL, y'all sold out.
Rick, you know I can't pull for any team that beat the Vikings in a Super Bowl.
That's true.
I don't
Spit it
know.
out.
I've heard a lot of
Way back.
I've heard a lot of
Lenny
Mahomes talk
Dawson.
from you.
Yeah.
Well, he is an exciting player.
He loves Mahomes now.
He does.
I hadn't seen him get that excited about something. When he got on his Steph Curry thing and good.
Oh,
gracious.
my
He
goodness.
would Steph Curry you.
Went and bought a flat bill hat.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
everything.
There's a lot of basketball in.
They changed the game. They changed the game
Right.
with a 3-point shot.
Right. Greg, I was telling too, everybody always talks about it, and it's true, there's, football has changed, whatever. But you look up there and you got in the playoffs, Tom Brady, Drew Brees,
Yeah.
Aaron
Oh, yeah.
Rodgers.
Yeah,
and
they
all
come
that,
back.
they're all just hanging around saying, well, we're still here.
Yeah, forgot about them. Forgot about the pack.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, real good.
Yeah, so,
You talking about Aaron Rodgers MVP?
yeah. So anyway, I just Bubba's gonna stay out of it and just watch. The good news is
Just a
you've
a
never
fan,
never been a fan of either of these teams, so you probably
I can
won't get
just-
emotionally
I
attached.
can just watch it. And
Now-
enjoy
now, look,
hopefully a good football.
I hate
game.
to say this to the Bama fans. I know you got a real disdain for the Buckeyes, though. I know it. I've heard
Which
it.
defaults him
I know, Greg.
to who?
The Tide.
Just careful here.
He's also got a SEC pride.
He got that.
Hey, please stop, Dick.
He pulls for the SEC, Rick.
I know. He don't like the Buckeyes.
Hey, y'all can't make me a fan of any team. Okay?
Hey,
you can't make me a
I'm
fan.
gonna ask. You're on the stand. I'm gonna ask you a direct question. Do you like the Buckeyes?
Historically, not a big fan of them.
How about you like them?
I would usually pull for Michigan when they played each other.
When I was a kid, I actually liked the Buckeyes. Back in the Woody Hayes days.
I didn't. I never liked them.
I
They're one of
just
those
like
teams
that
I've
angry
never
old
liked.
man.
Yeah.
And
Never liked them. Never liked any team from
Something
Boston.
about the horseshoe that fires me up.
I've never liked any team from Boston. Can't describe it. Don't know why. Don't know why. If you're from Boston, I've always hated you. I don't like those teams. I don't like any of them.
Even the Red Sox.
Hate them.
Oh, I was
Really?
a Celtics.
Oh,
Go
you're a
Yankees.
Yankees guy. I forgot.
I was a Celtics guy.
Ooh, look at me.
Don't like the Celtics.
Me and you
don't
went
like
to LA.
don't like the Red Sox. Don't like the Patriots at all. Don't like any of them, and I probably hate their hockey team.
Bruins.
The
The Bruins.
Just
Come
never
on
been.
now.
I don't watch hockey, but I don't like if they're from Boston.
Wow. Golly, the old Celtics with Bird.
I love. I was a Lakers guy.
I know. We went back. That's when we actually watched basketball. We went back and forth.
Can't remember the last time I watched basketball.
When you had Pat Riley versus Casey Jones, it didn't get any better than that.
But can we say who we like in the game tonight? Can we say that?
Well, I mean,
not who we're pulling for, but who we think will
I know
win
the
it.
last time we did the Czar Trophy, everybody was like, "Yeah, that's stuff's
prediction's
over."
different.
I hate
than
when
fandom.
Correct. We can do a
We got
prediction.
all mad about
That's
it.
analyzing.
Pandemic messed it up.
Yeah, it did.
We can make it. We can
Didn't
talk about who we
realize
like in this game.
Yeah, just
not who we pull. We're not who we're going to pull for,
right?
Because we don't want Bubba to maybe join in. But
have a flag in
Now, tell me if I'm wrong. They've had their final COVID test, so everybody's good to play, right? I mean, there's nobody going to be COVIDed
We
out
should
today,
not have
right?
any issue.
35 minutes past the hour. Somebody say. All right, so simplysafebubba.com, now more than ever, security crucial. I know, I wish it wasn't that way, but it is. And so 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home, for your business, for the land, or whatever the case may be. Simplysafebubba.com can help you. The system blankets the entire place with protection, not just some of it. You know, back in the old days, there was pretty much, here's your security system. My house is not really, well, that's just what we got. Not anymore. You customize these to blanket your home, the property, your business, wherever you need it, and it has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, more. A variety of indoor-outdoor cameras keep watch over the property day and night. 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. And the agents can even help you stop crime in real time. There's no contract, 60-day money-back guarantee. Try it risk-free. Simply go to simplysafebubba.com, 20% off any new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring, and you want that. Simplysafebubba.com, or also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Say it with me, children. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. All right, so Justin caught our eye. He called in. Greg was putting up with the topics, and we ran out of time. And his topic seems to indicate, Bubba, that he's taken some flack when he told people that he listened to the show. Justin, tell us what happened.
Well. First of all, But anyways, Biggins, I was at the gas station, had my coffee and my biscuit, was putting in some gas in the old car, was enjoying life, praise Jesus, our Lord. And, I was listening to y'all, and this lady just walks by my vehicle, and she goes, well, I just can't believe you're listening to that garbage. It offends me. I looked dead at her, and, I swallowed my biscuit first because that was the important matter of my life.
Well, you don't want to be rude or wasted.
Right. And I said to her, well, ma'am, I didn't really know you was going to interrupt my biscuit with your face today, but God bless you and have a good day. And she proceeds to tell me, she said, well, I just thank the good Lord above. I said, well, ma'am, to steal the great words from Rick Burgess, God don't like ugly and he don't like lying. I remember that from my Best Of CD many years ago.
Right.
And I told her, I said, ma'am, I've been listening to these guys for 20 plus years. I raised my daughter on these guys. I said, I love them. They're Christians. And if you don't like it, I said, well, in the great words of Fonzie, you can sit on it. And I got in my car and drove on and cranked Joe up a little louder just so she could hear it.
Oh, wow.
Take
that. It's rare in 2024 Fonzie gets a quote.
Yeah, I know,
right.
I
know. Wow.
Well,
Okay.
We're worried about his vision.
Guys, I got one more thing, if you don't mind. My daughter 2 weeks ago, like I said, she loves the show. She had a birthday. I was trying to get in. I told her, I said, well, I would if I could. And if you guys don't mind, she turned 19 years old. And I'm just very proud to be her papa.
And what's her name? What's her name?
Chloe Danielle Coram.
Sadly, we can't allow birthday shout-outs.
No,
but if we did,
that's understood. I remember the shameless plugs and whatnot.
Oh, sure. Well, Justin, thanks for defending the show. I'm sorry you had to defend it. She wasn't very specific on what bothers her about the show, but the show's not for everyone. And it's usually a good indicator that these are people to avoid.
Yeah. Well, I just figured, she just might have had a bad day and realized that Hillary still ain't president, and she just might have to get over it.
Okay. Oh, wow. Bubba, when was the last time?
Don't count her out.
Yeah, when was the last time somebody reached out and brought "Sit on It" back?
Sit on it.
From the 50s.
I hadn't heard that one in a while.
Anna in Birmingham. Anna, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. Good morning.
Hey, Anna, how are you?
Doing good. Y'all were just talking about the Ten Commandments earlier, and it got to laying on my heart because y'all were talking about one of them being honor your father and mother.
Mm-hmm.
And me and my boyfriend and I, we both have parents that have toxic traits as far as verbal abuse, physical abuse, and his dad is a drug addict, and he's and it got me thinking, it got me questioning, like, how can you honor your father and your mother when they have toxic traits like that, when
that's a good
they're
question.
not honorable?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
And that's hard. It's hard.
Well, here's the answer, because we've been asked that before, and honestly, I won't get into any details, but people that I know very well have the same problem. I'm thankful that we don't. We all on this show have had parents that were easy to honor. But remember, the commandment isn't saying love them. It doesn't even say love them. It says honor them. It doesn't say condone them. It doesn't say to celebrate them. It doesn't say any of that. It says honor them. Now, let me tell you how you can do that and be right with God and not have to condone the behavior of these parents.
The behavior, yeah.
Yeah, so what you do, and this is what the scripture is talking about, you and your boyfriend, you live your lives in such a way that when people see the way you live and they say to your parents, is that your daughter? The way you live your life is so incredible, it brings honor to them even if they didn't deserve it. We live our lives that when people go to our parents and say, is that your son? No matter how bad they've been, it brings honor to them the way we've lived our life, as opposed to we live a life when they go, is that your son? And they're like, yeah, and go, boy, they don't bring, well, you must be an idiot. So you know what I mean? So what you do is we're supposed to live our life that would bring honor to the fact that these people are your parents. Not that what they did is okay, not that they, now I certainly would encourage you to forgive, because that bitterness is just going to destroy you. It's not going to destroy them. But the bottom line is that's what that commandment means.
Yeah, you can honor them and not condone bad behavior. You can honor them and not go against God's commandments, because that clearly wins out.
Right. And Anna, but I want, whatever you're about to say, what we've just said, you and your boyfriend, you have total control over how y'all live your life. So whatever excuse is made that because the way they were, everybody has to understand that we're not living honorable lives. And I hope that you are. But what I'm saying is, the bottom line is that commandment is for us on the part of our lives that we can control, and that is how we live our lives. And we live in such a way that whoever our parents are, no matter how bad they've been, it brings honor to them. And that does not condone, as Bubba said, and it doesn't mean that it's okay, and it doesn't even
mean... it may not be easy.
Yeah, and I know people who, honestly, if you ask them, do you love your parents, they would say the things they did to me, no, I don't, but I can still honor them. And the commandment isn't to love them. The commandment isn't to condone them. It isn't to celebrate them. It's to honor them.
Check in on them.
Yeah, which is the way. Yeah, the way
don't
we
bend on your values.
Yeah, the way we live our lives, and as Bubba said, the way you treat them. And none of that means what they did was okay, or that it didn't have damage, or that you don't have stuff to work through.
Or you have to accept ungodly behavior.
Yeah, and it also doesn't mean you have to go hang out with them. It doesn't mean you got to be over at their house. It doesn't mean any of that.
You can try,
yeah,
but you have to know where the limits are.
Right. It means you live a life of mercy and forgiveness, and you live a life that honors them because you have chosen to live a life that honors God, which is at the same time should bring honor to them.
Yeah.
And that's what that commandment's about.
It's tough. It's not easy.
People think that commandment means that what your parents did was okay. It doesn't mean that.
No, not at all.
Yep.
That would be contrary to everything else.
It really would, because sin always matters. We'll come back. When we come back, we're going to look into the world. We talk about all the different things that you've experienced with us over the years. Grandparenting. What are all the grandparents on the show doing? Speedy and Greg are our first grandparents. And how are they molding these little folk? Well, we have an example when we come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or we look up this afternoon and it's canceled.
Yeah. Because there's a window when they said everybody's clear.
But
Now,
this may not be
got
true.
all their players?
It may not be true. I heard that the Alabama's team all has Saban's plasma.
Hey, that ain't a bad idea.
Hey, hook him up.
You don't think Dickie Nymeyer's got it?
I rotate. I take a little Saban plasma.
I think he sold it to one of those companies so they could duplicate it.
I'm just going to tell everybody, be careful with this game tonight. I'm just leaving it like that.
What do you
That's
mean?
what it is.
Y'all, this is Rick talking, not Bubba.
I know Alabama has one of the best offenses I've ever seen in college football. Okay, it's the best offense I think Alabama's ever had. Okay, but their defense, it's not. They've had better defense.
They have.
I'll just leave it there.
And this bunch are playing matches up pretty good with them.
They've had better defense.
But they can outscore people. Which
They
in
can.
the
They showed
past-
that against Florida. Okay, and that
I can't recall a team in the past, and I may be totally wrong. I'm just saying from memory that has won as many individual, all the big awards
swept
they give
them.
everybody.
And they deserve
I mean, it's like they've won every position: best lineman, best running back, best quarterback, best receiver, best all-around player.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know if they won the red guy. Maybe not because their guy didn't punt a lot.
Did he even get the kick?
Hey, I don't think he
Does
did.
anybody
three
even
times.
know what number he is?
Stop there, Bubba.
To your
Just
point,
stop
Rick,
there.
Ohio State dropped 49 on Clemson.
I know.
49.
I know.
Oh, those little fresh legs running around.
Hey, Tide, be careful now. Be careful.
And stop.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Go to rickandbubba.com today. A couple of contests there. First of all, the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix is coming to Barber Motorsports Park. And you'll get to meet Riley Green, who's going to be the Grand Marshal. You'll get 2 tickets, garage tickets, a parking pass. That contest ends Friday. So go register right now at the contest button at rickandbubba.com. Also, it's time for you to start sending in the stuff we need for the latest Fix Mama's Mouth.
Come on.
10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, and x-rays, a value of $17,000 for Mama. And follow the steps at the contest button and email those to support@rickandbubba.com. Put everything in there we need. We are correcting some things. Your deadline for entry is actually May 3rd, and we'll announce on May 13th. Those 2 dates are wrong right now, but that's not a big deal. You just need to go ahead and get started anyway. And maybe your mama will be this year's Fix Mama's Mouth winner. Bubba, we've got the world of grandkids now. So Speedy's grandson River. How old is River now?
3.
3 years old, and he's raising him right. He's got some precious video. I understand that yesterday, and what does he call you?
Pops.
Pops. That Pops wanted to show River how to make the world-famous spiral dogs.
Right, and there's some things here that you won't like.
I know.
And that is that we're using an air fryer for
Oh,
it.
my
Look
goodness.
good.
I can explain why
Why
we're
are
having
you
to do
using an air fryer?
Well, if you've ever had
For spiral dogs?
college kids, a lot of times they'll get the hand-me-down stuff.
Yeah.
If it's furniture, if it's patio furniture, whatever. Well, JC and his roommates at his house that we rent for him in Huntsville, they got the old grill that we had that was kind of a beat up grill. It still works, but it's very college friendly, if you know what I mean. With the idea that we would get a new grill, or we've been looking at these Blackstone griddles and other things if we want to upgrade to something like that, but we're kind of in between.
You don't have a grill right now?
No, and we even went and looked this weekend. I mean, we're close to getting one, but we're in between.
All right.
And Saturday,
I guess we'll allow it.
I should say Sunday after we were out of town, and then Sunday afternoon, Tyler and Mabry and River came over, and we had a lot going on. You had the Masters on out in the back, and River wanted to come play at Pops's golf course, which is a small backyard.
Right.
Okay. But if you remember when you were little, everything was big to you.
I remember thinking that our football field was gigantic. I went back and saw some of the football fields we played on. I'm like, my gosh, that was small.
Right. But we have the little golf wiffle balls with the holes in them so he can hit them,
Sure.
and they don't really go anywhere. I'm sure the backyard's huge. So burgers and hot dogs were called for, and we're like, oh boy, we don't have a grill. What do we do? So we had to come up with some ways of getting it all done, and spiral dogs were talked about.
As it should be. It's spiral dog time of year, guys.
Yeah. And when we said spiral dogs, River was like, huh? Like, what? I want to help. He wants to help. I want to help. I want to help. I want to help.
That's good. Let him
and
help.
we have a little step.
You teach him this. That's a good granddad.
We have a little step ladder that he helps Nan cook and do things with, and so we brought in the step ladder, and he stepped up there, and we said air fryer for the spiral dogs. And we've done this before, and they were good.
Okay.
And so we make the
Not
spiral
sure how
dog.
you get the barbecue sauce to work, but that's fine.
Yeah, well, it's really good. And he wanted to get the little paint. He called it the paintbrush, and his job was to paint the hot dog weenies with barbecue sauce.
There you go. That's why you get him involved.
So here it is. Them kind of cut it. Now he used a butter. Yeah. Spiral dogs, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him. It's like teaching him how to put barbecue sauce on. I love that.
Yeah. So we've painted them up, and you can tell the ones he used. He helped. He had a butter knife, and we helped him. Some he cut in half.
I'll throw him a blade.
Yeah. And so
he didn't need a blade yet.
No, we stood over him with that one, but he loved to paint them up. But this is the finished product.
Okay, all right.
And I feel like we did pretty good.
That doesn't look bad.
You see how they opened up?
That's good. I'm pleasantly surprised by that.
They look good.
So he's got just a plate full of. Now he's going to grab one of them here. I'm not sure he didn't want that one.
Okay, didn't like that
We're
one.
going to grab another one.
There we go.
And there it is.
I think he did upgrade. I agree with him.
Yeah.
I think he did upgrade.
Kid knows what he's doing.
That's it. Yeah, I believe that. And so we go through this, and it's just a great afternoon. We're in and out, in and out,
So
in
proud
and
of
out,
you.
in and out. And I don't know. Terry grabbed this. I don't know this cup that had.
See if
y'all
you
on
remember
there.
these, Bubba. I don't even know if I remember
It
them.
had the Rick and Bubba logo on it, and then all of a sudden he starts, going Rick and Bubba, and I'm like, where's he hearing this from? Because we've never really broke it down. But he tried to tell me
Do you
who
remember
was
this?
who as we were eating.
Okay.
So this is Rick, and this one is Rick and Bubba.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah." All right, so
I
I'm
love.
like,
Are you sure?
Are
Yep.
you sure about that? All right, so the next one is I'm sitting on the other side of him, and I'm like, okay, we gotta
get this right.
We got to get this right.
And those of you that can't see it, he's calling me Rick and calling Bubba Rick and Bubba.
Right,
Both
and,
names.
And so I go over off video. I'm like, no, this is Rick and this is Bubba. So let's go over this again.
This one is Rick,
Okay.
and this one is Rick and Bubba.
Okay, got it. Got it. Hey,
get some
more spiral dog, big guy.
Ooh, that looks good.
Okay, Doggy.
And so he could never really dial in.
working.
Do you remember
Yeah.
that cup?
Do you remember that one,
nice
Bubs?
cup.
I don't remember it.
nice
I
one.
like it. It's nice.
Yeah, I don't
Where did
know.
that come from? Is that those that people send as a sample? We never.
Speedy
set
took it
out
home,
here?
didn't he?
No, I think I didn't take anything. I believe you automatically go there. I don't know why. I didn't sneak one
I
out
don't know
of
if
here.
anybody owned it. and he took it. But I think somebody sent us those
Yeah.
as a hey, look at these.
Yeah, I've had, we both have multiple kids just call us Rick and Bubba, but I've never seen him start with one
Yeah.
and then call Bubba Bubba.
I don't get it either. I don't know why. It's this is Rick.
I like how confident he says it. too.
Right. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure about
So
that?
this is Rick, and this one is Rick and Bubba.
Okay, got it. and Dad Tyler goes, "Are you sure about that?
You sure about that? Yep, I am confident. So
Anyway, so we're in between air fryer. I know I lost a card on that, but they were really good.
Well, it's spiral dog time of year, and I
wish
just
they had
but
one
here's
right
the
now.
thing, and if you don't know how to make them, you can go to our YouTube channel. There's a YouTube how-to there where I look like what's that country singer?
Luke Combs.
Luke Combs.
You do.
But anyway, there's my only concern. Okay, and I understand that right now, Bubba and I are not in the grandparent world, Adler either, so we have to kind of stand down a little
Right.
bit because we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a little bit of concern that, hey, River, tell me about your granddad. Well, one day he'd show me how to cook hot dogs in an air fryer.
Yeah,
I mean,
I give you that.
it just doesn't sound the
I give you
same
that.
as my
think
granddaddy
modern
took
times.
my granddaddy took me out to the grill.
Yeah,
to
well,
show me how to grill. Right?
it was
I
one
mean,
of the-
I'm not trying to be negative.
I know, but it was almost like a game time situation. We were throwing different ideas around for a late lunch. We had spaghetti. We had different things that were thrown up, and everything just kind of kept getting shot down. And this was what
me
was
hungry.
decided. And so then Terry and I look at each other and are like, well, how are we going to do this? So it was kind of like hey, we got to figure out a way to make this work. And so we went air fryer.
Well, it's
You
better
know?
than nothing, and I will admit, the final product looks
It was
good.
delicious.
I guess I'm like you're saying, Greg. We just need to get with the times. I guess for a generation of grandkids, the air fryer will be like the grill was to us, right? I guess. Are you an air fryer guy, Bubba? Have you tried it
I
at
know
all?
nothing about it. Betty air fries some, but I'm kind of out of the loop.
Do you
It's
like the
not-
product she gives you out of the air fryer?
Listen, I like anything that's put on my plate, Rick. Look at me.
Well,
but
I know you can be quite picky too. It's just but I just haven't. I'm not against it.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like, and this is the thing, the weird quirk with me. It's almost like the more people pressure me on the air fryer, the less I want it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, have y'all got an air fryer? And I'm just like, no. We don't have an air fryer? Oh, we love air fryer. And everybody just start losing their mind over the air fryer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't break it out a ton, but Sunday we were trying to figure out how we make this work, and that's what we landed on. And
It's better than nothing. They look fat. Did they taste good?
They were delicious.
My concern is how the barbecue sauce acted.
The barbecue sauce.
Did you get the
Did it-
crisp?
did it fall? Did it goo anything?
No, it was good, and I thought he used his little paintbrush, which
Yes,
he called,
he did.
and he painted them like
Well, one of the things
really
on the
good job.
grill, as you'll see in the Luke Combs video, is as you're grilling, you continue to apply and roll.
Correct.
Can you do that in the air fryer?
No, but now I will tell you this: we prepared, we painted, we rolled them over, we painted all this kind of stuff. We put them in there for 8 minutes, and
Okay.
Terry's like, "What we'll do is we'll get them out, and then we'll recoat them."
Okay.
But when we opened it up, they were ready, and they didn't need recoating.
Do you feel it was enough barbecue sauce?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I
All
felt,
right.
I felt like
Okay.
it was.
All right.
Now, could it have been more? And would y'all have complained? Maybe. There was a couple of weenies Greg probably would have eaten, but other than that,
By the way, your grandson did upgrade to a weenie that was perfect. by the way.
yeah, it was perfect.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. We start the hour and kick this baby off with the national anthem. I love documentaries. If you can't remember the exact footage, but the name of the documentary is a certain amount of footage from stardom or whatever, and it's about backup singers, the famous backup singers of all time. These backup singers that you've never heard of, and you can't believe how many things. It's like they tell you all these musicians that have played on songs that you didn't realize they played on, like the Muscle Shoals thing and all that.
Right.
So they're talking about all these famous backup singers and their lives, and how some of them tried to be the front person, and it never happened, but they always were the backup person. Then some of them realizing, well, hey, being the backup person is who I am. It's what I do, and I actually can make a good living at it. But they were talking about, is it 30 feet? From
20 feet,
something. Anyway, it's talking about that step there to be that person versus back here is the backup person. And that song,
20 feet from stardom.
Yeah, that's it. Gimme Shelter, the backup singer you hear singing in there. She talks about being pregnant, getting a call, waking her up in the middle of the night, and they're like, "Hey, you got to get down here in the studio." She said, "I literally put on like my house coat, went down there, and all of a sudden the Rolling Stones are in there, and they're handing me this thing they want me to sing." And she's reading the lyrics. She's like, "Wow, these lyrics! Wow, I mean, this is going to be kind of a hard hitting song here." And she just stands in there and starts shouting and singing all those phrases you hear singing in there.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting to meet these people and realize all the different things that they're on. And one of them, what's her name that's known, real famous. She sings the original song of Christmas time. Christmas and the snow falling down. Is it Mary Wells?
I know the song. Yeah.
For some reason, I want to scream Patti LaBelle. I know that's not
like
right,
that,
but I just feel like I need to scream.
Is it Mary Wells?
Mary Clayton?
Anyway,
I don't
so
know.
she was talking about that she had tried the move to the front, didn't work out, and she's literally in somebody's house, cleaning the house, like working as a maid in a maid service, and inside the woman's house she's cleaning, she comes on the radio singing that song, and she's like, what am I doing?
Oh, wow.
And because in those days, I mean, they'd sign bad deals, and it was kind of like they used to do with actors, you all belong to us,
Right,
and we'll do whatever we want to. And like they sometimes would sing songs, they would take another group of people that they thought had the look they wanted, and they just have them out like that's them singing. And it would be these other singers, kind of like the Milli Vanilli thing had been done long before they ever did it.
Yeah.
And but they just wasn't. It was just understood.
Right.
So it's if you've never seen the documentary, it's a great look. Especially when I heard that song, because they actually pull the tracks out and all you hear is her parts on the song.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. All right, so let's unpack it. We've got.
Can I ask you, just since we're on that topic, and Greg and I were laughing about it yesterday, did you see the tag team commercial scoop? There it is.
Yeah. About the ice cream.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's
is it Geico?
Geico.
Well, it's Geico, but they're eating ice cream and they're
Scoop.
and it.
Yeah.
And it's the original guys, because they're a lot older now, and it's just funny.
Yeah, they're in
Well,
there.
Sprinkles.
I didn't. We watched, the game on and off last night. I really didn't lock into that game like I didn't like go here. I'm gonna watch every second of it. It was kind of on, and we were watching it, and we were visiting with some friends. Well, actually, Adler's mom and dad. So we were visiting a lot more than we were watching, but it was on. But I know what happened. We watched it. It was a.
We were locked in.
It was
quite a game.
Yeah, football's just been weird this year. I'm kind of glad it's over.
Yeah,
and
I stayed up too late, and I'm kind of mad at myself.
Right. Well,
I knew I'd do that every time we have a championship.
Well, thanks to Alabama, I was able to go on to sleep, not worry about it too much.
I kept thinking it may turn into a game, and I finally said, "No, it don't look like it's going to happen."
Yeah. So we have the Tide winning its third national title in the playoff era. So they've already won 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. In 6 and 12 years.
And 6 and 12 years. Nick Saban passes Paul Bear Bryant.
Yep.
To win his 7th national championship.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. That's big.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you that really is bigger than I think what is being made of it, because it is such a different era of football right now. And look, we're old enough. We did see Bear coach, and we saw those teams.
Oh yeah.
The era now with the competition, and as good as these teams are, and the limited scholarships they have, it's really an incredible feat. I mean, that's just unbelievable.
Because there really wasn't a day. This is no dig on Paul Bear Bryant.
No.
I think he's one of the greatest coaches of all time and gets all the accolades deservingly so. Okay. However.
Here we go, a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio in Sweet Home, Alabama, on the bleeding edge of technology. Are y'all ready? Live and archived every day. However you want to get the show, we're glad you're here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler all here on Team Rick and Bubba today. Helmsy is out, and welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Bubba, the horrible, evil tornado a year ago. We've talked a lot about the damage that was done to property and your home and all these things, but the dastardly tornado, I understand, also took out your grill. Speaking of grilling,
well, yeah, it sucked it up in the air.
I mean,
as a matter of fact, there's some things when a tornado comes around that you look at and you go, yeah, I can see how it would get up under that and pull a roof, or
sure.
Those kind of things.
Yep.
A big green egg has no. I mean, it's. There's nothing for the wind to grab a hold of.
It's actually supposed to be. It looks pretty wind resistant.
Yeah, you would think
it's
it
heavy
is.
Too.
And it was heavy. We had it on a roller thing, with the little side wings that pop up, and it was hard to move. If you wanted to move it, you obviously could, but
but those things are heavy.
You had to bear down.
Yeah.
So when the tornado picked it up, carried it around the side of the house, what was left of it, and threw it down probably 250 foot from where it was and smashed it into 1,000 pieces. I thought that's impressive.
That's
that is impressive.
Wow.
Again, I just don't know how the wind it could have, got up under.
The power.
The power. It had a cover on it, but the cover would have, you would have thought had blown away. By the way, never found that. But tomorrow, Rick, we are scheduled to have a replacement big green egg delivered, and I'm looking very forward to that. We got several of these coming, by the way, as we kind of wrap up. But what a day!
The latest update: Now, how did you have another grill too other than the egg?
That was it.
Egg
That's
only
it.
there?
That's it. It's a lake.
Okay,
yeah.
egg only.
Betty is the gas griller in the family because she likes to be able to do the quick things before I get home.
Love a gas grill.
I'm the big green egg. We have to plan it out ahead of time. Now, I don't know if it cooks food better. It seems to me that it tastes awful good. Now, I don't know if it's just because I'm at the water, I'm tired, or the time I had to prepare to get the egg going. But it sure was good.
Oh, if you like you said, if you're willing to do what the egg requires, the egg produces a great product. And
they got the attachments and extras for it too.
How about that pizza attachment?
Yeah. Well, a lot of that didn't get destroyed. We still have that.
Oh, really?
So.
Do you use the pizza attachment?
I don't think we ever have. We've talked about it, but we never have.
Look at the versatility.
Oh yeah.
They
It's some
got
good
all
food
kind of
if you
stuff.
use one of those things.
High temp grill or a roaster or a smoker or a pizza oven.
What do you use?
I did.
Adam? You don't want to know.
Okay, never mind.
I did get one of those little electric blowers you put on the input that has the digital thermometer so it can regulate, how much air it's blowing to hold the temperature constant. And that's kind of cool. And it has the temperature probe too. So if you want to do, some kind of bud or something and leave it, you can do that.
Right.
And take care of it.
What's your favorite thing when you're doing it? What do you normally do?
We do, of course, a lot of hamburger, hot dog, steak type things. Chicken, we do that. And okra. We started grilling okra, which I love. By the way, that is a game changer. I think the okra thing is one of the most bizarro good things I've found in a
If you
long
can keep
time.
from burning your hand, because, old Chubb will stand by the grill. But it's a great little thing for the griller, too, to sit there and get a little pop-off.
Well, you gotta be careful because she's coming out of there hot.
I love that, though.
Yeah. Oh, I know. And I love it. I thank the folks at the Lake Martin Mini Mall for helping us out with that.
Oh, really? Is that where it was?
Well, yeah, that's where we got it before. I'm just trying to kind of follow in the same footsteps and
so
get
you
all
get
that replaced. And
are you now? I know that we have to take the yard and put it over here.
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to talk about
the yard.
But is the lake house, if this egg lands today,
tomorrow,
will you be back fully functional, top to bottom?
We're I'm saying the needle is probably at 99% right now.
Oh,
we're we still have a few punch list items. And,
okay.
We have a few more pieces of furniture to be delivered and whatnot. But, I mean, it's very livable already.
Yeah.
If you don't mind looking at a yard that's messed up.
I said we're talking about the
I know.
yard.
That's we're not talking about
look over the yard to
We're
the
not
water.
talking about the yard.
Of course, it's hard not to see it.
Yeah, well, it's still got to be done. But
Because it's between you and the water.
Yeah,
so
it is right there. You got to look right at it.
Yeah, you stare at all the windows you got. You know what they see?
Yard. Yep.
So what
And
is
the yard's growing, by the way.
I'm sorry.
You forget how pine
Oh,
trees,
my
how
goodness.
they will pop up everywhere.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, it looked like 2 inches one day, and we're going to have to get a chainsaw hold up before you know it.
Where we live, you're living in the pine trees world.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, they're proficient.
That, by the way, that's a bone of contention with Sherry and me. I don't really like pine trees. And
She likes pine trees?
I like your oaks, your hardwoods, and all that. And
I love pine
and I
trees.
find those to be superior trees, and it's a bone of contention.
You need those pine trees, though, to be able to lay down a nice carpet there.
Oh, I got all that. Yeah, I'm just talking about if I'm sitting looking at a tree.
I don't like the pollen.
And this is where I get in trouble. I sit looking at a tree. I'd rather look at hardwoods versus a pine tree. And I mean, some days I'll be out sitting behind the house, and I'll mistakenly say, I'm not big on pine trees,
Right.
and I'm going to just stop doing that. And Sherry goes, look at that. You look at those needles glistening in the sun. You don't think that's pretty? And I was like, well, they just seem
when they are seedlings,
problematic.
I believe if you just stared at them, you could see them grow. It's amazing how fast.
And
they
I
grow.
love the
Amazing.
products we produce from them. Don't hear me say that, anything.
It's a great crop.
I'm
Yeah, it
strictly
really is.
talking about today's the day I'm going to look at trees. If you said in the lineup today, we have a white oak or we have a pine tree, I'll say I'll take the oak. I'd rather look at it.
I've got a tick question when it comes
my goodness.
to pines.
You better watch
Tick,
out.
tick, tick.
Because I know ticks love pines.
You've been banned from even talking about
I know,
tick problems
I-
on the
I'm
show.
Slowly.
Right.
Tick. Is it
Say
true?
your words. Use your words.
There's a shaded area where when you go to UAH that's got some pine trees in center field, and it's very nice to just sit under them and just relax.
Yeah.
Always windy, so you got that. And a tick question started coming out. This guy walked by and goes, "I'll tell you what, you better watch them ticks. They're gonna fall on you." You need to check
Did
your
he say
skin.
it just like that?
He did.
What was Gary doing?
And I'm like, I don't know about if they're just going to be falling all over me.
I wouldn't worry about it.
And I remember a discussion, I think it was with Moultrie, that if you cut the branches at least 15 feet high, then the ticks won't be a big deal if you're
I've
underneath
never heard
them.
this in my life.
So Dan told you that?
I've never.
I want to say that was a discussion one time when he was here.
No
and I can't-
recollection
That's why I'm asking
Do you
that.
think Dan pulled a
Is
good
it
one on you?
so? If we're sitting up under pine trees, I mean, are ticks going to be falling on us?
Speedy, I'll
Or-
just say, and that may be the case. I don't know. I'm not an expert on it.
And
I
there's
try
no
to-
one more terrified.
That's why I'm
try
asking
to,
him.
I try to avoid ticks. I find them in high grass more than I do anything.
Ask Adler about that.
Yeah, they're gonna be in that high grass a bunch.
Boy,
But
he
y'all,
got in on that time.
Parachuting ticks?
When I brought them in from the woods, it's like I brought them in with me, and they were like jumping off as I was going into my house, because for 2 months after that, I would take the dogs out at night, and something would land on me. I was pulling something off of me.
Ooh.
I know this sounds insane. I
And
know
gross.
it sounds crazy. But y'all, these ticks were coming from somewhere. If they weren't coming from the trees, they were.
Well,
I mean, I was underneath trees. I've no other alternative but to say they were coming down on me from the trees.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this on this particular guy. You going to sit on there? How many times you sat under this tree?
A few.
How many times you got a tick on you?
I haven't had any.
Okay.
But he said, but you know, it's tick season there.
Yeah, but had you sat there? Haven't you sat under a similar tree in tick season?
Yeah, I think so. But
Did you
not
get
these,
ticks all over you?
not these trees.
Okay.
They're younger.
Are
pines.
they different than the other trees you sat under?
No, I don't think.
Okay. Did you get a bunch of ticks on you?
No.
Okay.
I think you would know if one hit you and landed on you.
Right, yeah, but I did tell Terry Saturday night I needed to check her for ticks, just to make sure.
Well,
Right.
no,
that's just being a good husband.
Yeah, but that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And I didn't find any. So
Keep looking though, brother.
Yeah, so
you
far
gotta
so
check.
good. So far so good.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
You can't ignore the fact, and it's hard to compare eras because of this. But when Paul Bear Bryant and Bo and Woody and all those guys, and Switzer, they really were the only teams in the country that were any good. Not everybody had players in those days. You played now because of what Bubba just said. Everybody you play has players. They might not have as many as you, but they got players.
Yeah, they're starters.
And it's harder today than there were about 5 dynasties when we were growing up, and really nobody could play with them. But it's different now.
But when you look at a team and vote versus you actually have to play them on
No
the
doubt,
field,
no
it's
doubt.
with limited scholarship, and to play at the level they play year in.
I think you make another point. I think the playoff era makes it harder to win.
Yeah, I do too.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go. Still searching for Alabama's biggest fan. Dickie Nadmeyer. Speedy keeps coming back saying still not answering. So we'll see how that goes. We want to talk to Eddie, though, out of Dothan. He's listening to us on News Talk 103.9. Eddie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Love every one of you.
Hey.
I'm glad I'm getting this call in before Dickie Nadmeyer.
Yeah, hey, love you back.
Hey, listen, I think we can all agree that Alabama's football revenue is probably top 2 or 3 in the country in college football, being in the SEC and all the boosting money. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Oh, no doubt.
Okay, so where's all that money go? Because every other sport at the University of Alabama is putrid. Other than girls softball, they made a show up. They got assistants or analysts on the football team that make more money than any head coach in any of these other sports at the school.
Okay, Eddie.
So to Alabama fans, I want to say, go crawl in your hole. You may peek your head out in June at the College World Series for girls, but we'll see you next September. And I love you. Greg, you my boy.
Hey, Eddie.
Have a good day, guys. I love you. Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
Poor Eddie. Poor Eddie. Eddie, if I was there, I would hug you. Mm-hmm. You live. I don't know if you know this, but Dothan is in Alabama. Mm-hmm. Okay, and you live in the state of Alabama. And
actually, I don't live in Alabama. I'm just in Dothan for work. I live in the state of Florida.
Okay, well then you'll still get this though. Florida's not quite to the level of this, but you'll get it.
Right.
You work in Alabama. Nobody but the parents of the players and a few people who have special interest in sports cares if your football team dominates, that's all the people in the state of Alabama care about. And if you don't believe that, be their rival Auburn fan and run over and tell them you beat them in basketball and see how much it really bothers them. They don't even care.
I believe you, Rick.
Well, the
It's
basketball
totally
team's
out
pretty good this year.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is whatever. I was just using that as an example. These rivalries, you say the football rivalry is the level of an Auburn, Alabama. Hey, man, we beat y'all in baseball. Nobody cares. Except the people who play on the baseball team and the people. But you don't see.
Where's all the money going?
When
you look around at industry
their football team
standards,
earns the money. You know why they have an analyst that makes the money they make? Because they win.
I love it.
They win. And they win at a huge level.
Well,
same way. Ohio State sucks and everything too, other than maybe men's basketball every once in a while.
Yeah. Now, if you want to go
all in, that's not true, which is cool. Go all in. We'll see if Texas goes all in when Sark gets there.
Yeah. Well, listen to this, Eddie. Let me give you a Paul Bear Bryant example. Okay. Paul Bear Bryant was once the football coach at Kentucky. Okay. By the way, don't forget that.
Yeah. When Rupp was there, by the way.
Do you know when he knew he was leaving Kentucky? Have y'all heard this story?
Yeah.
So it was who was the coach in Rupp?
Mm-hmm.
They gave Rupp a new car, Cadillac, and you know what Bear Bryant got? A watch. And Bear Bryant said, "I'm at the wrong school. This school does not make football a priority. They make basketball a priority." So he went somewhere else. And I bet you'd find that Kentucky's basketball team's probably treated better than their football team. It's all the culture.
Right.
It's all the culture of where you are. And frankly, I don't know any real Alabama football fan that cares if they win at any other sport. They don't care because they're going to show you their national championships in football, and that's all they really care about. The rest of it's there, and you might have some fun with it from time to time. But do you ever see Auburn, Alabama fans screaming at each other, "We beat y'all in baseball. We beat y'all in softball. We beat y'all in basketball." And everybody's like, "Hey, wait till next year." Mm-hmm. Does anybody wear shirts with it on it? They don't. And so Alabama invests in what matters to that school. Into that culture.
Well, and I think when you look at every sport at Alabama, I don't think anybody's complaining about the facilities or anything of that nature.
The football team
with
bought all
whatever
that.
their sport. I mean,
we're back 21 minutes past the hour. A couple of things. Coming up this week, we've been running down different things that are going on. I do want to tell you, Sherry and I will be in Opp, Alabama, Saturday night. Opp High School. Sherry talking to the women. I'll be talking to the men. Then we'll all get together in one auditorium, and we'll answer some questions. You guys will have an opportunity to turn in. They did cut off registration yesterday, so I wanted to pass that along. Now, if you still want to come and they still have room, I think if you call the church, they can work with you, or you can get on kind of standby. And that way, if people who've registered don't come, you can have their chair or whatever, or their seat. So if you want to find out more, just go to rickandbubba.com or burgessministries.com under events. But we're looking forward to being with you guys coming up Saturday night.
Can I update this tick thing?
Yes.
And this is what's funny. We have, like normal, conflicting information.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. Have one article here that say ticks don't fall from trees. They live on the ground. They migrate up a host before biting. Typically, a tick will travel long distances by riding on a host, such as a mouse or other animals that you would find in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
So you can encounter ticks in your yard or walking in any tall grass. Then we have another one that says trees with low-hanging branches. Trees with low-hanging branches, such as spruce and pine, also create an attractive habitat for ticks.
Yep, they like to climb on the limbs and then wait for a potential host to jump on.
So we have two stories that absolutely contradict each other 180 degrees.
I've got as many people saying ticks don't fall out of trees as I do saying they do.
I will say this.
And Speedy, this might help you, though. This is important, maybe the most important.
What you got?
They say that essential oils can help keep them off of you. So if you have essential oils, or maybe you have somebody that could get you some of those, at Speedy at rickandbubba.com.
I like the good old DEET.
I've got,
give me the deet and you're fine.
I've got one that says they're attracted to the color maroon and cowbells.
Rick Burgess.
But you talking about Powell talking about them dropping. Even this one talking about low hanging branches, they came from the ground to get on that. They're not falling out of the top of the tree.
Greg,
That ain't what that one story said.
Low hanging branches.
Yeah, they would just get on the low branches and wait
like
for something.
that are almost
I guess
on the
that's
ground.
where the 15-foot thing somebody probably made up came from, where they didn't have low branches.
I just had a weird time.
I got low branches.
Yeah. How about this? I got friends in low branches.
I do too.
They
But
say rosemary, cedar, lemongrass, peppermint, citronella, and what is that?
I don't carry all that. I don't carry all that to the ballpark with me.
I'm going to
geranium. So what you make transistors out of?
Just want to go to the ballpark.
Deep woods off.
I just want shade at the ballpark.
If you want to spray that poison, Greg,
I will. It'll keep them ticks off.
You might as well get you a gallon of Camp Lejeune water.
Oh, buddy, get you a pop off that.
Greg, I was asking Speedy a weird concept. Have you ever got ticks on you sitting under that tree? And if the answer is no, then you're probably good.
I've only done it a couple of times. It's kind of like one of my new spots, just to kind of get away from everything. And it's very nice, especially
just
pretty
wear a
shaded.
white shirt.
Greg.
But
I tell you what I'm worried about is his bald head straight up.
Hey,
that's true. A lot of things are attracted.
Always
to that.
goes.
Well,
Well,
they
What's
think
a
it's
landing zone?
Yeah, they think it's something white.
Look, I saw a pile of mayflies on top of it.
Color.
Well, yeah, I am Caucasian, and I am bald.
It's better to wear white because you can tell.
fair skin.
You can tell if you get them on you, so you can see them
Right.
moving around.
Oh, they love old fair skin.
Yeah, they might think my arms are a branch with all the hair.
No, that's true.
I'm more.
They
worried about
may be
getting
jumping
red
on your
bugs.
arms and jumping on other people.
I hate when red bugs
chiggers.
get on your ankle.
Oh, no
well,
see 'em?
ankles.
That's a
It
little,
could be worse.
Oh, I know. When I was a kid one time, I ain't never seen nothing like that. I was scared. I was scared to death.
Oh man,
Horrifying.
Horrible.
Horrifying.
It's the worst.
I've been there, buddy.
You can't believe
Horrible.
that. You cannot believe that your
So
mom was
itchy.
your mom was having a doctor there.
Exactly.
You
What?
can't believe it.
You're just a little bitty kid.
Camp Fofanique, what?
Right. You know that's one of
Good
the
night.
That's one of the things I look back on and go, where was Dad?
I know. Did it work?
Was he at work or something?
I mean, terrible.
All right, so I'm just going to keep on sitting there now.
Ticks, by the way, are not insects; they're arachnids,
okay.
like spiders.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
Release Adler's bug
Arachnophobia.
knowledge.
If you do get one on, you get it off quick as
Yeah,
you
you know, ticks really, he's all about it. Anytime it's brought up because of his scare.
Oh, I know.
It's horrible.
Well, that was a dumb decision. Can I just shoot you
I
straight?
know it was a dumb
I mean,
decision.
You walked off into a bunch of underbrush that no one had even put
Where
a
were you
sling
going?
blade to.
I had just moved into my new house, and
don't
I
remember this?
I
Oh,
had
I
not.
remember.
I had not been into the woods behind my house yet, and I was like, you know what? I got an hour before Aaron comes
wait
home
till
with the
winter.
kids.
You ever heard of winter?
Yeah, I'm a stupid person. Okay, we've covered that.
Okay.
And so I just walked in a straight line through
Jury's
the woods
in.
and back.
Yeah, but no, not just through the woods. You walked a straight line through what?
Very thick, high grass and
Okay.
bushes and all kinds of things.
That's not wise.
And it was me and Kevin, and it was like we were back to our single days. I was like, yeah. And then I got home and I was like, oh no, I have to cook dinner. And I was like, my back itches. I'm sure it's fine. Continue to cook dinner. That was stupid. And then the horror just started. And
You
that
got
was
You was naked.
that
and
was
afraid.
5 weeks of just horror.
You got the seed ticks, what we
weeks.
call seed ticks.
I mean, they were in my skin. I could
Just the
see
little
them
dots.
like oil rigs, like miniature, tiny little oil rigs going turning up and going straight in, looking for gold.
Oh,
It's terrible.
I got that bug that causes scabies or something.
I
dig in.
I did get on a round of antibiotics in case I had gotten Lyme disease, and I don't think I have it. So
Time will tell.
yeah.
I start to say that doesn't pop up right
Do you
away.
remember?
That's good.
Do you remember when we were in school, and it may not be that popular now, but just the terror of scabies?
Oh yeah.
I mean, if somebody brought up somebody had
seen
scabies,
a picture, a cartoon of what's actually happening with that?
Scabies.
I don't want to know.
Ooh,
But I just
y'all got
remember
me
when-
itching.
when
It's
some-
pronounced rabies, you guys. It's pronounced rabies.
No, it's
No,
different.
we're talking about
It's
scabies.
We're talking about scabies.
We were more afraid of scabies than we were head lice.
Oh yeah.
Bugs, they actually dig into your
Oh
skin.
my goodness!
No, don't show it. Don't show it. Don't
That's
show
what
it.
you
It'll
had.
be a cartoon, not real.
But it's still
horrible.
horrible.
Oh no!
Look at it living down
Good
there.
night.
And then your skin swells up on top of it.
Don't read that word. Do not read that word right there.
Leaves a pile.
The
or
one
two.
you're pointing to, don't read
Yeah,
it.
yeah. You got the cursor
So it
on.
leaves eggs and poop in you?
You know,
You just said not to read that
Which is
word.
kind of what they call that, the double whammy.
Yikes!
And if you see that bug, I mean, it looks like something from another planet.
Do you remember being in school when the word scabies would come up? It's just sheer terror.
I mean, we didn't really know what it was. We just knew you didn't want it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got to
we
stop
would
looking at
accuse
pictures.
people of having it.
You so
No, get some of them microscope pictures. You won't sleep at night.
Wash your sheets.
No, you thought to yourself, I shouldn't have said next to Antonio Carver.
I did run into somebody, Rick, that had alpha-gal syndrome from a Long Star tick, though.
What?
I know. Bubba with alpha-gal.
Bring that up.
I can't eat meat.
You had him on the podcast.
This is on me.
No, I mean, I met another guy.
Wait a minute. They're flocking to Bubba. Alpha-gal people are flocking to Bubba.
There's a lot more of them than you think.
Greg, when they hand you the stuff at the doctor's office, you know what number 3 is? Call Bubba.
That's it.
Yep.
He needs to know.
That's a scabies right there.
But see, that don't bother me because it's microscopic. I can't see it.
I don't bother you.
No, I don't want to get it. But as far as a monster,
So you don't
that
care
doesn't
if
look like, that doesn't look like anything on this planet.
No.
That is a monster.
So you don't care if something lays eggs and takes a dump in
no,
your
I'm not
skin.
saying that. But I don't look at the picture and go, "Oh my God, I hope that don't come around."
I'm anti anything laying eggs and dumping in my skin.
Yeah.
I ain't scared of a dust mite.
Huh?
I'm not scared of a
No,
dust mite.
this is your dust mite speech. We've heard this.
Well, I don't
Or
like
bed bugs.
Next
You're
thing
not
you
worried
say,
about them.
Ooh, I don't like bed bugs.
That ain't a scaby.
That's all. They're all in the same
They
family.
are.
Mention
They
that
are.
thing as big as like
But you
King
can see
Kong
the red bug
coming down the street.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come on.
Yeah. The
Softball, golf, tennis, it's all first class. Everything over there. The softball.
Listen, every single
The rowing team.
Yes.
listen,
They're
everybody
well taken care of.
Every single school in the state of Alabama would take what Alabama has and what their football team does, and if you had to inherit what their other sports do, you'd do it today.
Yes.
I mean, you would do it 100% today, and you would even abandon another sport that you were good in to be good at football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you would. And that's where the priority is. Now that's a general statement for the mass fandom of Alabama, not the individual people who play and coach. And like I remember when my son played lacrosse. For me, lacrosse was a big deal, but it wasn't to the school. There was no comparison to the way the school treated the football program versus the lacrosse program, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
But
to Helmsley's point, the insinuation that they're not spending money in other sports is wrong.
Yeah.
You ought to see some of their other.
I mean,
the baseball facility is unbelievable.
No, I know that he was just saying.
I think he was
also
just
trying to
saying
say they're not
why
good enough
can't
sports.
the
I
other
think they're
things
better.
be at the level that football is?
Right,
And I
right,
think
right.
Well, they don't earn it.
Well, and they do. And let's not. We're acting like they don't compete for national titles in other sports. They do. Just because they're not making it in the Final Four in basketball, but. How many teams actually do that?
Guys, y'all know what the call was.
Yeah, I know.
The call was a football fan who also makes it the number one program.
Absolutely.
And he's so sick and
You're
tired
all over that.
of Alabama's dominance, and he's trying to find something. Yeah, but what about these other sports? And then he hadn't even really researched it. They're probably better at some others than he even knows.
They are, Rick.
Yeah. but I'm telling you, the reason why the football program has the budget they have is because they make more money than anybody else, and they hand that money out to these other programs as well.
Yeah.
And you know what? Whenever your sport demands a 100,000 seat stadium, then you can have that money too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
driven by the consumer,
right?
Guys, I would think that tennis and golf is probably low on the totem pole. And I have kids that play tennis and spend a lot of time in Tuscaloosa. Those tennis facilities are some of the best in the country because I've seen that. I've seen what that looks like. And I hate to break it to you, the golfers, I see about 4 or 5 of Alabama's players on the PGA Tour every week.
Yeah.
Rick, I'll say this too since you've brought it up. Jenny Maines, who is the women's coach there, they do a tremendous job.
Yeah.
So that
first
spills
class.
over into a lot of that. Yeah, the facility is
it's unreal.
excellent.
But you don't see a guy right now with his golf T-shirt on or his tennis T-shirt
No,
on.
you do not,
unless
Rick.
he's on the team.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
His lacrosse T-shirt on. His
And he's
basket-
okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
That's what's amazing is y'all think it's bothering them.
No, I'll go into their team store and you can have my big truck from Hendrick with the lift on it, and if we walk into the merchandise store and they sell more merch in any other sport than their football team, then you can have my truck.
Exactly.
it ain't even close. It's not even close. And so it's the spoils go to the ones that bring in the revenue.
Yeah.
Now this year's going to hurt a little bit with limited ticket sales. You know, it's kind of got the business model all wigged out, but it'll be back.
No, it will. You're right. And that's why we got to have an 18 playoff this next year. I keep
really. Yeah. That's being discussed, Rick.
Well, it should be.
Yeah.
It should be.
I think that'll solve a lot of problems. You just do that. You arguing about who 8 and 9 is not near the argument about who is 4 and 5.
Yeah. Well, plus, I think we as college football fans want it because those games we enjoy.
Yeah.
You know, the other bowl games are like, eh. What was your record? 6 and 4?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kind of a trying year for all fans, I'm sure, even for the Nadmeyer family. But we'll see if we can't.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, 30 years, baby. Thanks for being here. Well, at mypillow.com/Bubba, the speedy sale continues. What do I mean by the speedy sale? It's $25 extravaganza deals. I'm talking about $25 for premium Giza My Pillows. My sandals, $25. Well, hey, that'll put a pair on Speedy's feet. $25.
Well, you're getting close.
You're getting close. 6-pack My Towel sets, $25.
You got Greg at 6-pack.
4-pack dish towels, $25. 2-pack multi-use My Pillows are only $25. Percale bed sheets, $25. Beach towels, $25. So many more items for $25 too. Go see the $25 extravaganza sale, as we're calling the speedy sale, at mypillow.com/Bubba. mypillow.com/Bubba. This deal also includes free shipping.
Ooh.
Yeah. So find a link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, some videos that we haven't looked at and commented on today that Adler and Speedy have put together. One of them you seem intrigued with, and I am as well. The video of a camel tasting lemon for the first time.
You know, camels,
of all
just
the
as a
things I thought
whole,
we do.
they just intrigue me. They're just such a unique animal.
Interesting animal.
We've had them in the studio.
You ever ridden
here,
one?
Believe it or not, I have not.
You wish that you had their tongue just for about a day?
No.
Well, let's see it now.
I'm good.
This video is I guess the owner of the camel that's giving him the lemon is Chinese.
Why would you bring that up?
But you can hear him talking.
What's wrong with that?
No, I'm just saying. But it is subtitled.
It's in Chinese. Okay.
Yeah, it's in Chinese, but it is subtitled in Chinese also.
Does
so
the camel know Chinese?
I
or
guess
English?
probably the man of 1,000 voices is probably gonna have to translate here.
Okay.
So here you go.
Okay.
不要怪我啊，这个东西可不是我让你吃的。
Oh, here's your lemon.
Is that what oh no, he's going to write down on it.
That's not.
Looks
right.
like
He's spinning
Write
it.
down. Oh, he ate the whole thing.
No, he's spinning it. He still hasn't punctured it.
Looks like he's.
Oh, he has it.
Looks like he's eating a tennis ball.
He's trying to figure it out.
He's trying to figure out what it is,
Right.
and he's about to break it
对对，瞧，
right here. It's about to
Right
break
there.
it.
Watch his eyes.
Oh, wow.
That's hilarious. He said, no, thank you.
He said,
What was the guy saying? What was he saying? Yeah.
Well, how would a camel talk, Rick?
I would think it would talk something like this right here. It always seems that to me.
Hump day.
Oh, hump day. Yeah, okay. All right, so you.
we got a lemon on
but this thing with lemons, there's so many videos that come rolling through. Everybody lets their kid try lemon for the first time. It's always that's been like a rite of passage.
Lemon, move it around. Move it.
Oh, what is the yellow item you're bringing in here?
I think I'll bite down on it now.
Oh, that's what. Here's some other things too, Bubba. Would you like to see Gronk throw out a first pitch?
Yes, I would.
Video 11. So Gronk threw out a first pitch in Boston, and people say that it was very Gronk-like. So here he is. So let's take a look.
He's at the rubber.
He spiked it.
Okay. Like he would a football.
How are we on that? Did you kind of wish you'd have gone ahead and thrown it?
I'm mad about it.
Very Gronk-like.
Do you wish you'd just gone ahead and thrown it though?
Well, it's like I said, that was Gronk.
Right. Yeah.
That green thing. I don't
the
know
green thing
what
loved
it
it.
is.
Did you see the green thing?
I kind of wish he'd have thrown it and hit the green thing.
The green thing loved it. I don't know what the green thing is.
What do they call their mascot
in Boston?
Gronk was afraid he was going to make a bad throw.
Of course,
so
Greg.
he did that.
He kind of found a way. All right, this other one, 14. Bubba, you told me that. So Allen Iverson gets a statue and he seems to be disappointed in it. Because of its tininess. This is that time we got those bobbleheads. It's the same
real
thing.
quick, it's Wally the Green Monster. Wally the Green Monster. You asked.
That's right. For the I got you.
This doesn't have any audio, but you can see his reaction.
Where is
he? He is right here.
He's with the red sleeves on.
All right, I got
former 76er.
And the statue is head height, so you maybe think, okay, this will be a full-sized. Maybe it'll be as tall as a person, but it's on a pedestal, and the statue's a little kid.
What? It's like those little bobbleheads y'all got.
That looks like those things you see. There's a shopping center where we live called the Summit.
Yes.
And it has statues of little kids playing.
Yes.
That's what it looks
Guys,
like.
look at him. That's terrible.
Y'all, it's like a little
Nobody
baby.
does that.
Y'all, he's
putting his hand on it like a little kid.
He's trying to act like he likes it.
Speedy, does he like it?
No.
Are you okay?
No, he does
Are you
not
okay?
like it.
Y'all.
Think of any other person that's a sports figure that's got like at a stadium a statue. None of them are that small.
Most of the time, they're bigger than the real person.
So
Absolutely.
much bigger. How about this? If you go to wherever they're going to put this, you know what somebody say? So who's the kid?
Yes.
What is significant about this kid in the 76ers?
They don't know what
You can tell he's a little
third.
taken back by the size
He
of
should
it.
be.
Bless
That's
him.
ridiculous.
It's like Lil Bow Wow and Like Mike. They made a statue of that instead of Allen Iverson.
Well, I'm looking at Whitebeard, and he seems confused by it. Did he not know what it looks like? And didn't he bring it?
Yeah.
It's
wow.
like
If you lean up to it, he goes, practice.
Yeah, right. I knew somebody was going to say
if
that.
you think about the Barkley
Guys,
statue,
big crowd there too.
At
Yeah,
Auburn,
really
some of
big,
them,
Greg.
They're a lot bigger.
It's a little person
So
statue.
much bigger than that.
Yeah,
Hey,
they didn't know they weren't going to be able to see it.
Yeah.
That's it.
If you ain't on the front row, you ain't seeing it.
Greg. Hey, little statue.
Think about Rocky at the top of the stage.
Oh,
that
my
statue that's up there, and now look at that.
Well, it's
Is
one
it
thing.
going inside or something?
Well, just when you try to get past it, just like you are talking about.
Yeah,
Going
if it
in
was
a trophy
inside,
cabinet.
If it was in a trophy case or something, it would help.
Is that what it's going to be? But what I'm talking about, y'all just hit on it. A lot of these big time athletes encounter each other and run in circles and stuff. Now you got to be the one that, you go up and, Charles Barkley or something, you go, hey, man, look up here at my statue. And Iverson's like, yeah, they did one for you, didn't they? No, I don't think so. I mean, you just wouldn't even bring it up.
No,
right?
I didn't.
Also,
it is outside the practice facility. Did y'all mention that?
No, I
so it's
didn't. I was sitting
outside.
there
That's
looking at it.
funny.
I got to practice. That's funny without him making
is
that
funny.
comment. That's hilarious. All right, can we look at this one you had yesterday?
It's funny.
Tell me about 16, Adler. I don't understand the background here.
All right, so if the Clippers miss, if the visiting team, when they're playing the Clippers in the NBA, miss 2 free throws in a row, there's some kind of deal where the Clippers fans, get free chicken.
So that encourages them to make noise to try to get them to miss free throws. Right?
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
And so a player for the opposing team is going to miss on purpose for them?
Yes, the Houston Rockets are beating the Clippers pretty badly towards the end of the game. And this guy's name is Boban Marjanovic.
Okay, pretty good.
And,
Even though I think you put an R in there, it's not there.
He's
Boban.
Majanovic?
Boban
Oh, ears.
Marjanovic.
God, look at him. Ears. What is wrong? He's an alien. He's
I know
got a forehead like Frankenstein.
He is
Marjanovic.
He's a unique. He's a unique.
The villagers are going to run him out of there.
And he's going to tell the fans, I got you. I got you. guys."
Actually, be some free chicken on the board if he misses the second free throw.
You can split wood.
It's on me.
You can do what? Split wood on that forehead.
Did you hear him? He said it's on me.
Pointing to you, Beaumont's playing with the crowd. Say, you want chicken? Here's your job. Oh, he gave him chicken. He's a man of the people.
He's a man of the people.
He's a man of the people. Think he did that on purpose? He did. He gave out free chicken.
All right,
Wow.
so were the Rockets winning or losing?
The Rockets were way ahead.
They're way ahead.
Okay, so that's
And that's why he says, I got you.
He said, "I got you."
Okay, with these ears, was he a former wrestler? Has he got
He does look
cauliflower?
like cauliflower ear.
He's the one in
Is
the
he a
commercials
boxer
a
or
lot.
something? It looks like cauliflower ear.
He's in a lot of commercials.
He's
I
a
say
very
a lot. Some commercials.
Halloween? Oh.
No, it didn't
Okay,
like the
great.
top shelf one. Didn't he get something off the top shelf with one? Like
Yeah.
one of
At
the
ESPN
somebody's
or
trying
whatever.
to reach for it.
But I'm talking about if you turned down a dark alley and he was walking towards you,
Scary.
you'd be terrified.
I'm tall and weird.
They need to put him out in the woods listening for Bigfoot.
Wait a minute. I think I hear him.
That's good.
So he's from Serbia.
Oh,
But I'm talking about like on Halloween, he walks around. Everybody thinks that he's dressed up. What a costume!
Put a couple of bolts in his neck. You got it.
Well, don't even do that. Just what a costume!
Dressed as a Vulcan.
He looks like a Game of Thrones character.
He does. He does. The ones on from the Wildings.
Yes.
You know what
He
else?
just got everybody in L.A. chicken. I know that.
Yeah,
What's the
did.
big villains in Lord of the Rings? He looks like some of them.
The orcs?
Yes, he looks like an orc.
He's a scary looking guy. Let's just call it. All right.
Well,
But
no.
he's nice. It looks like he missed the free throw on purpose, so that's good.
He told everybody, this is for you.
And Greg, I know you like the back of my head. You thought their enthusiasm was a little strong.
Well, yes, Rick.
I get a free ticket.
How many are actually going to go get it?
I can tell you 4 that would.
I know that never would.
We'll
Didn't
come
ask
back.
anybody if they was going to use theirs.
We go phone calls next. We'll do a phone troll. Speedy's on the phones.
Yep.
First phone troll of the day next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The real question is, where is Dickie at?
Oh, there he is.
Dickie, how are you, sir?
Hello, Mr. Bubba.
I'm shocked that you're up so early today.
I'm shocked you came to work today.
Hey, Dickie, are you in Miami or are you in Tuscaloosa? We've heard different reports today.
Tried to get tickets to Miami. There weren't many because we're spreading out for the COVID, and could not do it. It was difficult to not be there. I felt like it was time for us to be together, and we couldn't do it better together. And I was not able to get to Miami. And we also, at one time, we thought about, well, let's just go to Miami, Ohio.
Right.
But,
Watch the game there.
Couldn't get Phyllis to go with it. You know, kind of we're at Miami. So we went to the Super Spreader event over here in Tuscaloosa.
So, Dickie, what were your thoughts about the game last night? Any doubt going in that Alabama would dominate?
Zero doubt.
Zip.
A little disappointed in the point spread. Thought we would beat them more. Thought that Saban took the foot off the accelerator a little bit.
Oh, really?
Oh, boy.
And, DeFonta is a elite player.
Who?
And DeFonta Smith. Saban calls him, and so do Phyllis and I, Smitty. But I want to say something to the Buckeye fans.
Oh.
Can I say something to the Buckeye
Yeah,
fans?
go ahead, Dickie. Floor is
They're
yours.
listening.
I believe you're going to be all right after this mid-season setback.
Yeah, the Buckeyes finished 7-1.
Yeah.
So, Dickie, let me ask you this: on the big picture of things, how many more championships does Saban have in him?
If I had a crystal ball and I knew how long Nick Saban would live, I would just take those years, and I might deduct every other year of his life, just to be kind, to give hope. And kind of like that dumpster fire down there at the Plains.
Hey, you got some new blood coming in.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's a new day, Greg. New day. Same old Auburn, new day. And what I would say whatever the number of years are left in Saban's coaching life, every other year would be a championship. So let's say, just as Saban is 67, is that correct?
He is 69. Yeah.
Wow,
He'll
it's
be
like in
70
stereo.
in October, maybe.
He's 69.
Fall.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's nearly 70. So let's say he's got 10 more years in him.
Uh-huh.
So I would say 5 more championships.
Five more.
Well, he is batting 500.
You know, if you play the odds and look at the numbers, you're probably pretty close.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
You know that last night Nicholas Saban, and this is a little emotional for me, but and God rest his soul. He moved one championship ahead. Paul Bear Bryant.
You
joked up about it.
There you go.
I was big RVs in the Bryant Museum. You know, it's my tradition after a championship, which means I'm here a lot.
All right. Now, were you on the strip celebrating last night?
Sure was, right in the middle of it. And enjoying every minute of it. You know, we tried to find masks. We had a couple that had the big Alabama A, you know, right there in the mouth. And we lost them on various trips. So Phyllis and I, you know, we feel like that we have Saban plasma. You know, Bama fans have a different reaction. People are calling Tuscaloosa's gathering a super spreader event, but they forget these are Bama fans.
Right.
And like our football team, we are elite in fandom. So our blood rejects the COVID. And you'll see no numbers from this. Because it's almost like, you know, have you ever heard the word where you get something by mimosis?
Osmosis?
I think it's osmosis.
Like I got it like mimosis.
Yeah, okay.
And so it's almost like through mimosis that we have Saban's plasma without ever even being hooked up to it. He just gives it to us by mimosis.
Okay.
Well, good news, Dickie. You're already picked to be national champions again next year.
And who would you pick other than us?
well, that's the point. It's pretty. There's really no other pick out there.
Yeah.
Can you name another team? I mean, you have Devonta Smith, the Heisman. He don't even play but a half, and you still blow somebody out.
How wins the MVP?
Dickie, let me ask you
We
this.
got players limping around. We got players on the sideline can't play but a play. We got people limping. We got hands breaking, and you still can't play with us.
Let's go to the people. 866 We Be Big. It's a Patriot mobile phone troll. Make your phone money count by switching to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. 30 seconds a pop. This means that we now get through a lot of callers in a short period of time. Speedy's on the phones. If you want to get in, dial now. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. And then we go to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. None of those allowed in the phone troll. Barriers are a blessing. We'll get started with Derek in Illinois. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Derek, welcome. Go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen. So my son is 11 years old. In science right now, Wind Play Show is studying planets, and we were studying at the kitchen table the other night, and Uranus was said. And he looks over at me, and I can't help but laugh. My son smirks, and my wife from then on starts saying Uranus.
Right.
Now, so my first question is, one, do you encourage like I want to, or do you like stop it like my wife says? And then second one, what?
I think you probably need to try to stop it because it's going to get legs on its
Well,
own.
You're either going to say anus or urine. Either one of them.
Right.
Urine, Uranus. You're saying urine.
Greg, thanks for breaking
That's
that down.
true, Greg.
So let's just, I
Well
say go
said, Greg.
Uranus.
Facts are facts.
So I guess, Bubba, is Uranus
That's just the
acceptable?
truth.
Yeah, it's acceptable. It's like adversement.
Okay.
Advertisement or adverse. Wouldn't everybody was saying that for a while? Adversement.
So I think you have to, you probably want to intervene, Derek, and say.
Now let's go with it. 'Cause
They probably
his
need
son
to,
can have a
they
lot of good
probably
Snickers
need to
at
just
school.
change the name.
Right.
Totally. Be done away with it.
Doggone it. Toby, Mississippi, 30 seconds. Toby, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard this morning that Joe Biden, he's part of the King family too. He's a lunatic.
Good to hear from all of our uncles. Let's go to Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Oh, happy not a Monday to you, gentlemen.
Well, to you too,
but,
sir.
the ticks can fall from trees, and I've seen them do it, pine trees especially, because the birds get the ticks from the ground when they're feeding, and they fly up for protection, and then they flap their feathers and everything when they have parasites, and they fall off.
Okay, that's a lot of moving
but you're-
parts there, pal.
Oh, but I've seen it. I've had it happen.
That's great.
Well, really, what you're saying is ticks fall off birds, not from trees.
I don't know about
How about this? Anywhere in the outdoors, you can probably get a tick at any
course.
given time. I don't think it
can.
prevents you from sitting under a tree.
But if a bird drops one on me, then heck, I was just supposed to have a tick on me.
Yeah, well, that's probably
Ain't a lot I can
one of the
do with it.
least things a bird can do to you out in nature.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like you
They'll
guys.
drop.
If I get one like that, you know what?
Hey, man,
today
it
was
just got me.
today was tick day for me.
It was.
It was not a whole lot. I just can't live my life worried about where ticks are falling from. I mean, I don't want to go off in high grass and do stupid things, but things like that are so uncontrollable.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot you can do about
Spray
it.
yourself and get off it.
Greg, you telling everybody
It's that simple.
And which one?
Deep woods off.
And what's it got?
Deet. That deet been around since World War II.
Barry in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Barry, go ahead. If you want to get in, there's room, 866 We Be Big. Bear, what's up?
Hey, guys, just the Bobbitt story. She did change her name, but he did also. His name is now Les Johnson.
I thought we got far enough away.
Yeah, I thought that I'd heard them all, but I stand corrected.
It was just, his delivery, too.
Oh, wow, that's key. That's key. That fella has stood around and held court and told a few jokes.
Yeah, you know he has.
He has. We continue.
Oh, my God.
Tim in Tennessee. Tim, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, Steve Sloan, the former quarterback at Alabama, has went on in, and Dustin Connell and Jacob Wheeler have won the first 4 events of Major League Fishing this year.
You know, those two topics tied together.
I'm not sure.
I didn't. We led with Steve Sloan going on in,
Right.
and then we turned that into Major League Fishing somehow. And but you know what? I think the guy just said, I got 30 seconds. I'm gonna get as much some key topics in as much as I can.
Well, there you go.
Let's
He
talk
ran
about
the
the
list.
tide while we're at it.
Yeah, in a row tide. Steve Sloan. I did not know he had gone on in. We continue. 866 We Be Big. David, 104.7 WZZK out of Hoover, Alabama. Go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, how y'all doing this morning?
Great.
Hey, I had the pleasure of running into Henry Winkler over the weekend, and buddy, he set the squalor when he heard about Helmsy losing his distance vision.
They tore him up, man.
Speaking of holding court, and we had a little bit of it on Monday, just a little. But tell me that you are enjoying sitting around listening to Tide fans talk about A-Day.
Oh, really?
I've never seen a group of fans that can try to deduce this much out of a practice.
Out of a practice.
Yeah,
That they were showing very limited.
That they weren't doing anything. I tell you one thing, this new guy, I don't like the fact, when I went to A-Day, you had a quarterback against a quarterback with two teams, and sitting there watching just the defense against the offense all day, I didn't like that much at all.
Yeah, didn't like it.
Yeah, and then, of course, I love when they say things that really should have been canceled the call. But he's a coach. I guess he can do it how he wants to.
Well, okay, there we go.
Yeah, I guess he can. It's all going to come down to this. If this coach wins,
they'll love him.
He'll be great, and everybody will love him. And if he loses, then everybody will do everything they can to run him off.
Did people not enjoy the A-Day experience?
Well, it's all according to
Some people didn't like.
They didn't like the format.
I didn't like the way the turf looked, and I didn't like that we see back when we used to do it 2 teams when Saban was here. You know, it'd be one quarterback over here with a team, another quarterback, and we divide them up. And this is just the offense against the defense the whole time. I didn't enjoy that much at all.
Well, I'm sure he wasn't there for you to enjoy it.
I mean, look, to me, these A-Day games, or whatever you call yours, they're the most. If you don't have a kid on the team, they are so boring.
Well, they're probably needed by the coaches.
Of course they
and
are.
The team.
Absolutely.
But a lot of schools don't want them televised anymore.
Yeah, I heard that too. And they said Ohio State played 2-hand touch because they're so worried about injury.
Well, I mean, the A-Day games or the spring scrimmage games got to be real big. I mean, they were, really getting a life of their own, and it seems like they've kind of gone the other way a little bit lately. I
Of
don't
course,
know.
they still drew nearly 70.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
No, there's a lot of
well,
people.
new
got
coach,
it.
too.
Yeah.
Mike in South Carolina. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, where's y'all's favorite place to get fried chicken around there?
Around here?
No, they say.
Well, one of them's closed. We lost one. Let's see. Fried chicken around here.
Do you mean around the studio?
You're not talking about chains. You're talking about
area?
just a place where you go in and they got good fried chicken?
Yeah, well, I'm coming to Golden Ticket Seats, and I want to know where to get some good fried chicken when I'm out there.
Cracker Barrel, of course, has good fried chicken. Now they're doing this new Southern, and I'll tell you, Metro Grill has got great fried chicken. Metro Grill's a good one. It's not far from the studio at all. They got great fried chicken.
Yeah, there's several around here. Pretty good at that.
I wanted to say Lloyd's. Good. Let's go to Greg in Enterprise. Greg, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing today?
Good.
Hey, I just want to know if y'all heard Thurston Hatch on American Idol. For a 15-year-old, that boy's got a voice on him.
I have not.
He's good.
Have you heard him, Greg?
Yeah.
He's from Alabama. There's a female up north and center, I think, Alabama. But that guy from down south there, he has really got a good voice on him.
Never heard him. Greg says he agrees with you.
He's country.
Country folk?
Yeah. He seems very mature for his age.
Does he? Okay. How 50? He's only 15?
15, yeah.
Is he old school country or pop country?
He writes all of most of his stuff.
Really?
Oh, really?
Got a little outlaw to him?
Nah, not really, but.
Not pop country?
No, not pop country.
Okay.
Little Music City Mafia.
And there's a big giant guy that used to be a football player. He is the new Chris Stapleton type.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
How do you think Sark will do at Texas?
I'm proud of Sark.
Oh, boy.
That was so real.
I'm proud of Sark. He's overcome some demons. And I had a son with a similar problem. And I wish he would overcome it. He hasn't. We don't even know where he is this morning. But here's some things.
Sorry. Good night.
It was a big win, and he wasn't ready for that yet. Too much pressure. They say that at rehab. You don't put it. He wasn't ready for another Bama victory. So, but Sark has showed that he's got his act together. He's done an outstanding job. But in all fairness to the Tide, he will go to Texas and then just get beat by Saban.
Oh,
yeah.
And that's nothing against Sark. But
No, the numbers say that, Dickie. I mean, the former assistants versus the master, it's unbelievable.
Well, would you like to say it? I wouldn't even have to say it. Would you like to tell the Rick and Bubba Nation how many of Saban's assistants have beaten him?
That'd be a big zero.
I said no.
Now, how do you feel about the rumor of Bill O'Brien coming to be the new OC? Do you think that'll work out?
Well, he's Irish.
What?
Yeah.
He's Irish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's true.
I mean, top of the morning to you, O'Brien. It really doesn't matter, Speedy.
Okay.
It really doesn't matter. Hey, by the way, I thought Leach did a good job for y'all.
Yeah. Bubba, we know that President Trump has a few days left. He has been declared the most evil human being that has ever walked the earth. Orange man bad. Don't get near him. If you stand near him, you can pay a price. And it's so bad right now that even Belichick refuses to go and get the Medal of Freedom. Is that correct? The Trump administration.
Now, why is Belichick getting that?
I don't know. I
think it was for lifetime achievement in the coaching ranks, and
so
the president's handing these out. I mean, this is nothing new, but Belichick has actually declined to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, seemingly breaking from a friendship with a billionaire business mogul. He said put out a statement Monday after the report surfaced that he would receive it later in the week. He said, recently I was offered the opportunity to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which I was flattered by out of respect for what the honor represents and admiration for prior recipients. But due to the tragic events last week that occurred, and the decision has been made not to move forward with the award. And he goes on to say some more.
Yeah,
but he's basically declining.
Yeah, and one of the little small headlines, it's like they're saying what he's really saying is after the Capitol riot, he just thinks it's not stable and everybody's out of their minds. And I think, you know what I think? I don't think he wants to deal with the people of New England of him going up there with the president right now, and he knows he's thinking, I don't want to hassle that.
Of course, I picture him.
Yeah.
I picture him in the ceremony with that sweatshirt on.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
he
yeah.
always wears,
The same
and
one.
him strapping that medal on him.
I'm wearing the Rick and Bubba hoodie today, and I feel a little Belichick like.
So, other than the big topic, and we talked about this earlier, and it really may be a bigger topic than the events going on this week, is censorship in our country and the role that big tech plays with all of us. And I mentioned to you guys yesterday that the group you really need to look at are the internet service providers and the people who run the switches that actually make this work.
We better get all this figured out.
And here we go. Today, an internet service provider, ISP, in northern Idaho, and they also cover Spokane, Washington area, has decided to block Facebook and Twitter for its customers after they receive multiple complaints about censorship on the platform. Now, the company is called T1 Wi-Fi. They confirmed that they will block Facebook and Twitter from their service for customers starting Wednesday. The move comes after Twitter permanently banned President Donald Trump from its platform, and Facebook blocked the president out of his account indefinitely. It has come to our attention that Twitter and Facebook are engaged in censorship of our customers and information. The ISP adds that it's been receiving complaints about it. We have the past couple of days been fielding calls concerning about this, and people do not want these sites displayed. So they're saying they will make it available to people who specifically ask for it, but they are going to block it. Now, of course, Facebook and Twitter are losing their mind, going, wait a minute, you can't block us. This is censorship.
Wait a minute, hypocrite.
But see how this thing rolls downhill, and it's such a slippery slope. That's why it's a bad idea for anybody to be censored on this, other than just in an extreme situation. And some people, well, this is extreme. No, it's really not. Not yet.
Yeah, it was, and we got that. We were talking about, there's so many different angles on this, and I can't remember the guy's name yesterday that sent us the email, him that you sent us, and he was making the point how we were talking to the caller out of Orlando, Jason. Of course, I also was sent multiple tweets by the Ayatollah has put out that are extremely violent. So Jason, you can find those too. But he was talking about. The thing that keeps being said, whether if they're private, they do this, private, they're doing that, private, they do this. And that's why we need to figure it out, because he made the point. But we all decided that as a country, there's still things in your private business, like you can't deny someone employment because of their ethnicity or their religious convictions, and you can't deny people this. We do say there are certain things that even a private business cannot deny people.
Hi, baby. Big Boy Studio, the on-air light illuminated, we go forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. Grinding our way through the 31st year of the Rick and Bubba Show, 30 years in the happen. And you can find all the best moments of the last 30 years by going to the Google store, go to the Apple store, wherever you find downloadable content from artists everywhere. Look at the Rick and Bubba catalog there. All the CDs from the past are there, and you can go grab those, and you can buy them by the cut if you have preferred ones. You can buy them by the album. They're all there, and now more valuable than ever, the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
That's all we're asking. Bubba, one of your favorites, Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil is starting to get a little, I think he's kind of tired of the state of things, and he's coming off the fence. And he's starting to double down on things that he didn't like about the country. Dr. Phil is first going to be talking about Texas trying to independently say, look, we must be able to control our borders. He'll tell you a little bit about this. What's it called, Adler, what they're trying to do? Lone Star
Operation Lone Star?
Operation Lone Star. And then he says something derogatory about Vice President Kamala Harris. So he'll be kicked right out of the entertainment world.
I don't think he cares anymore.
And you know what? It's almost like Dr. Phil is no longer afraid of Oprah. There was a time when he was afraid of her. I don't think he is anymore. He's his own man now. So here we go. Here's Dr. Phil talking about this situation in Texas.
Now, since its launch in 2021, Operation Lone Star, as it's called, has resulted in over 496,700 illegal immigrant apprehensions and 38,700 criminal arrests with 35,100 felony charges. According to the Department of Homeland Security, since President Biden took office, more than 6 million illegal immigrants have crossed Texas' southern border in just 3 years. And what about our Vice President, Kamala Harris? Did you know she is actually this country's immigration czar? Well, guess how many times she's been to the border? Once.
Oh, he's in trouble now.
Yikes.
I bet he got a text from Oprah.
Yikes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still doing the show?
Let me
I
tell you
didn't know it
something.
was still on.
Prime time.
If he
Is it really?
Well, that's what it said, Dr. Phil Primetime.
Oh, was it a special?
I guess,
Because he doesn't do his daily show, does he?
I don't think so.
He's got a new media source coming out.
Yeah, something. Yeah, he's doing his own thing. Now.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. If he says something negative about Ozempic this week, he's had it. He has had it. You know, I mean, it's so he just comes right out and is negative of Kamala Harris.
Well, look, fair question, fair answer.
Yep.
She's been to the border once. She's supposed to be in charge of it. So obviously, the plan is get as many people in as you can before it's finally shut down.
He seems upset about it.
He seems a little steamed about it. He does a little bit.
Yeah.
While being a journalist.
You know, he didn't do any analogies about farm animals.
Yeah, I know.
Like
Usually you'll get, some animal and its behavior on the farm or somewhere back in Arkansas. It's good.
So, right. So we also have other things going on. Of course, video one, we got Peter Ducey. He's always ready. And he's talking to John Kirby. You know, watching President Biden right now, not him, but whoever's running things, his administration, trying to figure out where they need to be when it comes to the Palestinian protesters in our country and those that think we should be standing with Israel, and Israel being attacked and now being told that we don't want them to respond and all this. And so, and the president himself, as you said the other day, Bubba, and it's right, they didn't know this attack on Israel was going to happen. So they didn't have him ready to talk. So we just didn't hear from the president.
Yeah,
I mean, it was just.
They didn't have time to, give him the juice or whatever they do to get him going.
You know, they say they didn't know it was going to happen. But I believe about halfway through this, he suggests as though they thought this might happen.
Yeah.
Which is kind of contradictory.
We had assets in the region that helped shoot down drones and missiles. So we knew something was going on.
Right.
So now, I was at dinner and I heard somebody at our table say a bunch of drones have just left Iran. I mean, this was early in the afternoon. So we knew, our satellites are keeping up with most of that.
So here's Peter Ducey suggesting to the White House's John Kirby, does the president need to consider maybe beefing up the public Iran posture more than just one word? So here we go.
John, has President Biden considered maybe beefing up the public Iran posture to be more than just one word?
You're referring to don't.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about.
And they did it anyway.
And let's talk about what we did, Peter. Let's talk about don't and did. Let's talk about Saturday night. He made it clear that he didn't want to see escalation in the region.
And what?
Let me finish. He added military resources to the region right after October 7th. And then when we had an inkling that this kind of thing was coming, he added even more military resources to the region. More destroyers that were capable of shooting down ballistic missiles, a fighter squadron that was able to shoot down drones. And that's what we did. So you can talk about the don't word all you want, but let's talk about what did happen. And what did happen was Iran utterly failed. And if I'm sitting in Tehran right now, I'm betting that President Biden takes it pretty seriously when he says don't escalate. He's going to act to make sure that you can't. And they didn't. Yes, they fired an unprecedented amount of munitions, But how much of a success did they have, Peter? None. Zero. Very little infrastructure. It was an embarrassing failure for the Supreme Leader for the IRGC.
Was it, though?
Yeah, but that's not what he's telling the people in Iran who can't have access to what really happened. Right. He's telling them that by the way, like, as he tried to admit but not admit, there has never been this kind of an attack on Israel.
Right. It's usually terrorists. It's usually through their little operative groups that are around the region.
October 7th, unprecedented as well.
Mm-hmm.
That was the worst terrorist attack ever on Israel. And so you can't ignore these things. And I know what the administration is trying to do because of these other stories we've got about Chicago O'Hare and the Golden Gate Bridge that Speedy's been talking about today. There's an uproar by these communities in these states that have had so many fundamental Islamists take over communities in key states the Democrats need. So they're trying to find a way to say we're with Israel, but we're not. And they don't really know how to word that.
They're trying to walk all over the place.
Yeah, just like I told you I got to talk to somebody that lives in Israel a few nights ago, and he said, you realize that y'all just sent us millions of dollars worth of weapons. So the president may be saying that he thinks Netanyahu's hawkish and all this, but you're also sending us help to destroy the enemy. But at the same time, publicly, you keep coming out acting like that you're also wanting to tell us when we could and can respond. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like they want to be able to say, well, you remember that time we told Israel not to fire back, but you gave them stuff to fire back with. Yeah, but we said not to. And so if you're mad at us because we're not supporting Israel, we tell you that we do support them. If you're mad at us for supporting Israel too much, we tell you we really don't. Mm-hmm. And that's what they're trying to do. And in these kind of conflicts, you really can't. You have to pick a side.
And Ducey's point still stands even after all that Kirby said. Biden said don't, and they did, and then we stopped them. So Biden's don't words were not effective, and that was Trump's point, or that was Ducey's point.
You think anybody, and I would include Israel in this, you think anybody gives a rip what the current state of President Biden says about anything around the world? Anybody?
No.
And here's some of the protests we're talking about. Can you imagine missing your flight at O'Hare, not being able to get across the Golden Gate Bridge because of Palestinian protesters? Can you imagine?
Well, just any protest. There's a way and a time, and there's ways not to. And you start blocking public traffic. That's another thing.
Well, those aren't protesters. Those are disruptors. That's next level. That's affecting all the lives of the thousands of cars that are in line and their life and where they're going and what they're dealing with. And this is just
which doesn't win them over to you.
No, it doesn't.
I started to say it got you on the news, but do you think any of those people are more supportive of your effort than they were before they missed their flight?
I would go as far as say less supportive.
Yeah, I would.
If you're whatever your protest is, if these are your approaches, you're not winning any new supporters.
And their sign says "Stop the world for Gaza." I'm sorry, but if you're gay, if you show your hair, which is green, probably you can't live in Gaza.
No,
they'll kill you.
We're back.
Rick and Bubba.
We have said that. Mm-hmm. You can't just declare I'm private business. I can do whatever I want. We really don't live that way. Mm-hmm. There are some different rules. I give you that, but it's not. It's not unprecedented that we would say, well, I know you're a private business if we leave you under the 230 protection. However, you can't deny people their First Amendment right, because we tell private businesses they can't deny people certain rights they have in the Constitution. Couldn't we say the same thing to these tech companies?
Rick, it's just very complicated. Mm-hmm. Very complicated. A lot of nuances here, and it goes really back to this thing again. Are these big tech companies going to get to be publishers, or are they platforms? And what rules apply with that? Right now, they get to play both sides of the street. They get the benefits of both, and they don't have to deal with the liability issues of either. So. And that was done so that business, when it first started, would not be, kind of snuffed out, so to speak, and it would be able to grow. Well, it's grown. It's grown. It's tremendous now, and 3 or 4 companies control a big part of our life. So we're going to have to make some decisions. I don't think you'll see the new Congress coming in have any stomach to do it since they get large amounts of money from them.
Yeah, and that's because somebody, I'm kind of in the mode, and we keep trying to push everybody to the mode of what do we do now, because I think there's some things that you can spend energy on it, and I can talk more about this when we come back, because I've heard, I think some people completely misunderstood the term "it's time to move on" and what that actually means, and I realize now that we've lost the ability to simply communicate with people and have conversations back and forth, because it looks like what's happening, and I know it doesn't apply to everybody, and I'm thankful for those of you that it doesn't, but the cancel culture and the mob mentality is bad no matter what color shirt you have on.
Because it always gets out of hand.
Yeah, no matter what your political worldview, whatever it may be, this type of behavior and the cancel culture and going after people that disagree with you on certain points and trying to destroy them, it's bad no matter who you are doing it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, now the obsession over impeaching. We have attempted to impeach Donald Trump so many times throughout this process and get him on this and get him on that. Many people in America are asking the question, why is anyone trying to fool with this when he's leaving on January the 20th? And we think, and I hope this is accurate. I don't know if it's accurate or not, that there's certain things that could any mark you can put on his resume makes it harder for him to run for re-election, and that this is the whole reason this is happening. Because you would think, just thinking it through, if you were the anti-violence party, now I would just take the platform and say that I disagree with the narrative that the left is the anti-violence party. I
would have to.
I will respectfully disagree with that attempt at public relations. So, but let's say that's your claim. You saw what happened at the Capitol; it got out of hand. You would think that the last thing you would do is to stir that pot again. That you would just say, "Hey guys, let's have a transition of power. Let's get the new administration in there, and let's start the healing process." But that's not happening.
Well, Joe Biden ran on a platform if he was going to heal the nation, bring it together. Now, I don't know exactly what their thought process was on that, Rick. Usually it doesn't mean stomping the greasy spot in the middle of the road. But that's what you're seeing here today. As a matter of fact, the House will take up, or they tried to pass a resolution yesterday calling on Vice President Pence and the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment. In other words, remove Trump because he was mentally unable to do the duties thereof. That did not go anywhere. They will take up impeachment today, and usually, impeachment was supposed to be a rarely used, only for the very worst case situation. And, there's supposed to be a debate process prior to this. There'll be no debate today. No. They're just going to do a straight vote. And so even then, the Senate has said, look, the earliest we can get to it is on Inauguration Day. Do you really want to do that?
No, what are we doing?
So it's really going to go nowhere. But again, it's just this Trump delusion thing that.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't stop.
All right, here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Contest button today at rickandbubba.com. 2 big contests are moving. An annual event, Fix Mama's Mouth, is back underway. If you want to enter your mom for the possibility of winning that dental makeover, all the details are there. Also, if you'd like to win a VIP trip to the Honda Grand Prix, the Indy race in Alabama at Barber Motorsports Park, VIP package, including getting to meet the Grand Marshal, Riley Green. So all that you can find at contest. Just click on that button at rickandbubba.com today and go ahead and enter if you so desire. Some stories that we haven't hit. I did not know that CBS was broadcasting a Billy Joel concert from Madison Square Garden to celebrate the 100th concert of Joel's residency at Madison Square Garden. And you were telling me that it was delayed by the network's extended coverage of the Masters. So that means they got started on it late, which also led to them having to stop it before it was finished to get into local news and in some places or whatever the case may be. And unfortunately for CBS, they cut him off in the middle of Piano Man.
Oh, Rick, you can't do that.
Oh
my goodness.
Well, you know how these things do when they have these shows on. They run late. They have to they have to adjust because they're gonna hit that local news on time.
Yeah, they said it only affected Eastern and Central time zones for that reason. But I love some of the stuff people are putting out on social media. CBS was no longer in the mood for a melody. That's funny. But people were furious. And they said some of the local stations tried to offer hey, we're sorry. Some are comparing it to the 1968 Heidi game.
Yeah, you remember that.
When
where
NBC
they cut the NFL game off for Heidi.
Yeah. And
that was positive.
The viewers missed one of the most dramatic endings in sports history. Billy Joel fans are calling this a shameless CBS decision that they should have let that finish. And it, of all things, if only it had been in the middle of something like Longest Time, which I hate that song, and, or Uptown Girl, I hate that one.
See, I like that.
But of course you do. That is keeping in line with everyone here. But the but Piano Man, you can't. I'm sorry if I had the headset. I'm going. We're not stopping Piano Man.
No, you can't.
No,
can't.
So
anyway, worth
it. Some people saying it's a total flop. You've been promoting this and getting us all fired up, and then you don't even finish it. And they said the Masters and the local news was the problem, but don't you kind of know that going in?
Yeah.
That's
well, it's. I mean, everything's got to hit on time, and if the Masters runs long, something's got to give it up, and they're not going. Usually they go to that local news on time, no matter what.
Well, here's what's funny. I guess one of the local anchors that apologized, his name is Rex Smith, and he says, "I know I prefer Billy Joel over Me Too. I'm not even the Rex Smith that had a hit song. It was on a soap opera or something, wasn't he? Too?
Solid Gold. He was the host. Of
Solid Gold. That was it. Tesla, Bubba. Wow, Tesla. I mean, just lead to the Musk intro here a little bit.
The money.
Hey.
Here comes the money.
Bubba, Tesla laying off more than 10% of the workforce.
Yeah, Elon is not happy about it, but he said the slowdown in the demand for battery cars leaves them no choice, that they're going to have to do this to get ready and adjust for the next growth cycle. So 10% of the workforce.
Do you think, and I'll handle this gingerly, but do you think that even though I know these are incredible automobiles and all that, I'm taking nothing away from that, but this is our first run at trying to mainstream electric cars,
right.
Okay? I know we've been dabbling in them in a while, but we tried to mainstream them. Do you think what's going to happen, if everybody will just let it work its natural process? Like, for instance, I love a Ram truck and have been driving those for a while. But I did have people tell me, and I'm not trying to offend anybody in this, I think most people agree, it's one thing to have the modern-day Ram truck. It's another thing to have one of the old original Dodge trucks. It's two different worlds. It's two different worlds. Mm-hmm. Even though that truck now is considered to be, I've enjoyed it more than any truck I've driven. But there was a time when people wouldn't say that. You remember when Ford had to rebrand themselves and get away from the fix or repair daily. When that product had you remember that. And do you think that what's happening here is everybody said, "Hey, neat, shiny new toy," and then everybody goes, not worth the hassle. And then the demand now, it's like, we can't say people haven't tried it. They've tried it. And the world just isn't ready for it to be streamlined to the level that we thought it would be, or we tried to make happen. See, this is when you try to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they're going to be all right.
It was the cool and shiny thing, and, from ground zero, it took off good. But I think you're seeing just the normal cycle of growth where they're going to slow down, and like he said, there'll be another cycle where they speed up.
Yeah.
The world's most valuable automaker employs about 140,000 workers worldwide. This reduction in staffing will affect about 15,000 employees. But the flip side of this, and you have to ask this, when your primary owner is the richest man in the world and you're getting cut,
oh yeah,
you have to think, well, hey, thanks.
Well, that's also, like you said, it's not really understanding how it all works. Because just because the person that created the company is super wealthy, and the company design isn't working and making a profit, that's what you work under.
Right.
You're not being paid like to do his yard work and him walk out and say, well, I think no matter how the cost of yard work is, I can still keep paying you.
But
this is a much different. Right. But I know that doesn't sell.
If you're laid off, you're still going to have hurt feelings. Now, these numbers are still really wild. I think Tesla announced at the time that it delivered roughly 387,000 vehicles in the first quarter. In the first quarter, that's a lot of cars.
Mm-hmm.
Well below, though, the expected 443,000, about an 8.5% decrease compared to the first quarter of last year. So they're seeing some year-over-year decline, and they didn't meet their quota exactly, but you still put out 387,000 new cars. That's still a lot of cars.
Well, it's almost like, somebody kept telling you that something was going to be a sellout, and you sold 3/4 of the room, and there would have been a time you would have celebrated that, but somebody had you sold on the sellout.
Yeah.
I
think competition from China's big electric car maker, BYD, the lack of the charging stations. Everybody's having problems getting charged up when they want to.
Yeah.
So I think the cars are running ahead of the charging stations. They're going to have to catch up.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we saw that on the eclipse in some of the small towns. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Even if you think what happened at the Capitol was wrong, which I do, and you think it went too far, the fact that the guy has only got, 7 more days in office, let it go. Let it go, because all you're doing is galvanizing those same people that went to the Capitol across the country. You're not offering them an olive branch. You're throwing gas on the fire. And it's not uniting people, and it's just going to backfire. And it's just a bad idea, but they're pushing forward with it. Now, Trump, while this is going on, will defend himself in a speech today at the Alamo in Texas as he's headed to the wall to inspect a lot of the new section that's been done there. So it just continues.
Well, in all fairness, I'm seeing some Democrats that are saying, okay, look, I'm on board. I'm glad we won, but come on now. This is all we're doing now is just stirring for the sake of stirring. Now, there may be a strategy politically. I got news for everybody out there, and I know this is not going to be good news for many that are listening and watching. I believe that the Republican and the Democratic Party will do everything they can for us to never see Trump in office again. I don't think either party wants him back, and I think it'll be a tough, difficult, and the fact that I think just human nature, because I think it'll be Trump's, hey, y'all got me, but you'll see me again. I will avenge myself. That side of Trump versus the man. I got a lot of nice stuff, and I'm getting old. And so I mean, he might go. But you know how you think you want to come back, and then because all you know is the life you're in right now. And then you go back to the life you had before and you go, oh, I forgot how good this was.
Yeah. Right.
I'm not sure that Trump would want to come back. I know there's a side of him, but the age and everything, guys, a second presidency of Trump is highly unlikely. Highly. Just for his age. I mean, think about his age and the things that he could. He's got 4 years before he can even. Right. I mean, I know he can start running before that, but but there's just not a lot of time on the Trump clock, and I think he'll have every kind of obstacle in his way, including his own party.
Well, and that doesn't mean that he won't run a family member out there.
That's
or
true.
They won't run out there, and that may be what he meant when he said our journey's just beginning. He may not have any intentions of running.
Or here's an idea, and I think he could do a good job with the resources he has. He just becomes an American who has impact for good on his country.
Yep.
And he goes out there and he organizes and he helps and he works and he funds and he becomes an activist for things that he thinks this country should never ever move away from and should bring back.
The banning of him on Twitter and Facebook is only going to galvanize the radical part of Trump's base.
Yep.
And it's not a good decision. And trying to do this impeachment, there's a time when you beat somebody. We've seen football games. Shake their hand. The winner be gracious, and the loser be a good sport, and you go on. Then you move on. I know for some reason saying move on has become very offensive to people. But what I mean by that, Rick, what am I supposed to do? What am I going to do? I still got to go fill up with gas. I got to buy groceries. I got a family I got to take care of. I got to come to work every day. I don't have any other options.
Well, and I thought about that yesterday, and you're exactly right. And I think some of you don't know what this means. And I'll use a very, very harsh example, and we're approaching it again on January the 19th. When this show and my family went through the earthly death of our 2.5-year-old son, when we talked about, Bubba said, you don't have any choice but to move on, but that doesn't mean what happened doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't mean that you're moving on the same way you were before.
No.
I promise you, we're not the same people we were before, and it continues to be used to galvanize us into new people. And it affects everybody different ways. But you're always affected by what happened. See, I think some people say when we say move on, that means it didn't matter, nothing changes. That's not what move on means.
That doesn't mean forget it and act like it never happened.
I assure you, this trauma in our lives as a family and as a show, it mattered, and it altered our lives forever. But guess what? I moved on, but I moved on doing things differently.
Yeah.
That's what Bubba's talking about. It's time to start thinking about what do we do now that this has happened,
right? And
you start planning out how you will now live your life, or politically, not near as important as the things we're talking about, but still, it is important to a degree. Politically, we need to make some changes. We need to start concentrating on the election in 2 years.
Right.
We need to start saying, well, when this happened, we shouldn't let that happen again. Bubba's not saying, and we're not saying move on means we act like it never happened.
Or don't care.
Or don't care. No.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show as we move forward. Hey, Cook's Pest Control and Centricon now more than ever here. Release the bugs. Here they come. Mosquito treatments, yes, they got them. Carpenter bee treatments, yes, they have them. Whatever you need, you want to keep the fleas, and we talked about the ticks earlier. You want to protect your property from termites. They do it all, top to bottom. And right now, it's who we use. We love them. If you'd like a free evaluation of your property, hey, contractors, even new home construction, they'll do that too. No obligation to use them, even though we think you should, because nobody's better. Whatever the problem is, Cooks is the solution. So put them to work for you by going to cookspest.com. cookspest.com. Tell them you heard about it right here, and you can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cooks Pest Control. In the music world, Bubba, it's kind of like athletics. Can the offspring of the well-known people or person, can they produce a product anywhere near their mom, their dad, the combination? It doesn't happen much. It's rare that super talented people produce other super talented people to the level they were. It does happen. Yeah. Every now and then the kid will be even better, but it's rare. I tell you what you see a lot in families with multiple siblings is a lot of times like the youngest will be the best.
Yeah.
And it kind of throws you a little bit. Of course, some of that could be because of development of the parenting and all that too, but in the work ethics. But anyway, so we have, it doesn't get any bigger than Paul McCartney and John Lennon.
James McCartney and Sean Ono Lennon have come together to release a new song.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, their famous dad's part of the Beatles.
Sure.
How do you think their conversations go when they talk to each other?
That's a great question. I don't know. There's a lot to discuss. Now, of course, the first thing I can think of is of the offspring of John Lennon, Julian Lennon seemed to be superior for a time, and cranked out a couple of big hits.
Yeah, and then he kind of disappeared.
Then he kind of disappeared.
Now listen, when you hear John Lennon's son, we think about that, but don't forget his mother's Yoko Ono. So he's got her abilities too, and we've heard her music.
Right. We have, and that may be why Julian at first seemed to have the most potential because he had another mama.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But here, Yoko.
If you hear this song though, it sounds like the Beatles from the '60s or '70s.
Well, here's what I don't understand: if we have the son of Paul McCartney, the only son, right? James.
Yeah.
And then we have Sean from John Lennon or Julian, either one. Why haven't they hooked up with Paul McCartney's son before now? If he had any ability, that seemed like as a promoter, I would have been out there trying to get them together. Y'all know each other, right?
They said this is James' second song release since 2016, following February's comeback release, "Beautiful,"
which he did with Paul, right? He did that with his dad.
Did he?
Yeah, I thought
didn't know
did.
Paul McCartney was 81, right?
Yeah.
So Sean has released his own album and won an Academy Award for Best Animated Short as an executive producer for War Is Over, which was inspired by his father and mother Yoko Ono's music.
Well, see, that's that Asian side of them. They're very good at animation.
Oh, yes.
All right,
point,
so
Rick. Well taken.
All right, so here we go. It's called Primrose Hill. So now here it just says James McCartney. So he wrote it.
They co-wrote. They co-wrote.
All right, here it just credits James for some reason.
That'll have a fight about it.
Now there we
That'll
go.
be it.
Now once again, here comes the war of the Lennons and the McCartneys. So, do we want to give us a listen?
Yeah, just to hear a little bit of it, because you'll be amazed how much, to me, it sounds like the old Beatles.
So tubers, Adler can give you a little bit of it, but it'll probably fade away, and then we may listen a little longer. But so at least you'll get kind of a feel of it. So here we go.
So it's the Beatles sound.
Now,
It's not even enough for me to say I dislike it. I'm just like that. That's so nothing.
That's about as vanilla.
Yeah, I can't like it or dislike it. It doesn't qualify.
And
it's not to the lowest level.
And Bubba, I know if I went to the Beatles soundtrack, first of all, I wouldn't be able to put many of them on your playlist at all.
Right.
But the ones I would put on there, I know what they would be, and it wouldn't be this part.
No, it'd be a little more toe tap.
Yeah, a little toe tap. Bubba can't drive and listen to that.
No.
He'll be looking off and become pensive.
I mean, that's not even a Hey Jude, you know. What I mean?
Yeah, that one makes me sad. I mean, it's got those
weird.
sad chords.
Yeah.
There's sad voices.
It's like if you listen to that on a rainy day, you might wrap yourself around a pole.
It sounds.
You know,
yes.
It's that part of the Beatles catalog, like you said, brother, that makes me feel strange. I don't want to feel strange.
Yeah.
Don't give us the drug years. Go back there. Don't give us Strawberry Fields Forever. I mean,
give us when you were writing pop songs for swimming pools.
Right. Give us the ones that were on the pinball machine we had. Remember, it had all the hits from back in the day.
There you go.
Drive my car.
Can
and all that stuff.
you in your mind imagining a setting where that song would work if it was off in the background?
For me,
Yes.
torture when you got somebody you're trying to
no,
Maybe a wedding or something.
Am I getting a massage?
Okay.
I mean,
all right,
it's,
that's what I'm looking for.
the whole it's so
it's a downer.
blah. It's blah.
It's almost like Greg, I hate to say this. This is terrible for me to say it. I mean, almost if I was the coach, I'd be going, guys, let's have some effort.
Yeah, it's like they go, look, here's a song. You go, I thought you said there was a song. I don't hear a
So
song.
y'all come out here to give me the bare minimum. Is that it?
Yeah.
Does it pick
the
up
minimum-
halfway through or something?
I don't know. I think at the end it does like Freebird and has a long guitar solo.
They need a toe tapper on there, don't they?
Rick,
Rick, also In the world of entertainment.
It's no Gangnam Style, is it?
No, it's not.
No,
Caitlin
that
Clark
is not.
become the first ever WNBA or NBA star to wear Prada for the draft.
Okay.
She arrived in an all-white ensemble ahead of being picked number 1 by the Indiana Fever. Can you be called the fever? Can you be called the fever? It seems like that would be
like a
insensitive
negative.
to people that died with
COVID. Yeah.
Right?
By the way, does anybody
I'm
know?
just playing the game.
Has anybody asked Dennis Rodman about this claim that she's the only one that wore a
That's
Prada? Maybe not.
She's not the only one ever wore a dress.
So, do we know what kind of payday she's going to get from this? I mean, there was
A big pay
speculation
cut.
before.
A big pay cut from college or NIL deal. I remember that we did a story of that before.
I think the rookie is 74,000, something like that. But she still keeps her sponsors, so she's fine.
Yeah,
Well, we're just talking about what
she's gonna be all right.
Her salary, I think, is in the 70s.
Yeah, strictly talking about what the WNBA would pay her. 74, 75,000.
Yeah, something like that. Rookie, that's the rookie.
Well, I'm just
cap.
telling you, that's the truth. Her NIL, she better be glad she got that.
Yeah. Well, she wore a $17,000 Prada outfit.
Well, if you're flipping burgers now with the minimum wage, I mean, what are you making?
75. No, I'm just kidding. But he's getting there. In California,
I mean,
you
it's,
are.
uh,
In California, you
close
are.
to 50.
Yeah, in California, you're
California 75 ain't nothing.
You're right. So no, $75,000 in California is not making 24.
Also, and I'm not familiar with this story, it's interesting. Speedy, I think, knows more about it than I do.
Oh,
but
no.
There's a widow, 92 years old.
Oh, yeah.
She refuses the latest eye-watering offer from Augusta National to buy her 3-bedroom bungalow.
I've seen these.
She shared with her husband after the golf club spent $200 million buying out their neighbors amid a major expansion. Now, I know you drove by the Masters one time. Did did you see this house?
I did because I saw the ones they want. Now, I guess I saw it. It was in that group. But they were showing me, we need this parking over here. We want to develop this, and these people are going to be made very wealthy, and they'll probably sell off all these houses. And I guess she's one that won't.
Yeah, they said they've bought up 270 acres surrounding the course in the city of Augusta. But they are holding out. They've been there she's been there 65 years. It looks like.
She's like
even though any offer they had made on it, what they're calling a very modest home, would have made them millionaires easy.
Oh yeah.
So,
but how much longer is she going to live?
Let's see. What is that?
They've kept the place up good. Looks like.
They have.
But
but think about it. That was there. That house. It's right across from the main gate. I think.
Yeah, I think I did see this house. Now I didn't know it, but I mean I saw where this house is.
So this event, this house has been there since it was just a golf course probably, and then since the Masters became what it is, it's taken off.
I kind of understand. I know this sounds outlandish. You could have left it to I guess some family because she's not going to live much longer, but so the money's not as important. But I can understand at her age going, moving's too big a hassle.
Yeah.
I don't want to move.
Tell me about it.
And I don't need the money. I'm about to die. So, I mean, I got what I need.
The kids will probably spin it off later. But
So,
if I've lived there and I don't want to move,
Oh, moving's a hassle. It's terrible. Horrible. We'll come back. Phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and any headlines we might have missed. Wrapping up the hour. If you got something to bring to the table. Did you dig that McCartney-Lennon thing at all?
It's horrible.
Some of that other stuff? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We had to move on from this traumatic event because you know what? My wife still needed me. I still needed her. The children who were still alive needed us. This show. Was Rick just not ever going to come back because he's just going to wallow in this the rest of his life? And then what I did though, we and the show too, we moved on, but we didn't move on and as the same people we were before. The event mattered, and this mattered. So we're not saying what's going on in our country doesn't matter. We're saying you can only wallow in it and whine so long. You need to get to work on changing the things,
fixing the problems,
the things that need to be changed, including what happened with the election. And
we've got to get that cleaned up. We've got to have confidence in those on those elections. We've got to do something about the indoctrination of our kids in the education system, which has been completely overlooked by conservatives. We've got to educate people about what socialism actually does and where it's bad, because it has been a failed system all over the world.
On this show. we've had parents that called this show, and when they went back and educated their children on what socialism actually was, their children said, well, I don't want any part of that.
Yeah. Right.
You know, so move on means, hey, you remember we did this, now I'm to the things that are even less important. Competition, okay? Love it, but it's not as important as the two other things we just talked about. But you remember when you would take your team, when the other team was celebrating in the middle of the field?
Yep.
I remember you, Speedy, we all did this.
Make them watch.
Everybody look. Be elephants. Remember this, and then you better move on, but move on and do everything you need to do to be sure that doesn't happen to you again. And that's a better than, you know, wait a minute, it ain't over yet. No, it's not over for the future if we're willing to make changes and do it and learn from what happened. But as far as Trump being president, that is over. So move on means learn from it and now try to make sure that it'll never happen again. And don't let this far left bunch take over this country. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've been discussing some other things that are going on and with the big tech wars that continue and censorship and all that. And we got phone calls to start the hour, and we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Hey, man, how are you?
Hey, buddy.
Glad to be here.
Will Meade also in play again for another week. Heather in Coleman is listening to 104.7 WZZK. Hello, Heather. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic.
We're great.
So I was just going to call in. Me and my 8-year-old daughter listen to you guys every morning on the way to school, or right now on the way to drop her off in the mornings before I go to work. But I just kind of wanted to address something because I know that you guys are God-fearing men. That's awesome. We love that. But I've heard a lot lately. I know that the election has went the way that it's went, and you guys say, well, you know, it's time to move on. But I think we're kind of looking past the God factor here. Because of the fact that there's so many prophecies, even before Trump went into office. You had Kim Clement, who gave prophecies, and all of those things that he has said have come to pass so far, except for him serving this second term. And then you've got Kent Christmas, and you've got these other pastors who have given prophetic messages saying that Trump will be a two-term president. And I just kind of wanted to address that because I know that there's a point when you do have to move on, but I don't think it's time to give up yet. I don't think that it's impossible. I think that, you know, God is going to step in and that he is going to move, and Trump will be in term, or a president for a second term.
Heather, and you have to be careful how you ask questions now. You know, I'm trying to, I respect your opinion, okay? But how do you see this happening? How is this going to happen in the next 8 days? Can you give me like maybe a roadmap of how this might play out if you were writing the script?
Well, I think that's the thing here is that nobody can say because it's going to be a but God moment. I think it's going to be something where God is going to step in and no one's going to know how it was supposed to happen.
Okay.
Because if it was, then it wouldn't be a but God moment.
Yeah.
Well, here's the good news. It's going to have to happen in 8 days.
Yeah, which you know is the number of new beginnings. But let me say this, okay?
We won't have to wait long to see.
Here's a question I want to ask you because I'm trying to almost give you a safety. I'm giving you a parachute here, and I agree with you. It would be a miracle, and I think the first time he was elected, you know, looked miraculous. We talked about that.
Yep.
However, and we do know Romans 13 tells us that everybody that ends up in these places, they are denied access to it or given access to it by.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. All right, so phone calls coming in, 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. The real Greg Burgess taking your phone calls. If you're bringing something to the table, we might get that in before we are done today. But one story that, Bubba, you and I talked about earlier, we have been saying this and shouting this from the rooftops for 30 years. The people that are far leftists that are always screaming that we don't pay enough taxes, and the wealthy, they don't pay enough taxes and fair share. And of course, Bubba, we've asked them to give us the number on fair share. They've never come up with that number.
No, it's all, you know what they always give
more.
you? More.
It's just more.
More is not a number.
one of the places you can look is wealthy leftists. So do they pay more than they owe? They could. They could say, you know what, I feel guilty about these loopholes. I feel guilty that I just don't pay enough. And as a billionaire, in this case, Mark Cuban, who is a leftist, or claims to be, doesn't live much like one, but claims to be, probably so he can get invited to certain cocktail parties. So he was asked straight up, so do you pay more than you owe? Because he had been talking, he made the statement talking about the President Trump wanting to cut taxes, and he criticized Trump for that. And so the question was asked to Cuban, hey, Mark, it looks like it was on Outkick on Ian Miller. Hey, Mark, wondering if you or your corporations pay more than required taxes in order to pay your fair share. Thank you so much. And the response from Cuban, are you ready for this? I pay what I owe. Well, now that wasn't the question. The question was, do you pay more than you owe because you're in with a group that says that people like you don't pay their fair share, and you're criticizing Trump for wanting to give tax cuts to Americans. So if you, a billionaire, feel like that these loopholes allow you to not pay your fair share, do you pay more than you owe? And the leftist actually lives out no. So that means that the leftist doesn't really mean it when he says it, because when he has the opportunity to pay more than what he owes legally, he doesn't do it. So I'm not going to be lectured to by somebody who keeps telling me I'm not paying my fair share, and that even, I guess, says he's not paying his fair share, but then doesn't pay more. So that has no credibility.
He started out by saying, Rick, that he was going to transfer to the IRS $288 million on tax day. He would have won our challenge, by the way. We called
by far.
He said, this country's done so much for me. I'm proud to pay my taxes every single year. Tag a former president that you know doesn't, Cuban responded, dodging Miller's question about paying his fair share. And Miller, as you said, Rick, said, why don't you and your company pay more than you owe in order to fix the injustice of the Trump tax cuts?
And the big answer is, I didn't know you actually wanted me to be sacrificial. I just want other people to.
Right.
Yeah, so there you go.
As usual.
Yeah, and again, that means he didn't really believe it. If he believed it and he had real conviction, he would pay more. Y'all know that, don't you? All of you out there that think you don't pay enough taxes will pay more. You can.
There is no law.
They'll take it
about paying extra.
They'll
welcome it.
You could send in what you owe and tell your accountant to include another check, and you can even say put this toward the debt.
Yeah. Now they won't, but they'll do whatever they want to do with it.
Right. Of course, you're not going to do that.
Probably buy ink to print more.
Yeah. No, I would say that everybody is overtaxed, and that everybody should pay taxes, and we all should pay the same percentage of our income, and have no deductions.
Yeah, this clip of Mark Cuban from 2017 is getting a lot of traction right now because he seems to have changed his tone quite a bit from 2017 till now, if you guys want to check it out.
Okay.
Yep.
As a libertarian, I think we can reduce employment in government by at least a third, reduce the overhead and administration by that much or more, so that we can offer more to services for our citizens. And so if when it comes down to it, where I tend to disagree with everybody, and this is the libertarian in me, I'm happy to push down the size of government, and I'm happy to work on making government more efficient, because then more money can pass through and help the people who need it. And that's what needs to change. Not because we can't manage government, let's not deal with the health care of our citizens.
Yeah. And I have one more for you. The Trump tax returns. What was your reaction when you saw?
Good for him. Yeah, good for him. Like I said up there, if you made $150 million in a year, that's good no matter what.
So that's a little bit of a different tune, and that's referring to Trump's tax returns that got released.
Yeah. Well, he realized the libertarian, which then we probably would have more in common, except maybe moral and spiritual issues. But libertarians don't get invited to the big parties.
No, they're out.
And of course
they're the ones with three eyes.
Yeah, and the conservatives don't get invited either.
No,
so he's got to change his tune because he's not getting invited to the parties anymore. Of course, the way he lives his life is completely different.
One of the ironic things about what he said, though, and I've had to look at this too. We all feel like the government's too big. Mark said very clearly the government could cut the payroll by a third.
Yep.
To provide more money for people in need. Well, if you fire a third of the workforce for the government, those are going to be the people in need.
I know.
You're not going to save you a whole lot.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the government, one of the best things that they offer is their works program.
No, well, that's true. Yeah, of course we don't have the money for it, but yeah,
right.
Yeah, we're just printing it left
I
and right.
know it's the irony there's beyond funny.
Will in Alabama said he had scabies. Will, wow, Will, you had scabies.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, when I was younger, I appreciate you wording that tax stuff. I just had to pay $28. Going to have to pay $28.75 on mine. Me and my wife. But yes, sir. When I was 14, unfortunately, I got the scabies at school or a friend's house, something like that. And then for the last 6 or 7 years, I found out I have suspected it, but I had Rocky Mountain spotted fever and got diagnosed for sure with it last year. So, oh, man, that's been a nightmare. But we're dealing with it and trying to get better with it. But, yeah, it's that on top of COVID and everything was really fun.
Now, how did you get it?
From a tick bite at one time or another. I'm outside a lot. I'm in the woods. I work outside a lot. Live in the edge of the woods and pasture. I even went looking for a man in the mountains one time years ago and got about 100 ticks on me at one time. So I can relate to the story earlier where Speedy or one of them was saying he got a bunch on him. But yeah, they're terrible, man.
But now you didn't get scabies from a tick, did you?
You mean Rocky Mountain? You mean
told
Rocky
you.
Mountain? Yeah, Rocky Mountain came from the tick.
I thought you said scabies.
He did. He said I had scabies when I was 14, and I just recently found out now I've got Rocky Mountain fever from ticks. He seems to be a magnet for bugs. Boy.
Just go ahead and get some of Greg's spray or something.
I'll tell you one thing, though. If it's one of those afternoons and the gnats are bothering you, just have him come stand by you. Yeah. Hey, could you go about 10 feet from me? That's good right there. Right there. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.